be there at all, and so he rushed them forward and around the first pavilion. Junie's hand was like a claw on his arm. Dory, whose left leg had been partially paralyzed after her latest seizure, leaned on his other arm and hobbled grotesquely, her Hutzler's coat box slamming against her hip at every step. And behind them, Maggie murmured encouragement to his father, whose breathing was growing louder and more effortful. "But those are not any balloons I have had experience of," Junie said. "What material is that? What do they call it?" By then they had reached the promenade, around the water's edge, and instead of answering, Ira gazed pointedly toward the view. "Isn't this what you were dying to see?" he reminded her. But the view was nothing but opaque white sheets and a fuzzy-edged USS Constellation riding on a cloud, and Harbor Place was a hulking, silent concentration of vapors. Well, the whole trip ended in disaster, of course. Junie said everything had looked better on TV, and Ira's father said his heart was flapping in his chest, and then Dory somehow got her feelings hurt and started crying and had to be taken home before they'd set foot inside a pavilion. Ira couldn't remember now what had hurt her feelings, but what he did remember, so vividly that it darkened even this glaringly sunlit Texaco, was the sensation that had come over him as he stood there between his two sisters. He'd felt suffocated. The fog had made a tiny room surrounding them, an airless, steamy room, such as those that house indoor swimming pools. It had muffled every sound but his family's close, oppressively familiar voices. It had wrapped them together, locked them in, while his sister's hands dragged him down the way drowning victims drag down whoever tries to rescue them. And Ira had thought, "Ah, God, I have been trapped with these people all my life, and I am never going to be free." And he had known then what a failure he'd been, ever since the day he took over his father's business. Was it any wonder he was so sensitive to waste? He had given up the only serious dream he'd ever had. You can't get more wasteful than that. "Lamont!" Maggie said. She was looking toward a revolving yellow light over by the gas pumps, a tow truck towing nothing. It stopped with a painful screeching sound, and the engine died. A black man in a denim jacket swung out of the cab. "That's him, all right," Mr. Otis said, rising by inches from his seat. Lamont walked to the rear of the truck and examined something. He kicked a tire and then started toward the cab. He wasn't as young as Ira had expected. No mere boy, but a solidly built, glowering man, with plum-black skin and a heavy way of walking. "Well, hey there," Mr. Otis called. Lamont halted and looked over at him. "Uncle Daniel?" he said. "How you been, son?" "What you doing here?" Lamont asked, approaching. When he reached the wall, Maggie and Ira stood up, but Lamont didn't glance in their direction. "Ain't you gone back to Aunt Duluth yet?" he asked Mr. Otis. "Lamont, I'm going to need that truck of yourn," Mr. Otis said. "What for?" "Believe my left front wheel is loose." "What? Where's it at?" "Out on Route 1. This here fellow kindly give me a lift." Lamont briefly skimmed Ira with his eyes. "We just happened to be driving past," Ira told him. Lamont said in an unfriendly tone, and then turning again to his uncle. "Now let's see what you telling me. Your car is out on the highway someplace?" "It was Mrs. here, caught onto it," Mr. Otis said, and he gestured toward Maggie, who beamed up at Lamont trustfully. A slender thread of soft drink foam traced her upper lip, It made Ira feel protective. "I won't offer you my hand," she told Lamont. "This Pepsi has just fizzed all over me." Lamont merely studied her, with the corners of his mouth pulled down.
"She lean out her window and call, 'Your wheel,'" Mr. Otis said. "Your front wheel is falling off."
"Really, that was a fabrication," Maggie told Lamont. "I made it up."
"Sweet Jesus."
Lamont said,
"Say what?"
"I fibbed," Maggie said blithely. "We admitted as much to your uncle, but I don't know. It was kind of hard to convince him."
"You saying you told him a lie?"
Lamont asked. "Right." Mr. Otis smiled self-consciously down at his shoes.
"Well, actually,"
Ira began. "It was after he almost stopped dead in front of us," Maggie said. "We had to veer off the road, and I was so mad that as soon as we caught up with him, I said that about his wheel. But I didn't know he was old. I didn't know he was helpless."
"Helpless?"
Mr. Otis asked, his smile growing less certain. "And besides, then it did seem his wheel was acting kind of funny," Maggie told Lamont. "So we brought him here to the Texaco." Lamont looked no more threatening than he'd seemed all along. Ira was relieved to see. In fact, he dismissed the two of them entirely. He turned instead to his uncle.
"Hear that?"
he asked.
"See there? Now it comes to you running folks off the road." "Lamont, I'll tell you the truth," Mr. Otis said. "I do believe, when I think back on it, that wheel has not been acting properly for some days now."
"Didn't I say you ought to give up driving? Didn't we all say that? Didn't Florence beg you to hand in your license? Next time, you might not be so lucky. Some crazy white man going to shoot your head off next time." Mr. Otis appeared to shrink, standing there quietly with his hat brim shielding his face.
"If you'd have stayed home with Aunt Duluth where you belong, none of this wouldn't be happening," Lamont told him. "Cruising about on the interstate, sleeping here and there like some hippie." "Well, I had thought I was driving real cautious and careful," Mr. Otis said.
Ira cleared his throat. "So, about the wheel," he said.
"You just got to go on back home and make up," Lamont told Mr. Otis. "Quit drawing this thing out and apologize to Aunt Duluth and get that rust heap out of folks' way." "I can't apologize. I ain't done nothing to be sorry for," Mr. Otis said. "What's the difference, man? Apologize even so." "See, I couldn't have done it. It was only in her dream. Duluth went and had this dream, see? You've been married 50-some years to that woman," Lamont said, "and half of those years the two of you been in a snit about something. She ain't speaking to you, or you ain't speaking to her, or she moves out, or you moves out. Shoot, man. One time you both moves out and leaves your house standing empty. Plenty would give their right arms for a nice little house like you all's. And what do? Leave it standing empty while you off careening about in your Chevy and Aunt Duluth sleeping on Florence's couch, discommoding her family."
A reminiscent smile crossed Mr. Otis's face.
"It's true," he said. "I had thought I was leaving her that time, and she thought she was leaving me. You two act like quarrelsome children," Lamont told him. "Well, at least I'm still married, you notice?" Mr. Otis said. "At least I'm still married, unlike some certain others I could name."
Ira said,
"Well, at any rate, even worse than children," Lamont went on, as if he hadn't heard. "Children at least got the time to spare, but you two are old and coming to the end of your lives. Pretty soon one or the other of you going to die, and the other one that's left behind will say, 'Why did I act so ugly?' That was who it was. That person was who I was with. And here we threw ourselves away on spitefulness, you'll say. Well, it's probably going to be me that dies first, Mr. Otis said, so I just ain't going to worry about that. I'm serious, Uncle. I'm serious. Could be what you throw away is all that really counts. Could be that's the whole point of things. Wouldn't that be something? Spill it. Spill it all, I say. No way not to spill it. And anyhow, just look at the times we had. Maybe that's what I'll end up thinking. My, we surely did have us a time. We were a real knock-down, drag-out, heart and soul type of couple, I'll say. Something to reflect on in the nursing home. Lamont rolled his eyes heavenward. Ira said, Well, not to change the subject, but is this wheel business under control now? Both men looked over at him. Oh, Mr. Otis said finally. I reckon you two will want to be moving on. Only if you're sure you're all right, Maggie told him. He'll be fine, Lamont said. Get on and go. Yes, don't you give me another thought, Mr. Otis said. Let me squire you to your car. And he walked off between the two of them. Lamont stayed behind, looking disgusted. That boy is just so cranky, Mr. Otis told Ira. I don't know who he takes after. You think he'll be willing to help you? Oh, surely. He'd just want to rant and carry on some first. They reached the Dodge, and Mr. Otis insisted on opening Maggie's door for her. It took longer than if she had done it herself. He had to get positioned just right and gain some leverage. Meanwhile, he was saying to Ira, and it ain't like he had room to criticize. A divorced man, handing out advice like an expert. He closed the door after Maggie, with a loose, ineffectual sound, so that she had to reopen it and give it a good slam. A man who ups and splits at the first little setback, he told Ira. Lives alone all pruned and puckerish, drying out like a raisin. Sits alone in front of the TV, night after night, and won't go courting nobody new for fear she'll do him like his wife did. Tisk, Maggie said, looking up at him through her window. That is always so sad to see. But do you think he sees it? Mr. Otis asked. No. He followed Ira around to the driver's side of the car. He believed that's just a regular life, he told Ira. Well, listen, Ira said, as he slid behind the wheel. If there's any kind of expense with the tow truck, I want to hear about it. Understand? He shut the door and leaned out the window to say, I'd better give you our address. There won't be no expense, Mr. Otis said, but I appreciate the thought. He tipped his hat back slightly and scratched his head. You know, I used to have this dog, he said. Smartest dog I ever owned. Bessie. She just loved to chase a rubber ball. I would throw it for her and she would chase it. Any time the ball landed on a kitchen chair, though, Bessie would poke her nose through the spindles of the chair back and whine and moan and whimper, never dreaming she could just walk around and grab the ball from in front. Ira said, puts me in mind of Lamont. Mr. Otis said, Lamont. Blind in spots. Oh, yes, Lamont, Ira said. He was relieved to find the connection. Well, I don't want to hold you up, Mr. Otis told him, and he offered Ira his hand. It felt very light and fragile, like the skeleton of a bird. You all take care driving now, here? He bent forward to tell Maggie. Take care. You too, she told him. And I hope things work out with Duluth. Oh, they will. Sooner or later.
He chuckled and stepped back as Ira started the engine. Like a host seeing off his guests, he stood there gazing after them till they pulled out onto the road and he disappeared from Ira's rearview mirror. "Well," Maggie said, bouncing into a more comfortable position in her seat. "So anyhow," as if that whole excursion had been only a little hiccup in the midst of some long story she was telling. Ira turned on the radio, but all he could find was the most local kind of news. Crop prices, a fire in a Knights of Columbus building. He turned it off. Maggie was rooting through her purse. "Now, where on earth?" she said. "What are you looking for?" "My sunglasses." "On the dashboard." "Oh, right." She reached for them and perched them on the end of her nose. Then she rotated her face, staring all around as if testing their effectiveness. "Doesn't the sunlight bother your eyes?" she asked him finally. "No, I'm fine." "Maybe I should drive." No. "I haven't taken a single turn this whole day," she said. "That's all right. Thanks anyhow, sweetheart." "Well, you just let me know if you change your mind," she told him, and she sank back in her seat and gazed out at the view. Ira cocked an elbow on the window ledge. He started whistling a tune. Maggie stiffened and looked over at him. "You just think I'm some sort of harum-scarum lady driver," she told him. "Huh?" he said. "You're just wondering what kind of fool you are even to consider allowing me behind the wheel." He blinked. He had assumed the subject was concluded. "Lord, Maggie," he said, "why do you always take things so personally?" "I just do, that's why," she told him, but she spoke without heat, as if uninterested in her own words, and then returned to studying the scenery. Once they were back on Route 1, Ira picked up speed. Traffic had grown heavier, but it was moving briskly. The farms gave way to patches of commercial land, a mountain of bald tires, a stepped, angular cliff of cinder blocks, a field of those windowed enclosures that fit over the beds of pickup trucks and turn them into campers. Ira wasn't sure what those were called. It bothered him. He liked to know the names of things, the specific, accurate term that would sum an object up. "Spruce gum," Maggie said. "Pardon?" She was twisted around in her seat, gazing behind her. She said, "Spruce gum. That was the cutoff to Fiona's. We just now passed it." "Oh, yes, spruce gum," he said. It did ring a bell. "Ira," Maggie said. "Hmm?" "It's not so far out of the way." He glanced at her. She had her hands pressed together, her face set toward him, her mouth bunched up a little, as if she were willing certain words from him, the way she used to will the right answer out of Jesse when she was drilling him on his multiplication tables. "Is it?" she said. "No," he said. She misunderstood him. She drew in a breath to start arguing, but he said, "No, I guess it's not." "What? You mean you'll take me there?" "Well," he said, and then he said, "Oh, well, we've already pretty much shot the day, right?" And he flicked his blinker on and looked for a place to turn the car around. "Thank you, Ira," she told him, and she slid over as far as her seatbelt allowed and planted a little brush stroke of a kiss below his ear. Ira said, "Humph," but he sounded more grudging than he really felt. After he'd reversed the car in a lumber yard, he headed back up Route 1 and took a left onto Spruce Gum Road. They were facing into the sun now. Dusty shafts of light filmed the windshield. Maggie pushed her glasses higher on her nose, and Ira flipped his visor down. Was it the haze on the windshield that made him think again of their trip to Harbor Place? At any rate, for some reason he suddenly remembered why Dory had started crying that day. Standing at the water's edge, hemmed in by fog, she had been moved to open her suitcase and show him its contents. None of what she'd brought was much different from any other time. There were the usual 2 or 3 comic books, he recalled, and probably a snack for her sweet tooth, a squashed Hostess cupcake, perhaps, with the frosting smashed into the cellophane. And of course the rhinestone hatband that had once belonged to their mother. And finally, her greatest treasure, a fan magazine with Elvis Presley on the cover. King of Rock, the title read. Dory worshipped Elvis Presley. Ordinarily, Ira humored her, even bought her posters whenever he came across them. But on that particular morning he was feeling so burdened, he just hadn't had the patience.
Elvis,
Dory said happily, and Ira said, "For God's sake, Dory, don't you know the guy is dead and buried?" Then she had stopped smiling, and her eyes had filled with tears, and Ira had felt pierced. Everything about her all at once saddened him. Her skimpy haircut, and her chapped lips, and her thin face that was so homely and so sweet, if only people would see. He put an arm around her. He hugged her bony little body close and gazed over her head at the constellation floating in the fog. The tops of the masts had dwindled away, and the ropes and chains had dissolved, and the old ship had looked its age for once, swathed in clouds of mist you could mistake for the blurring of time. And Junie had pressed close to his other side, and Maggie and Sam had watched steadfastly, waiting for him to say what to do next. He had known then what the true waste was. Lord, yes. It was not his having to support these people, but his failure to notice how he loved them. He loved even his worn-down, defeated father, even the memory of his poor mother, who had always been so pretty and never realized it because any time she approached a mirror, she had her mouth drawn up lopsided with shyness. But then the feeling had faded, probably the very next instant when Junie started begging to leave, and he forgot what he had learned. And no doubt he would forget again, just as Dory had forgotten, by the time they reached home, that Elvis Presley was no longer King of Rock. Part 3. Chapter 1. Maggie had a song that she liked to sing with Ira when they were traveling. On the Road Again, it was called. Not the Willie Nelson chestnut, but a blues-sounding piece from one of Jesse's old Canned Heat albums, stomping and hard driving. Ira did the beat. Boom-da-da, 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 boom, boom. Maggie sang the melody. Take a hint from me, Mama, please. Don't you cry no more, she sang. The telephone poles appeared to be flashing by in rhythm. Maggie felt rangy and freewheeling. She tipped her head back against the seat and swirled one ankle, keeping time. In the old days, when she'd driven this road alone, the countryside had seemed unwelcoming. Enemy territory. Among these woods and stony pastures, her only grandchild was being held hostage. And Maggie, smothered in scarves or swathed in an anonymous trench coat or half obscured by Junie's bubbly red wig, had driven as if slipping between something. She'd had a sense of slithering, evading. She had fixed her mind on that child and held her face firmly before her. A bright baby face, as round as a penny. Eyes that widened with enthusiasm whenever Maggie walked into the room. Dimpled fists revving up at the sight of her. I'm coming, Leroy. Don't forget me. But then over and over again those trips had proved so unsatisfactory, ending with that last awful time when Leroy had twisted in her stroller and called, "Mom, Mom," hunting her other grandmother, her lesser grandmother, her pretender grandmother. And Maggie had finally given up and limited herself thereafter to the rare official visits with Ira. And even those had stopped soon enough. Leroy had begun to fade and dwindle, till one day she was no larger than somebody at the wrong end of a telescope, still dear, but very far removed. Maggie thought of last summer, when her old cat, Pumpkin, had died. His absence had struck her so intensely that it had amounted to a presence. The lack of his furry body twining between her ankles whenever she opened the refrigerator door, the lack of his motorboat purr in her bed whenever she woke up at night. Stupidly, she had been reminded of the time Leroy and Fiona had left, although, of course, there was no comparison. But here was something even stupider. A month or so later, when cold weather set in, Maggie switched off the basement dehumidifier, as she did every year, and even that absence had struck her. She had mourned in the most personal way the silencing of the steady, faithful whir that used to thrum the floorboards. What on earth was wrong with her? She had wondered. Would she spend the rest of her days grieving for every loss equally? A daughter-in-law, a baby, a cat, a machine that dries the air out? Was this how it felt to grow old? Now the fields were a brassy color, as pretty as a picture on a calendar. They held no particular significance. Maybe it helped that Ira was with her, an ally. Maybe it was just that sooner or later, even the sharpest pain became flattened. "But I ain't going down that long, old, lonesome road all by myself," she sang automatically, and Ira sang, "Boom-da-da, boom-da-da." If Fiona remarried, she would most likely acquire a new mother-in-law. Maggie hadn't considered that. She wondered if Fiona and this woman would be close. Would they spend their every free moment together, as cozy as two girlfriends? "And suppose she has another baby," Maggie said. Ira broke off his boom-das to ask, "Huh?" "I saw her through that whole 9 months. What will she do without me?"
"Who are you talking about?"
"Fiona, of course. Who do you think?"
"Well, I'm sure she'll manage somehow,"
Ira said. Maggie said, "Maybe, and maybe not." She turned away from him to look out at the fields again. They seemed unnaturally textureless. "I drove her to her childbirth classes," she said. "I drilled her in her exercises. I was her official labor coach."
"So now she knows all about it,"
Ira said. "But it's something you have to repeat with each pregnancy," Maggie told him. "You have to keep at it." She thought of how she had kept at Fiona, whom pregnancy had turned lackadaisical and vague, so that if it hadn't been for Maggie, she'd have spent her entire 3rd trimester on the couch in front of the TV. Maggie would clap her hands briskly, "Okay," and snap off the Love Boat rerun and fling open the curtains, letting sunshine flood the dim air of the living room and the turmoil of rock magazines and Fresca bottles. "Time for your pelvic squats," she would cry, and Fiona would shrink and raise one arm to shield her eyes from the light. "Pelvic squats, good grief," she would say. "Abdominal humps. It all sounds so gross." But she would heave to her feet, sighing. Even in pregnancy, her body was a teenager's, slender and almost rubbery, reminding Maggie of those scantily clad girls she'd glimpsed on beaches who seemed to belong to a completely different species from her own. The mound of the baby was a separate burden, a kind of package jutting out in front of her. Breathing lessons,
Really, she said, dropping to the floor with a thud. Don't they reckon I must know how to breathe by now? Oh, honey, you're just lucky they offer such things, Maggie told her. My first pregnancy, there wasn't a course to be found, and I was scared to death. I'd have loved to take lessons. And afterward, I remember leaving the hospital with Jesse and thinking, wait, are they going to let me just walk off with him? I don't know beans about babies. I don't have a license to do this. Ira and I are just amateurs. I mean, you're given all these lessons for the unimportant things. Piano playing, typing. You're given years and years of lessons in how to balance equations, which Lord knows you will never have to do in normal life. But how about parenthood? Or marriage, either, come to think of it. Before you can drive a car, you need a state-approved course of instruction. But driving a car is nothing compared to living day in and day out with a husband and raising up a new human being. Which hadn't been the most reassuring notion, perhaps, for Fiona had said, "Jiminy," and dropped her head in her hands. "Though I'm certain you'll do fine," Maggie said in a hurry, "and of course you have me here to help you." "Oh, Jiminy," Fiona said. Ira turned down a little side road called Elm Lane, a double string of tacky one-story cottages with RVs in most of the driveways, and sometimes a sloping tin trailer out back. Maggie asked him, "Who will wake up in the night now and bring her the baby to nurse?" "Her husband, one would hope," Ira said. "Or maybe she'll keep the baby in her room this time, the way you should have had her do last time." Then he gave his shoulders a slight shake, as if ridding himself of something, and said, "What baby? Fiona's not having a baby. She's just getting married. Or so you claim. Let's put first things first here." Well, but first things weren't put first the time before. Fiona had been 2 months pregnant when she married Jesse. Not that Maggie wanted to remind him of that. Besides, her thoughts were on something else now. She was caught by an unexpected, piercingly physical memory of bringing the infant Leroy into Fiona for her 2 a.m. feeding. That downy soft head wavering on Maggie's shoulder, that bird-like mouth searching the bend of Maggie's neck inside her bathrobe collar, and then the close, sleep-smelling warmth of Jesse's and Fiona's bedroom. "Oh," she said without meaning to, and then, "Oh." For there, in Mrs. Stuckey's yard, hard-packed earth, not really a yard at all, stood a wiry little girl with white blonde hair that stopped short, squarely at her jawline. She had just let go of a yellow frisbee, which sailed shuddering toward their car and landed with a thump on the hood as Ira swung into the driveway. "That's not," Maggie said. "Is that?" "Must be Leroy," Ira told her. "It's not." But of course, it had to be. Maggie was forced to make such a leap across time, though, from the infant on her shoulder to this gawky child, all in 2 seconds. She was experiencing some difficulty. The child dropped her hands to her sides and stared at them. Frowning gave her forehead a netted look. She wore a pink tank top with some kind of red stain down the front, berry juice or Kool-Aid, and baggy shorts in a blinding Hawaiian print. Her face was so thin it was triangular, a cat's face, and her arms and legs were narrow white stems. "Maybe it's a neighbor girl," Maggie told Ira, a last-ditch effort. He didn't bother replying. As soon as he switched the ignition off, Maggie opened the door and stepped out. She called, "Leroy?" "What?" "Are you Leroy?" The child deliberated a moment
as if uncertain, and then nodded. "So," Maggie said. "Well, hi there," she cried. Leroy went on staring. She didn't seem one grain less suspicious. Actually, Maggie reflected, already adjusting to new developments, this was one of the most interesting ages. 7.5, old enough to converse with, but not yet past willing to admire a grown-up, provided the grown-up played her cards right. Cagily, Maggie rounded the car and approached the child with her purse in both hands, resisting the urge to fling out her arms for a hug. "I guess you must not remember me," she said, stopping a measured distance away. Leroy shook her head. "Why, sweetie, I'm your grandma." "You are?" Leroy said. She reminded Maggie of someone peering through a veil. "Your other grandma, your Grandma Moran." It was crazy to have to introduce herself to her own flesh and blood. And crazier still, Maggie thought, that Jesse would have needed to do the same thing. He had not laid eyes on his daughter since... when? Since just after he and Fiona split up, before Leroy was a year old, even. What a sad, partitioned life they all seemed to be living. "I'm from your father's side of the family," she told Leroy, and Leroy said, "Oh." So at least she did know she had a father. "And this is your grandpa," Maggie said. Leroy shifted her gaze to Ira. In profile, her nose was seen to be tiny and extremely pointed. Maggie could have loved her for her nose alone. Ira was out of the car by now, but he didn't come over to Leroy immediately. Instead, he reached for the Frisbee on the hood. Then he crossed the yard to them, meanwhile studying the Frisbee and turning it around and around in his hands as if he'd never seen one before. Wasn't this just like him, allowing Maggie to rush in while he hung back all reserved, but you notice he did tag along, and would share the benefit of anything she accomplished. When he arrived in front of Leroy, he tossed the Frisbee toward her lightly, and both her hands came up like two skinny spiders to grab it. "Thanks," she said. Maggie wished she had thought of the Frisbee. "We don't seem familiar at all?" she asked Leroy. Leroy shook her head. "Why, I was standing by when you were born. I'll have you know, I was waiting in the hospital for you to be delivered. You stayed with us the first 8 or 9 months of your life." "I did?" "You don't remember staying with us?" "How could she, Maggie?" Ira asked. "Well, she might," Maggie said, for she herself had a very clear memory of a scratchy collared dress she used to hate being stuffed into as an infant. And besides, you would think all that loving care had to have left some mark, wouldn't you? She said, "Or Fiona might have told her about it." "She told me I lived in Baltimore," Leroy said. "That was us," Maggie said. "Your parents lived with us in your daddy's old boyhood room in Baltimore." "Oh, then you and your mother moved away." Leroy rubbed her calf with the instep of her bare foot. She was standing very straight, militarily straight, giving the impression she was held there only by a sense of duty. "We visited on your birthdays afterward. Remember that?" "Nope." "She was just a little thing, Maggie," Ira said. "We came for your first 3 birthdays," Maggie persisted. Sometimes you could snag a memory and reel it in out of nowhere if you used the proper hook. "But your 2nd birthday, you were off at Hershey Park, so we didn't get to see you." "I've been to Hershey Park 6 times, Leroy said. "Mindy Brandt has only been twice." "Your 3rd birthday, we brought you a kitten." Leroy tilted her head. Her hair wafted to one side. Corn silk, lighter than air. "A tiger kitten," she said. "Right." "Stripy all over, even on its tummy." "You do remember." "That was you all brought me that kitten?" "That was us," Maggie said. Leroy looked back and forth between the two of them. Her skin was delicately freckled, as if dusted with those sugar sprinkles people put on cakes. That must come from the Stuckey side. Maggie's family never freckled, and certainly Ira's didn't, with their Indian connections. "And then what happened?" she was asking. "What happened when?" "What happened to the kitten? You must have took it back." "Oh, no, honey, we didn't take it back. Or rather, we did, but only because you turned out to be allergic. You started sneezing and your eyes got teary." "And after that, what?" Leroy asked. "Well, I wanted to visit again," Maggie said, "but your grandpa told me we shouldn't. I wanted to with all my heart, but your grandpa told me—" "I meant, what did you do with the kitten?" Leroy said. "Oh, the kitten. Well, we gave it to your grandpa's two sisters, your great-aunts, I suppose they'd be. Goodness." "So have they still got it?" "No. Actually, it was hit by a car," Maggie said. "Oh." "It wasn't used to traffic, and somehow it slipped out when someone left the door open." Leroy stared ahead, fixedly. Maggie hoped she hadn't upset her. She said, "So tell me, is your mother home?" "My mother? Sure." "Could we see her, maybe?" Ira said, "Maybe she's busy." "No, she's not busy," Leroy said, and she turned and started toward the house. Maggie didn't know if they were supposed to follow or not. She looked over at Ira. He was standing there slouched with his hands in his trouser pockets, so she took her cue from him and stayed where she was. "Ma?" Leroy called, climbing the 2 front steps. Her voice had a certain mosquito quality that went with her thin face. "Ma? You in there?" She opened the screen door. "Hey, Ma?" Then, all at once, there was Fiona leaning in the doorway, one arm outstretched to keep the screen door from banging shut again. She wore cut-off denim shorts and a T-shirt with some kind of writing across it. "No need to shout," she said. At that moment, she saw Maggie and Ira. She stood up straighter. Maggie moved forward, clutching her purse. She said, "How are you, Fiona?" "Well, fine," Fiona said. And then she looked beyond them. Oh, Maggie wasn't mistaken about that. Her eyes swept the yard furtively and alighted on the car for just the briefest instant. She was wondering if Jessie had come too. She still cared enough to wonder. Her eyes returned to Maggie. "I hope we're not disturbing you," Maggie said. "Oh, no. We were just passing through and thought we'd stop by and say hello." Fiona lifted her free arm and smoothed her hair off her forehead with the back of her hand, a gesture that exposed the satiny white inner surface of her wrist, that made her seem distracted, at a loss. Her hair was still fairly long, but she had done something to it that bushed it out more. It didn't hang in sheets now. And she had gained a bit of weight. Her face was slightly broader across the cheekbones. The hollow of her collarbone was less pronounced, and although she was translucently pale, as always, she must have started using makeup, for Maggie detected a half-moon of powdered shadow on each eyelid. That rose-colored shadow that seemed to be so popular lately, that made women look like they were suffering from a serious cold. Maggie climbed the steps and stood next to Leroy, continuing to hold her purse in a way that implied she wasn't expecting so much as a handshake. She was able now to read the writing on Fiona's shirt. Lime spiders, it said, whatever that meant. I heard you on the radio this morning, she said. Radio? Fiona said, still distracted. On AM Baltimore. Baltimore, Fiona said. Leroy, meanwhile, had ducked under her mother's arm and then turned so she was facing Maggie, side by side with Fiona, gazing up with the same unearthly clear aqua eyes. There wasn't a trace of Jessie in that child's appearance. You'd think at least his coloring would have won out. I told Ira, why not just stop off and visit? Maggie said. We were up this way anyhow, for Max Gill's funeral. Remember Max Gill? My friend Serena's husband? He died of cancer, so I said, why not stop off and visit Fiona? We wouldn't stay but a minute. It feels funny to see you, Fiona said. Funny? I mean, come inside, why don't you? Oh, I know you must be busy, Maggie said. No, I'm not busy. Come on in. Fiona turned and led the way into the house. Leroy followed, with Maggie close behind. Ira took a little longer. When Maggie looked over her shoulder, she found him kneeling in the yard to tie his shoe, a slant of hair falling over his forehead. Well, come on, Ira, she told him. He rose in silence and started toward her. Her annoyance changed to something softer. Sometimes Ira took on a gangling aspect, she thought, like a bashful young boy not yet comfortable in public. The front door opened directly into the living room, where the sun, slipping through the Venetian blinds, striped the green shag rug. Heaps of crocheted cushions tumbled across a couch upholstered in a fading tropical print. The coffee table bore sliding stacks of magazines and comic books in a green ceramic ashtray shaped like a rowboat. Maggie remembered the ashtray from earlier visits. She remembered staring at it during awkward pauses and wondering if it could float, in which case it would make a perfect bathtub toy for Leroy. Now that came back to her, evidently having lurked all these years within some cupboard in her brain. Have a seat, Fiona said, plumping a cushion. She asked Ira, So how are you doing? As he ducked his head into the doorway. Oh, passably, he told her. Maggie chose the couch, hoping Leroy would sit there too. But Leroy dropped to the rug and stretched her reedy legs out in front of her. Fiona settled in an armchair, and Ira remained standing. He circled the room, pausing at a picture of two basset puppies nestled together in a hatbox. With the tip of one finger, he traced the gilded molding that lined the frame. Would you like some refreshments? Fiona asked. Maggie said, No, thank you. Maybe a soda or something? We're not thirsty, honestly. Leroy said, I could use a soda. You're not who I was asking, Fiona told her. Maggie wished she'd brought Leroy some sort of present. They had so little time to make connections. She felt pushed and anxious. Leroy, she said too brightly, is Frisbee a big interest of yours? Not really, Leroy told her bare feet. Oh, I'm still just learning, Leroy said. I can't make it go where I want yet. Yes, that's the tricky part, all right, Maggie said. Unfortunately, she had no experience with Frisbees herself. She looked hopefully at Ira, but he had moved on to some kind of brown metal appliance that stood in the corner, a box fan, perhaps, or a heater. She turned back to Leroy. Does it glow in the dark? She asked after a pause. Leroy said, Huh? Excuse me, Fiona reminded her. Excuse me? Does your Frisbee glow in the dark? Some do, I believe. Not this one, Leroy said. Ah, Maggie cried. Then maybe we should buy you one that does. Leroy thought about that. Finally, she asked, Why would I want to play Frisbee in the dark? Good question, Maggie said. She sat back, spent, wondering where to go from there. She looked again at Ira. He was hunkered over the appliance now, inspecting the controls with total concentration. Well, no point avoiding this forever. Maggie made herself smile. She tilted her head receptively and said, Fiona, we were so surprised to hear about your wedding plans. My what? Wedding plans. Is that supposed to be a joke? Joke? Maggie asked. She faltered. Aren't you getting married? Not that I'm aware of. But I heard it on the radio. Fiona said, What is this radio business? I don't know what you're talking about. On WNTK, Maggie said. You called in and said, The station I listen to is WXLR. Fiona told her. No, this was Excellent Rock Around the Clock, a Britstown station. This was WNTK, Maggie said. And they claimed I was getting married? You claimed it. You called in and claimed your wedding was next Saturday. Not me, Fiona said. There was a kind of alteration of rhythm in the room. Maggie experienced a surge of relief, followed by acute embarrassment. How could she have been so sure? What on earth had got into her? Not even to question that the voice she'd heard was Fiona's. And on such a staticky, inadequate radio, she'd known perfectly well how inadequate it was, with those dinky little auto speakers that didn't begin to approach high fidelity. She braced herself for Ira's I told you so. He still seemed absorbed in the appliance, though, which was nice of him. I guess I made a mistake, she said finally. I guess you did, Fiona said. And Leroy said, Married, and uttered a little hiss of amusement and wiggled her toes. Each toenail, Maggie saw, bore the tiniest dot of red polish, almost completely chipped off. So who was the lucky guy? Fiona asked. You didn't say, Maggie told her. What, I just came on the air and announced my engagement? It was a call-in talk show, Maggie said. She spoke slowly. She was rearranging her thoughts. All at once, Fiona wasn't getting married. There was still a chance, then. Things could still be worked out. And yet, in some illogical way, Maggie continued to believe the wedding really had been planned, so that she wondered at the girl's inconsistency. People called in to discuss their marriages with the host, she said. Fiona knit her pale brows, as if considering the possibility that she might have been one of them. She was so pretty, and Leroy was so endearingly spiky and unusual. Maggie felt how thirsty her eyes were, drinking them in. It was like the early days with her children, when every neck crease, every knuckle dent could send her into a reverie. Look at Fiona's hair shining like ribbons, like bands of crinkled gift ribbon. Look at the darling little gold studs in Leroy's earlobes. Ira, speaking into the grill of the appliance, said, This thing really do much good? His voice rang back at them, tinnily. So far as I know, Fiona said. Fairly energy efficient? She lifted both hands, palms up. Beats me. How many BTUs does it give off? That's just something Mom runs in the wintertime to keep her feet warm, Fiona said. I never have paid it much heed, to tell the truth. Ira leaned farther forward to read a decal on the appliance's rear. Maggie seized on a change of subject. She said, How is your mother, Fiona? Oh, she's fine. Right now she's at the grocery store. Wonderful, Maggie said. Wonderful that she was fine, she meant, but it was also wonderful that she was out. She said, "And you're looking well, too. You're wearing your hair a little fuller, aren't you?" "It's crimped," Fiona said. "I use this special iron like, bigger hair has a slimming effect." "Slimming? You don't need slimming." "I most certainly do. I put on 7 pounds over this past summer." "Oh, you didn't either. You couldn't have. Why, you're just a twig," she was going to say, or just a stick. But she got mixed up and combined the two words. "You're just a twig." Fiona glanced at her sharply, and no wonder. It had sounded vaguely insulting. "Just skin and bones, I mean," Maggie said, fighting back a giggle. She remembered now how fragile their relationship had been, how edgy and defensive Fiona had often seemed. She folded her hands and placed her feet carefully together on the green shag rug. So Fiona wasn't getting married after all. "How's Daisy?" Fiona asked. "She's doing well." Leroy said, "Daisy who?" "Daisy Moran," Fiona said. Without further explanation, she turned back to Maggie. "All grown up by now, I bet." "Daisy is your aunt, your daddy's little sister," Maggie told Leroy. "Yes, tomorrow she leaves for college," she said to Fiona. "College? Well, she always was a brain." "Oh, no, but it's true she won a full scholarship." "Little bitty Daisy," Fiona said. "Just think." Ira had finished with the appliance, finally. He moved on to the coffee table. The Frisbee rested on a pile of comic books, and he picked it up and examined it all over again. Maggie stole a peek at him. He still hadn't said, "I told you so," but she thought she detected something noble and forbearing in the set of his spine. I'm in school myself, in a way," Fiona said. "Oh, what kind of school?" "I'm studying electrolysis." "Why, that's lovely, Fiona," Maggie said. She wished she could shake off this fulsome tone of voice. It seemed to belong to someone else entirely, some elderly, matronly, honey-sweet woman, endlessly marveling and exclaiming. "The beauty parlor where I'm a shampoo girl is paying for my course," Fiona said. "They want their own licensed operator. They say I'm sure to make heaps of money." "That's just lovely," Maggie said. "Then maybe you can move out and find a place of your own." And leave the pretender grandma behind, was what she was thinking. But Fiona gave her a blank look. Leroy said, "Show them your practice kit, Ma." "Yes, show us," Maggie said. "Oh, you don't want to see that," Fiona said. "Yes, we do. Don't we, Ira?" Ira said, "Oh, absolutely." He held the Frisbee up level, like a tea tray, and gave it a meditative spin. "Well, then wait a sec," Fiona said. Then she got up and left the room. Her sandals made a dainty slapping sound on the wooden floor of the hallway. "They're going to hang a sign in the beauty parlor window," Leroy told Maggie. "Professionally painted with Ma's name." "Isn't that something?" "It's a genuine science," Ma says. "You've got to have trained experts to teach you how to do it." Leroy's expression was cocky and triumphant. Maggie resisted the urge to reach down and cup the complicated small bones of her knee. Fiona returned, carrying a rectangular yellow kitchen sponge and a short metal rod the size of a ballpoint pen. "First, we practice with a dummy instrument," she said. She dropped onto the couch beside Maggie. "We're supposed to work at getting the angle exactly, perfectly right." She set the sponge on her lap and gripped the rod between her fingers. There was a needle at its tip, Maggie saw. For some reason, she had always thought of electrolysis as, not quite socially mentionable. But Fiona was so matter-of-fact and so skilled, targeting one of the sponge's pores and guiding the needle into it at a precisely monitored slant. Maggie couldn't help feeling impressed. This was a highly technical field, she realized. Maybe something like dental hygiene. Fiona said, "We travel into the follicle, see? Easy, easy." And then she said, "Oops," and raised the heel of her hand an inch or two. "If this was a real person, I'd have been leaning on her eyeball," she said. "Pardon me, lady," she told the sponge. "I didn't mean to smush you." Mottled black lettering was stamped across the sponge's surface. Stabler's Dark Beer, made with mountain spring water. Ira stood over them now, with the frisbee dangling from his fingers. He asked, "Does the school provide the sponge?" "Yes, it's included in the tuition," Fiona said. "They must get it free," he reflected. "Courtesy of Stabler's. Interesting." "Stabler's? Anyhow, first we practice with the dummy and then with the real thing. The students all work on each other, eyebrows and mustache and such. This girl that's my partner, Hillary, she wants me to do her bikini line." Ira pondered that for a moment and then backed off in a hurry. "You know these high-cut swimsuits nowadays, they show everything you've got," Fiona told Maggie. "Oh, it's becoming impossible," Maggie cried. "I'm just making do with my old suit till the fashions change." Ira cleared his throat and said, "Leroy, what would you say to a game of frisbee?" Leroy looked up at him. "I could show you how to make it go where you want," he told her. She took so long deciding that Maggie felt a pang for Ira's sake, but finally she said, "Well, okay," and unfolded herself from the floor. "Tell about the professionally painted sign," she told Fiona. Then she followed Ira out of the room. The screen door made a sound like a harmonica chord before it banged shut. So. This was the first time Maggie had been alone with Fiona since that awful morning. For once, the two of them were free of Ira's hampering influence and the hostile, suspicious presence of Mrs. Stuckey. Maggie edged forward on the couch. She clasped her hands tightly. She pointed her knees intimately in Fiona's direction. "The sign's going to read Fiona Moran," Fiona was saying. "Licensed electrologist. Painless removal of superfluous hair." "I can't wait to see it," Maggie said. She thought about that last name, Moran. If Fiona really hated Jesse, would she have kept his name all these years? "On the radio," she said, "you told the man you were marrying for security." "Maggie, I swear to you, the station I listen to is WXLR, Maggie said. "Yes, I know. But I just had it in my head that was you, and so I—" She watched Fiona set the sponge and needle in the rowboat ashtray. "Anyway," she said, "whoever it was who called, she said the first time she'd married for love and it hadn't worked out, so this time she was aiming purely for security." "Well, what a ninny," Fiona said. "If marriage was such a drag when she loved the guy, what would it be like when she didn't?" "Exactly," Maggie said. "Oh, Fiona, I'm so glad that wasn't you." "Shoot, I don't even have a steady boyfriend," Fiona said. "You don't?" But Maggie found the phrasing of that a bit worrisome. She said, "Does that mean you have somebody not steady?" I just barely get to date at all," Fiona said. "Well, what a pity," Maggie said. She put on a sympathetic expression. "This one guy, Mark Derby, I went out with him for about 3 months, but then we had a fight. I bashed his car in after I had borrowed it, was the reason. But it really wasn't my fault. I was starting to make a left turn when these teenage boys came up from behind and passed me on the left, and so of course I hit them. Then they had the nerve to claim it was all my doing. They claimed I had my right turn signal on instead of my left." "Well, anyone who'd get mad about that, you don't want to date anyhow," Maggie told her. "I said I had my left turn signal on. Don't you think I know my left from my right?" "Of course you do," Maggie said soothingly. She lifted her left hand and flicked an imaginary turn signal, testing. "Yes, left is down and right is—" Or maybe it's not the same in every model of car. "It's exactly the same," Fiona told her. "At least, I think it is." "Then maybe it was the windshield wipers," Maggie said. "I've done that, lots of times, switched on my wipers instead of my blinkers." Fiona considered. Then she said, "No, because something was lit up. Otherwise they wouldn't say I was signaling a right turn." "One time I had my mind elsewhere, and I went for my blinkers and shifted gears instead," Maggie said. She started laughing. "Going along about 60 miles an hour and shifted into reverse. Oh, Lord." She pulled the corners of her mouth down, recollecting herself. "Well," she told Fiona, "I'd say you're better off without the man." "What man?" "Oh, Mark," Fiona said. "Yes, it's not like we were in love or anything. I only went out with him because he asked me. Plus, my mom is friends with his mom. He has the nicest mother. Real sweet-faced woman with a little bit of a stammer. I always feel a stammer shows sincerity of feeling, don't you?" Maggie said, "Why, certainly I do." It took Fiona a second to catch on. Then she laughed. "Oh, you're such a card," she said, and she tapped Maggie's wrist. "I'd forgotten what a card you are." "So is that the end of it?" Maggie asked. "End of what?" "This thing with Mark Derby. I mean, suppose he asks you out again." "No way," Fiona said. "Him and his precious Subaru. No way would I go out with him." "That's very wise of you," Maggie told her. "Shoot, I'd have to be a moron." "He was a moron not to appreciate you," Maggie said. Fiona said, "Hey, how's about a beer?" "Oh, I'd love a beer." Fiona jumped up, tugging down her shorts, and left the room. Maggie sank lower on the couch and listened to the sounds drifting in through the window. A car swishing past, and Leroy's throaty chuckle. If this house were hers, she thought, she would get rid of all this clutter. You couldn't see the surface of the coffee table, and the layers of sofa cushions nudged her lower back uncomfortably. "Only thing we've got is Bud Light. Is that okay?" Fiona asked when she returned. She was carrying 2 cans and a sack of potato chips. "It's perfect. I'm on a diet," Maggie said. She accepted one of the cans and popped the tab, while Fiona settled next to her on the couch. "I ought to go on a diet," Fiona said. She ripped open the cellophane sack. "Snack foods are my biggest downfall." "Oh, mine too," Maggie said. She took a sip of her beer. It was crisp-tasting and bitter. It brought memories flooding in the way the smell of a certain perfume will. How long had it been since she'd last had a beer? Maybe not since Leroy was a baby. Back then, she recalled as she waved away the potato chips, she sometimes drank as many as 2 or 3 cans a day, keeping Fiona company because beer was good for her milk supply, they'd heard. Now that would probably be frowned upon. but at the time they had felt dutiful and virtuous, sipping their Miller High Lifes while the baby drowsily nursed. Fiona used to say she could feel the beer zinging directly to her breasts. She and Maggie would start drinking when Maggie came home from work, mid-afternoon or so, just the two of them. They would grow all warm and confiding together. By the time Maggie got around to fixing supper, she would be feeling, not drunk or anything, but filled with optimism. And then later at the table, she might act a bit more talkative than usual. It was nothing the others would notice, though, except perhaps for Daisy. "Really, Mom, honestly," Daisy would say, but then she was always saying that. As was Maggie's mother, come to think of it. "Honestly, Maggie." She had stopped by late one afternoon and caught Maggie lounging on the couch, a beer balanced on her midriff, while Fiona sat next to her singing "Dust in the Wind" to the baby. "How have you let things get so common?" Mrs. Daly had asked, and Maggie, looking around her, had all at once wondered too. The cheap, pulpy magazines scattered everywhere, the wadded wet diapers, the live-in daughter-in-law. It did look common. How had it happened? "I wonder if Claudine and Peter ever married," Maggie said now, and she took another sip of her beer. "Claudine? Peter?" Fiona asked. "On that soap opera we used to watch, remember? His sister Natasha was trying to split them up." "Oh, Lord, Natasha. She was one mean lady," Fiona said. She dug deep into the sack of potato chips. "They had just got engaged when you left us," Maggie said. "They were planning to throw a big party, and then Natasha found out about it. Remember? She looked kind of like this girl I always detested in elementary school," Fiona said. "Then you left us," Maggie said. Fiona said, "Actually, now that you mention it, she must not have managed to split them up after all, because a couple of years later they had this baby that was kidnapped by a demented airline stewardess." "At first I couldn't believe you had really gone for good," Maggie said. "Whole months passed by when I'd come home and switch on the TV and check what was happening with Claudine and Peter, just so I could fill you in when you got back." "Anyhow," Fiona said. She set her beer on the coffee table. "Silly of me, wasn't it? Wherever you had gone, you surely would have been near a TV. It's not like you had abandoned civilization. But I don't know, maybe I just wanted to keep up with the story for my own sake, so that after you came back we could carry on like before. I was positive you'd be coming back." "Well, anyhow, what's past is past," Fiona said. "No, it's not. People are always saying that, but what's past is never past, not entirely," Maggie told her. "Fiona, this is a marriage we're talking about. You two had so much sunk into it. Such an exhausting amount was sunk in. And then one day you quarreled over nothing whatsoever, no worse than any other time, and off you went. As easy as that. Shrugged your shoulders and walked away from it. How could that be possible?" "It just was, all right," Fiona said. "Jiminy, do we have to keep rehashing this?" And she reached for her beer can and drank, tipping her head far back. She wore rings on every one of her fingers, Maggie saw, some plain silver, some set with turquoise stones. That was new. But her nails were still painted the pearly pink that had always seemed her special color, that could bring her instantly to mind whenever Maggie caught sight of it somewhere. Maggie rotated her own can thoughtfully, meanwhile stealing sideways peeks at Fiona. "I wonder where Leroy's got to," Fiona said. Another evasion. It was obvious where she'd got to. She was right outside the window. "Give her a little more spin now," Ira was saying, and Leroy called, "Watch out, here comes a killer." On the radio, you said your first marriage was real, true love," Maggie told Fiona. "Look, how many times—" Yes, Maggie said hastily. "That wasn't you. I understand. But still, something about what the girl on the radio was saying. I mean, it's like she was speaking for more than just herself. It's like she was talking about what the whole world was doing. 'Next Saturday, I'm marrying for security,' she said. And I just suddenly had this sense that the world was sort of drying up or withering away or something, getting small and narrow and pinched. I felt so, I don't know, so unhopeful all of a sudden. Fiona, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but last spring Jesse brought this young woman he'd met to supper. Oh, no one important, not anybody important. And I thought to myself, well, she's all very well and good, I suppose, but she's not the real thing. I mean, she's only second best, I thought. We're only making do here. Oh, why is everyone settling for less, is what I thought. And I feel the same way about, what's his name, Mark Derby. Why bother dating someone merely because he asks you, when you and Jesse love each other so much? You call it love when he signed that lawyer's papers without a word and sent them back, not putting up the slightest token of a fight? Fiona said. When he's 2 or 3 or even 4 months late with his support check and then mails it without a letter or a note, not even my full name on the envelope, but only F. Moran? Well, that's pure pride, Fiona. Both of you are way too... And when he hasn't laid eyes on his daughter since her 5th birthday, try explaining that to a child. Oh, he's just proud, Leroy, honey. 5th birthday? Maggie said. Here she keeps wondering why all the other kids have fathers. Even the kids whose parents are divorced. At least they get to see their fathers on weekends. He visited on her 5th birthday? Maggie asked. Look at that. He didn't even bother telling you. What? He just showed up, or what? He showed up out of the blue in a car packed to the teeth with the most unsuitable presents you ever saw. Fiona said. Stuffed animals and dolls and a teddy bear so big he had to strap it in the front seat like a human because it wouldn't fit through the rear door. It was much too big for a child to cuddle. Not that Leroy would have wanted to. She isn't a cuddly type of person. She's more the sporty type. He should have brought her athletic equipment. He should have brought her... But, Fiona, how was he to know that? Maggie asked. She felt an ache beginning inside her. She grieved for her son with his car full of wrong-headed gifts that he must have spent his last penny on, because heaven knows he wasn't well off. She said, He was trying his best, after all. He just didn't realize. Of course he didn't realize. He didn't have the faintest idea. The last time he visited, she was still a baby. So here he comes with this drinking-wet doll that cries Mama, and when he catches sight of Leroy in her dungarees, he stops short. You can see he's not pleased. He says, Who is that? He says, But she's so... I had to run fetch her from the neighbors and quick smooth down her hair on the way through the alley. In the alley, I told her, Tuck your shirt in, honey. Here, let me lend you my barrette. And Leroy stood still for it, which she wouldn't do ordinarily, believe me. And when I had fastened the barrette, I said, Stand back and let me look at you. And she stood back and licked her lips and said, Am I okay or not? I said, Oh, honey, you're beautiful. And then she walks into the house and Jessie says, But she's so... He was surprised she had grown. That's all it was, Maggie said. I could have cried for her, Fiona said. Yes, Maggie said gently. She knew how that felt. Fiona said, She's so what, Jessie? I asked him. She's so what? How dare you come tromping in here telling me she's so something or other when the last time you sent us a check was December? And instead you waste your money on this trash, this junk, I tell him. This poochy-faced baby doll, when the only doll she'll bother with is G.I. Joe. Oh, Fiona, Maggie said. Well, what did he expect? Oh, why does this always happen between you two? He loves you, Fiona. He loves you both. He's just the world's most inept at showing it. If you knew what it must have cost him to make that trip. I can't tell you how often I've asked him. I've said, are you planning to let your daughter just drift on out of your life? Because that's what she's bound to do, Jessie. I'm warning you. And he said, no, but I don't. But I can't figure out how to. I can't stand up to be one of those artificial fathers, he said, with those busy work visits to zoos and small talk suppers at McDonald's. And I said, well, it's better than nothing, isn't it? And he said, no, it's not better than nothing. It's not at all. And what do you know about the subject anyhow? That way he does. You've seen how he does. Where he acts so furious, but if you look at his eyes, you'll notice these sudden dark rings beneath them that he used to get when he was just a little fellow, trying not to cry. Fiona ducked her head. She started tracing the rim of her beer can with one finger. On Leroy's first birthday, Maggie said. He was all set to come with us and visit. I told you that. I said, Jessie, I really feel it would mean a lot to Fiona if you came. And he said, well, maybe I will, then. Yes, he said. I could do that, I guess. Then he asked me about 50 times what kind of present a year-old baby might enjoy. Then he went shopping all Saturday and brought back one of those shape sorter boxes. But Monday after work he exchanged it for a woolen lamb because he said he didn't want to seem like he was pushing her intellectually or anything. I don't want to be like Grandma Daly, always popping up with these educational toys, he said. And then on Thursday, her birthday was a Friday that year, remember? He asked me exactly how you had phrased your invitation. I mean, he said, did it sound to you like maybe she was expecting me to stay on over the weekend? Because if so, then I might borrow Dave's van and drive up separately from you and Dad. And I said, well, you could do that, Jessie. Yes, what a good idea. Why don't you? He said, but how did she word it, is what I'm asking. And I said, oh, I forget. And he said, think. I said, well, as a matter of fact, I said, in fact, she didn't actually word it anyway, Jessie, not directly straight out. And he said, wait, I thought she told you it would mean a lot to her if I came. I said, no, it was me who said that, but I know it's true. I know it would mean a great deal to her. He said, what's going on here? You told me clearly that it was Fiona who said that. I said, I never told you any such thing. Or at least, I don't think I did, unless maybe perhaps by accident. He said, are you saying she didn't ask for me? Well, I just know she would have, I told him, if the two of you were not so all-fired careful of your dignity. I just know she wanted to, Jessie. But by then he was gone, slammed out of the house and vanished. Didn't come home all Thursday night, and Friday we had to set off without him. I was so disappointed. You were disappointed, Fiona said. You had promised you would be bringing him. I waited. I dressed up. I got myself a makeover at the beauty parlor. Then you turn into the driveway and he's not with you. Well, I told him when we got home, Maggie said. I told him. We tried our best, Jessie, but it wasn't us Fiona dressed up for. You can be certain. It was you, and you should have seen her face when you didn't get out of the car. Fiona slapped the sofa cushion with the flat of her palm. She said, I might have known you would do that. Do what? Oh, make me look pitiful in front of Jessie. I didn't make you look pitiful. I merely said, so then he calls me on the phone. I knew that was why he called me. Says, Fiona, hun. I can hear it in his voice, that way he was sorry for me. I knew what you must have told him. I say, what do you want? Are you calling for a reason? He says, no, no reason. I say, well, then you're wasting your money, aren't you? and I hang up. Fiona, for Lord's sake, Maggie said, didn't it occur to you he might have called because he missed you? Fiona said, "Ha!" and took another swig of beer. I wish you could have seen him the way I saw him, Maggie said. After you left, I mean. He was a wreck, a shambles. His most cherished belonging was your tortoiseshell soapbox. My what? Don't you remember your soapbox? The one with the tortoiseshell lid? Well, yes. He would open it sometimes and draw a breath of it, Maggie said. I saw him, I promise. The day you left, that evening, I found Jesse in the bedroom with his nose buried deep in your soapbox and his eyes closed. Well, what in the world? Fiona said. I believe he must have inherited some of my sense of smell, Maggie told her. You're talking about that little plastic box, the one I used to keep my face soap in. Then as soon as he saw me, he hid it behind his back, Maggie said. He was embarrassed I had caught him. He always liked to act so devil-may-care. You know how he acted. But a few days later, when your sister came for your things, I couldn't find your soapbox anywhere. She was packing up your cosmetic case, is how I happened to think of it. So I said, let's see now, somewhere around... But that soapbox seemed to have vanished. And I couldn't ask Jesse because he had walked out as soon as your sister walked in. So I started opening his bureau drawers, and that's where I found it, in his treasure drawer, among the things he never throws away, his old-time baseball cards and the clippings about his band. But I didn't give it to your sister. I just shut the drawer again. In fact, I believe he has kept that soapbox to this day, Fiona, and you can't tell me it's because he feels sorry for you. He wants to remember you. He goes by smell, just the way I do. Smell is what brings a person most clearly to his mind. Fiona gazed down at her beer can. That eyeshadow was oddly attractive, Maggie realized. Sort of peach-like. It gave her lids a peach's pink blush. Does he still look the same? Fiona asked finally. The same? Does he still look like he used to? Why, yes. Fiona gave a sharp sigh. There was a moment of quiet, during which Leroy said, Turn, missed. A car passed, trailing threads of country music. I've had some bad times, lived through some sad times. You know, Fiona said, there's nights when I wake up and think, how could things have gotten so twisted? They started out perfectly simple. He was just this boy I was crazy about and followed any place his band played, and everything was so straightforward. When he didn't notice me at first, I sent him a telegram. Did he ever mention that? Fiona Stuckey would like to go with you to Deep Creek Lake. That's what it said, because I knew he was planning to drive there with his friends. And so he took me along, and that's where it all began. Wasn't that straightforward? But then, I don't know, everything sort of folded over on itself and knotted up, and I'm not even sure how it happened. There's times I think, shoot, maybe I ought to just fire off another telegram. Jesse, I'd say, I love you still, and it begins to seem I always will. He wouldn't even have to answer. It's just something I want him to know. Or I'll be down in Baltimore at my sister's and I'll think, why not drop by and visit him? Just walk in on him. Just see what happens. Oh, you ought to, Maggie said. But he'd say, what are you doing here? Or some such thing. I mean, it's bound and determined to go wrong. The whole cycle would just start over again. Oh, Fiona, isn't it time somebody broke that cycle? Maggie asked. Suppose he did say that. Not that I think he would. Couldn't you for once stand your ground and say, I'm here because I want to see you, Jessie? Cut through all this to and fro, these hurt feelings and these misunderstandings. Say, I'm here because I've missed you. So there.
Well, maybe I should do that, Fiona said slowly.
Of course you should.
Maybe I should ride back down with you.
With us?
Or maybe not.
You're talking about this afternoon?
No, maybe not. What am I saying? Oh, Lord. I knew I shouldn't drink in the daytime. It always makes my head so muzzy.
But that's a wonderful idea, Maggie said.
Well, if Leroy came with me, for instance, if we just made a little visit. I mean, visiting you two, not Jessie. After all, you're Leroy's grandparents, right? What could be more natural? And then spent the night at my sister's place.
No, not at your sister's. Why there? We have plenty of room at our house. There was a crunch of gravel outside, the sound of a car rolling up. Maggie tensed, but Fiona didn't seem to hear.
And then tomorrow after lunch we could catch the Greyhound bus, she was saying. Or, let's see, mid-afternoon at the latest. The next day's a working day, and Leroy has school, of course.
A car door clunked shut. A high, complaining voice called out, Leroy?
Fiona straightened.
Mom, she said, looking uneasy. The voice said, Who's that you got with you, Leroy? And then, Why, Mr. Moran. What Ira answered, Maggie had no idea. All that filtered through the Venetian blinds was a brief rumble. My, Mrs. Stuckey said. Isn't this something or other? It's Mom, Fiona told Maggie. Oh, how nice. We'll get to see her after all, Maggie said, unhappily. She's going to have a fit. A fit? She would kill me if I was to go and visit you. Maggie didn't like the uncertain sound of that verb construction. The screen door opened and Mrs. Stuckey plodded in, a gray, scratchy-haired woman wearing a ruffled sundress. She was lugging 2 beige plastic shopping bags, and a cigarette drooped from her colorless, cracked lips. Oh, Maggie had never understood how such a woman could have given birth to Fiona. Fine-spun Fiona. Mrs. Stuckey set the bags in the center of the shag rug. Even then, she didn't glance up. One thing I despise, she said, removing her cigarette, is these new-style plastic grocery bags with the handles that cut your fingers in half. How are you, Mrs. Stuckey? Maggie asked. Also, they fall over in the car trunk and spill their guts out, Mrs. Stuckey said. I'm all right, I suppose. We just stopped by for a second, Maggie said. We had to go to a funeral in Deerlick. Mrs. Stuckey said. She took a drag of her cigarette. She held it like a foreigner, pinched between her thumb and her index finger. If she had calculated outright, she couldn't have chosen a more unbecoming dress. It completely exposed her upper arms, which were splotched and doughy. Maggie waited for Fiona to mention the trip to Baltimore, but Fiona was fiddling with her largest turquoise ring. She slid it up past her first knuckle, twisted it, and slid it down again. So Maggie had to be the one. She said, I've been trying to talk Fiona into coming home with us for a visit. Fat chance of that, Mrs. Stuckey said. Maggie looked over at Fiona. Fiona went on fiddling with her ring. Well, She's thinking she might do it," Maggie said finally. Mrs. Stuckey drew back from her cigarette to glare at the long tube of ash at its tip. Then she stubbed it out in the rowboat, perilously close to the yellow sponge. A strand of smoke wound toward Maggie. "Me and Leroy might go just for the weekend," Fiona said, faintly.
"For the what?"
"For the weekend." Mrs. Stuckey stooped for the grocery bags and started wading out of the room, bending slightly at the knees so her arms looked too long for her body. At the door, she said, "I'd sooner see you lying in your casket." "But, Mom—" Fiona was on her feet now, following her into the hallway. She said, "Mom, the weekend's half finished anyhow. We're talking about just one single night. One night at Leroy's grandparents' house."
"And Jessie Moran would be nowhere about, I suppose,"
Mrs. Stuckey said at a distance. There was a crash, presumably the grocery bags being dumped on a counter. "Oh, Jessie might be around, maybe, but—"
Yeah,
Mrs. Stuckey said on an outward breath. "Besides, so what if he is? Don't you think Leroy should get to know her daddy?" Mrs. Stuckey's answer to that was just a mutter, but Maggie heard it clearly.
Anyone whose daddy is Jessie Moran is better off staying strangers.
Well, Maggie felt her face grow hot. She had half a mind to march out to the kitchen and give Mrs. Stuckey what for. "Listen," she would say, "you think there haven't been times I've cursed your daughter? She hurt my son to the bone. There were times I could have wrung her neck, but have you ever heard me speak a word against her?" In fact, she even stood up, with a sudden, violent motion that creaked the sofa springs. But then she paused. She smoothed down the front of her dress. The gesture served to smooth her thoughts as well, and instead of heading for the kitchen, she collected her purse and went off to find a bathroom, clamping her lips very tightly. Please, God, don't let the bathroom lie on the other side of the kitchen. No, there it was, the one open door at the end of the hall. She caught the watery green of a shower curtain. After she had used the toilet, she turned on the sink faucet and patted her cheeks with cool water. She bent closer to the mirror. Yes, definitely she had a flustered look. She would have to get a hold of herself. She hadn't finished even that one beer, but she thought it might be affecting her, and it was essential just now to play her cards right. For instance, about Jessie. Although she had failed to mention it to Fiona, Jessie lived in an apartment uptown now, and therefore they couldn't merely assume that he would happen by while Fiona was visiting. He would have to be expressly invited. Maggie hoped he hadn't made other plans. Saturday, that could mean trouble. She checked her watch. Saturday night, he might very well be singing with his band, or just going out with his friends. Sometimes he even dated. No one important, but still. She flushed the toilet, and under cover of the sound, she slipped out of the bathroom and opened the door next to it. This room must be Leroy's. Dirty clothes and comic books lay everywhere. She closed the door again and tried the one opposite. Ah, a grown-up's room. A decorous white candlewick bedspread and a telephone on the nightstand.
"After all you done to free yourself, you want to go back to that boy and get snaggled up messy as ever,"
Mrs. Stuckey said, clattering tin cans. "Who says I'm getting snaggled? I'm just paying a weekend visit."
"He'll have you running circles around him just like you was before."
"Mom, I'm 25 years old. I'm not that same little snippet I used to be." Maggie closed the door soundlessly behind her and went over to lift the receiver. Oh dear, no push buttons. Each time the dial made its noisy, rasping return to home base. The voices in the kitchen continued, though. She relaxed and pressed the receiver to her ear. 1 ring. 2 rings. It was a good thing Jesse was working today. For the last couple of weeks, the phone in his apartment hadn't been ringing properly. He could call other people all right, but he never knew when someone might be calling him. Why don't you get it fixed? Or buy a new one? They're dirt cheap these days, Maggie had said. But he said, oh, I don't know. It's kind of a gas. Any time I pass the phone, I just pick it up at random. I say, hello? Twice I've actually found a person on the other end. Maggie had to smile now, remembering that. There was something so lucky about Jesse. He was so fortunate and funny and haphazard. Chick cycle shop, a boy said. Could I speak to Jesse, please? The receiver at the other end clattered unceremoniously against a hard surface. Jess! The boy called, moving off. There was a silence, overlaid by the hissing sound of long distance. Of course, this was stealing, if you wanted to get picky about it, using someone else's phone to call out of state. Maybe she ought to leave a couple of quarters on the nightstand. Or would that be considered an insult? With Mrs. Stuckey, there was no right way to do a thing. Jesse said, hello? Jesse? Ma? His voice was Ira's voice, but years younger. Jesse, I can't talk long, she whispered. What? Speak up. I can barely hear you. I can't, she said. What? She cupped the mouthpiece with her free hand. I was wondering, she said, do you think you could come to supper tonight? Tonight? Well, I was sort of planning on... It's important, she said. How come? Well, it just is, she said, playing for time. She had a decision to make here. She could pretend it was on Daisy's account, for Daisy's going away. That was safe enough. In spite of their childhood squabbles, he was fond of Daisy, and had asked her only last week whether she would forget him after she left. Or she could tell him the truth, in which case she might set in motion another of those ridiculous scenes. But hadn't she just been saying it was time to cut through all that? She took a deep breath. She said, I'm having Fiona and Leroy to dinner. You're what? Don't hang up. Don't say no. This is your only daughter, she cried in a rush. And then glanced anxiously toward the door, fearing she'd been too loud. Now, slow down, Ma, Jessie said. Well, we're up here in Pennsylvania, she said more quietly, because we happen to be going to a funeral. Max Gill died. I don't know if Daisy's had a chance to tell you. And considering that we were in the neighborhood, and Fiona told me in so many words that she wanted very much to see you. Oh, Ma, is this going to be like those other times? What other times? Is this like when you said she phoned and I believed you and phoned her back? She did phone then, I swear it. Somebody phoned, but you had no way of knowing who. An anonymous call. You didn't tell me that part, did you? Maggie said, the telephone rang. I picked it up. I said, hello. No answer. It was just a few months after she left. Who else could it have been? I said, Fiona? She hung up. If it wasn't Fiona, why did she hang up? Then all you tell me is, Jessie, Fiona called today. And I break my neck getting to the phone and making a total fool of myself. I say, Fiona, what did you want? And she says, "To whom am I speaking, please?" I say, "God damn it, Fiona, you know perfectly well this is Jessie." And she says, "Don't you use that language with me, Jessie Moran." And I say, "Now look here, it wasn't me who called you, may I remind you?" And she says, "But it was you, Jessie, because here you are on the line, aren't you?" And I say, "But God damn it, Jessie," Maggie said. "Fiona says she sometimes thinks of sending you another telegram." "Telegram?" "Like the first one. You remember the first one?" "Yes," Jessie said. "I remember." "You never told me about that. But at any rate," she hurried on, "the telegram would read, 'Jessie, I love you still, and it begins to seem I always will.'" A moment passed. Then he said, "You just don't quit, do you?" "You think I'd make such a thing up?" "If she really wanted to send it, then what stopped her?" he asked. "Why didn't I ever get it? "How could I make it up when I didn't even know about the first one, Jessie? Answer me that. And I'm quoting her exactly. For once I'm able to tell you exactly how she worded it. I remember, because it was one of those unintentional rhymes. You know the way things can rhyme when you don't want them to? It's so ironic. Because if you did want them to, you'd have to rack your brain for days and comb through special dictionaries." She was babbling whatever came to mind, just to give Jessie time to assemble a response. Was there ever anyone so scared of losing face? Not counting Fiona, of course. Then she imagined she heard some change in the tone of his silence, a progression from flat disbelief to something less certain. She let her voice trail off. She waited. "If I did happen to come," he said finally, "what time would you be serving supper?" "You'll do it? You will? Oh, Jessie, I'm so glad." "Let's say 6:30, she told him. "Bye." And she hung up before he could proceed to some further, more resistant stage. She stood beside the bed a moment. In the front yard, Ira called, "Whoa there!" She picked up her purse and left the room. Fiona was kneeling in the hallway, rooting through the bottom of a closet. She pulled out a pair of galoshes and threw them aside. She reached in again and pulled out a canvas tote bag. "Well, I talked to Jessie," Maggie told her. Fiona froze. The tote bag was suspended in mid-air. "He's really pleased you're coming," Maggie said. "Did he say that?" Fiona asked. "He certainly did." "I mean, in so many words?" Maggie swallowed. "No," she said, "because if there was a cycle to be broken here, she herself had had some part in it. She knew that. She said, 'He just told me he'd be there for supper.' But anyone could hear how pleased he was." Fiona studied her doubtfully. "He said, 'I'll be there,'" Maggie told her. Silence. "I'll be there right after work, Ma. You can count on me," Maggie said. "God damn! I wouldn't miss it for the world." "Well," Fiona said finally. Then she unzipped the tote bag. "If I were traveling alone, I'd make do with just a toothbrush," she told Maggie. "But once you've got a kid, you know how it is. Pajamas, comics, storybooks, coloring books for the car. And she has to have her baseball glove, her everlasting baseball glove. You never know when you might rustle up a game," she says. "No, that's true, you never do," Maggie said. And she laughed out loud for sheer happiness. Chapter 2. Ira had a way, when he was truly astonished, of getting his face sort of locked in one position. Here Maggie had worried he'd be angry, but no, he just took a step backward and stared at her, and then his face locked, blank and flat, like something carved of hardwood. He said, "Fiona's what?" "She's coming for a visit," Maggie said. "Won't that be nice?" No reaction. "Fiona and Leroy both," Maggie told him. Still no reaction. Maybe it would have been better if he'd got angry. She moved past him, keeping her smile. "Leroy, honey, your mother wants you," she called. "She needs you to help her pack." Leroy was less easily surprised than Ira, evidently. She said, "Oh, okay," and gave the frisbee an expert flip in Ira's direction before skipping toward the house. The frisbee ricocheted off Ira's left knee and landed in the dirt. He gazed down at it, absently. "We should have cleaned the car out," Maggie told him. "If I'd known we would be riding so many passengers today." She went over to the Dodge, which was blocked now by a red Maverick that must be Mrs. Stuckey's. You could tell the Dodge had recently traveled some distance. It had a beaten-down, dusty look. She opened a rear door and tisked. A stack of library books slumped across the back seat, and a crocheted sweater that she had been hunting for days lay there all squinched and creased, no doubt from being sat upon by Mr. Otis. The floor was cobbled with cloudy plastic lids from soft drink cups. She reached in to gather the books. Major, important novels by Dostoevsky and Thomas Mann. She had checked them out in a surge of good intentions at the start of the summer and was returning them unread and seriously overdue. "Open the trunk, will you?" she asked Ira. He moved slowly toward the trunk and opened it, not changing his expression. She dumped in the books and went back for the sweater. "How could this happen?" Ira asked her. "Well, we were discussing her soapbox, see, and—" "Her what?" "I mean, it came about so quickly, so all of a sudden. I leave you alone for a little game of frisbee, and the next thing I know, you're out here with beer on your breath and a whole bunch of unexpected house guests." "Why, Ira, I would think you'd be glad," she told him. She folded the sweater and laid it in the trunk. "But it's like the second I shut the door behind me, you two got down to business," he said. "How do you accomplish these things?" Maggie started collecting soft drink lids from the floor of the car. "You can close the trunk now," she told him. She carried a fistful of lids around to the rear of the house and dropped them in a crumpled garbage can. The cover was only a token cover, a battered metal beret that she replaced crookedly on top. And the house's siding was speckled with mildew, and rust stains trailed from a fuel tank affixed beneath the window. "How long will they be staying?" Ira asked when she returned. "Just till tomorrow." "We have to take Daisy to college tomorrow. Did you forget?" "No, I didn't forget." "Aha," he said. "Your fiendish plot. Throw Jessie and Fiona together on their own. I know you, Maggie Moran." "You don't necessarily know me at all," she told him. If things went the way she hoped they would this evening, she would have no need of plots for tomorrow. She opened the front door of her side of the Dodge and sank onto the seat. Inside, the car was stifling. She blotted her upper lip on the hem of her skirt. "So how do we present this?" Ira asked. "Surprise, surprise, Jessie boy. Here's your ex-wife. Here's your long-lost daughter. Never mind that you legally parted company years ago. We've decided you're getting back together now." "Well, for your information," she said, "I've already told him they're coming, and he'll be at our house for supper." Ira bent to look in on her. He said, "You told him?" "Right." "How?" he asked. "By phone, of course." "You phoned him? You mean just now?" "Right." "And he'll be there for supper?" "Right." He straightened up and leaned against the car. "I don't get it," he said finally. "What's to get?" "There's something too simple about it." All she could see of him was his midsection, a hollow-looking white shirt wilting over a belt. Wouldn't he be baking? This metal must radiate heat like a flat iron, although it was true that the air had grown cooler now, and the sun was slightly less direct, already starting to slip behind a faraway scribble of trees. "I'm worried about that Maverick," she said, speaking to Ira's belt buckle. "Hmm?" "Mrs. Stuckey's Maverick. I'd hate to ask her to move it, and I'm not sure we have room to get around it." That caught him, as she'd guessed it would. A question of logistics. He left, abruptly. She felt the car rock. He wandered off to check the Maverick's position, and Maggie tipped her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. Why was Ira so negative about Jesse? Why did he always have that skeptical twist to his voice when he discussed him? Oh, Jesse wasn't perfect. Good heavens, no. But he had all kinds of endearing qualities. He was so generous and affectionate. And if he lost his temper easily, why, he regained it easily too, and had never been known to bear a grudge, which was more than you could say for Ira. Was it plain old envy? A burdened, restrained man's envy of someone who was constitutionally carefree? When Jesse was just a baby, Ira was always saying, "Don't pick him up every time he cries. Don't feed him every time he's hungry. You'll spoil him." "Spoil him?" Maggie had asked. "Feeding him when he's hungry is spoiling him? That's nonsense." But she had sounded more confident than she'd felt. Was she spoiling him? This was her very first experience with an infant. She had been the youngest in her family and never had the casual contact with babies that some of her friends had had. And Jesse was such a puzzling baby. Colicky at the start, giving no hint of the merry little boy he would later turn out to be. He had flown into tiny, red-faced rages for no apparent reason in the middle of the night. Maggie had had to walk him endlessly, wearing an actual path in the rug around the dining room table. Was it possible, she had wondered, that this baby just plain didn't like her? Where was it written that a child was always compatible with his parents? When you thought about it, it was amazing that so many families got along as well as they did. All they had to rely on was luck, the proper personality genes turning up like dice. And in Jesse's case, maybe the luck had been poor. She felt he was chafing against his parents. They were too narrow, too sedate, too conservative. Once, carrying a squalling Jesse down the aisle of a city bus, Maggie had been surprised to feel him suddenly relax in her arms. He had hushed, and she had looked at his face. He was staring at a dressed-up blonde in one of the seats. He started smiling at her. He held out his arms. His kind of person, at last. Unfortunately, though, the blonde was reading a magazine, and she never gave him so much as a glance. And then the minute he discovered other children, all of whom instantly loved him, why, he hit the streets running and was hardly seen at home anymore. But that, too, Ira found fault with, for Jesse missed his curfews, forgot to appear for dinner, neglected his schoolwork in favor of a pickup basketball game in the alley. Mr. Moment by Moment, Ira used to call him. And Maggie had to admit the name was justified. Were some people simply born without the ability to link one moment to the next? If so, then Jessie was one of them. A disbeliever in consequences, mystified by others' habit of holding against him things that had happened, hours ago, days ago, way last week, even. He was genuinely perplexed that someone could stay angry at something he himself had immediately forgotten. Once when he was 11 or 12, he'd been horsing around with Maggie in the kitchen, punching his catcher's mitt while he teased her about her cooking. And the telephone rang, and he answered and said, "Huh? Mr. Bunch?" Mr. Bunch was his 6th grade teacher, so Maggie assumed the call was for Jessie, and she turned back to her work. Jessie said, "Huh?" He said, "Wait a minute. You can't blame me for that." Then he slammed the phone down, and Maggie, glancing over, saw those telltale dark rings beneath his eyes. "Jessie? Honey, what's the matter?" she had asked. "Nothing," he told her roughly, and he walked out. He left his catcher's mitt on the table, worn and deeply pocketed and curiously alive. The kitchen echoed. But not 10 minutes later she noticed him in the front yard with Herbie Albright, laughing uproariously, crashing through the little boxwood hedge, as he'd been told not to 100 times. Yes, it was his laughter that she pictured when she thought of him. His eyes lit up and dancing, his teeth very white, his head thrown back to show the clean brown line of his throat. And why was it that Maggie remembered the laughter, while Ira remembered the tantrums? In a family very nearly without a social life, Jessie was intensely, almost ridiculously social, knee-deep in friends. Classmates came home with him from school every afternoon, and sometimes as many as 7 or 8 stayed over on weekends, their sleeping bags taking up all the floor space in his room, their cast-off jackets and 6 guns and model airplane parts spilling out into the hallway. In the morning, when Maggie went to wake them for pancakes, the musky, wild smell of boy hung in the doorway like curtains, and she would blink and back off and return to the safety of the kitchen, where little Daisy, swathed to her toes in one of Maggie's aprons, stood on a chair, earnestly stirring batter. He took up running one spring and ran like a maniac, throwing himself into it the way he did with everything that interested him, however briefly. This was when he was 15 and not yet licensed to drive, so he sometimes asked Maggie for a lift to his favorite track, the Ralston School's cedar-chip-carpeted oval in the woods out in Baltimore County. Maggie would wait for him in the car, reading a library book and glancing up from time to check his progress. She could always spot him, even when the track was crowded with middle-aged ladies in sweatsuits and Ralston boys in numbered uniforms. Jessie wore tattered jeans and a black T-shirt with the sleeves ripped off. But it wasn't only his clothes that identified him. It was his distinctive style of running. His gait was free and open, as if he were holding nothing in reserve for the next lap. His legs flew out, and his arms made long-reaching motions, pulling in handfuls of the air in front of him. Every time Maggie located him, her heart would pinch with love. Then he would vanish into the forested end of the track, and she would go back to her book. But one day, he didn't come out of the forest. She waited, but he didn't appear. And yet the others came, even the slowest, even the silly-looking Swedish walker people with their elbows pumping like chicken wings. She got out of the car finally and went over to the track, shading her eyes. No Jessie. She followed the bend of the oval into the woods, her crepe-soled work shoes sinking into the cedar chips so her calf muscles felt weighted. People pounded past her, glancing over momentarily, giving her the impression they were leaving their faces behind. In the woods to her left, she noticed a flash of white. It was a girl in a white shirt and shorts, lying on her back in the leaves, and Jessie was lying on top of her. He was fully clothed, but, yes, smack on top of her, and the girl's white arms were twined around his neck. "Jessie, I have to be getting home soon," Maggie called. Then she turned and walked back toward the car, feeling plain and clumsy. A moment later, cedar chips crunched behind her, and Jessie overtook her and sped past, his amazingly long gym shoes landing deftly plop, plop, and his muscular brown arms scooping the air. So then it was girls, girls, girls. A jostling parade of girls, all of them fair and slender and pretty, with soft, unformed faces and a tidy style of dressing. They called him on the phone and sent letters reeking of perfume, and sometimes simply arrived on the doorstep, treating Maggie with a deference that made her feel ancient. They paid her vivacious compliments. "Oh, Mrs. Moran, I love that blouse." Meanwhile, searching behind her for Jessie, Maggie had to fight down the urge to bristle, to bar their entrance. Who would know better than she how deviously girls could behave? Why, a boy didn't stand a chance. But then Jessie would saunter out, not even rearranging his face at the sight of them, making no effort whatsoever, his T-shirt giving off the yeasty smell of fresh sweat and his hair obscuring his eyes. The girls would grow positively sway-backed with perkiness, and Maggie knew it was they who didn't stand a chance. She felt rueful and proud, both. She was ashamed of herself for feeling proud, and to make up for it, she acted especially kind to every girl who came. Sometimes she acted so kind that the girls continued to visit her for months after Jessie had dropped them. They'd sit in the kitchen and confide in her, not just about Jessie, but about other things as well, problems with their parents and such. Maggie enjoyed that. Usually Daisy would be sitting there too, her head bent over her homework, and Maggie had the feeling they were all three part of a warm community of females, a community she had missed out on when she was growing up with her brothers. Was it about that time that the music began? Loud music with a hammering beat. One day it just flooded the house, as if Jessie's turning adolescent had opened the door through which the drums and electric guitars suddenly poured in. Let him merely duck into the kitchen for a sandwich, and the clock radio would start blaring out "Lion Eyes." Let him dash up to his room for his catcher's mitt, and his stereo would swing into Afternoon Delight. And of course he never turned anything off again. So long after he'd left the house, the music would still be playing. Maybe he intended it that way. It was his signature, his footprint on their lives. "I'll be out in the world now, but don't forget me," he was saying. And there they sat, two stodgy grown-ups and a prim little girl, while "When Will I Be Loved" jangled through the emptiness he left behind him. Then he stopped liking what his classmates liked, and he claimed the top 40 was dentist music, elevator music. "Oh," Maggie said sadly, for she had enjoyed that music, or some of it at least. The songs that filled the house grew whining and slippery, or downright ill-tempered, and they were sung by scroungy, beatnik-looking groups dressed in rags and tags and bits of military uniforms. Meanwhile, the old albums filtered downstairs to line the shelf beneath the living room hi-fi, each new stage Jessie entered adding to Maggie's collection of cast-offs, which she sometimes played secretly when she was all alone in the house. And then he started writing his own songs, with peculiar modern names like Microwave Quartet and Cassette Recorder Blues. A few of these he sang for Maggie when Ira wasn't around. He had a nasal, deadpan style of singing that was more like talking. To Maggie it sounded very professional, very much like what you might hear on the radio. But then, of course, she was only his mother. Although his friends were impressed, too. She knew that. His friend, Don Burnham, whose second cousin had come this close to being hired as a roadie for the Ramones, said Jesse was good enough to form a group of his own and sing in public. This Don Burnham was a perfectly nice, well-raised boy who had transferred to Jesse's school at the start of 11th grade. When Jesse first brought him home, Don had made conversation with Maggie. Not something you would take for granted in a boy that age, and sat politely through Daisy's exhibit of her state capital's postcard collection. "Next time I come," he'd told Maggie out of the blue, "I'll bring you my Doonesbury scrapbook." Maggie had said, "Oh, why, I'll look forward to that." But the next time he came, he had his acoustic guitar along, and Jesse sang one of his songs for him, while Don strummed beneath it. "Seems like this old world is on fast forward nowadays." Then Don told Jesse he ought to sing in public, and from that moment ever afterward, or so it seemed in retrospect, Jesse was gone. He formed a band called Spin the Cat. He and a bunch of older boys, high school dropouts mostly. Maggie had no idea where he'd found them. He began to dress more heavily, as if for combat. He wore black denim shirts and black jeans and crumpled leather motorcycle boots. He came in at all hours smelling of beer and tobacco, or, who knows, maybe worse than tobacco. He developed a following of a whole new type of girl, crisper and flashier, who didn't bother making up to Maggie or sitting in her kitchen. And in the spring it emerged that he hadn't attended school in some time, and would not be promoted from junior year to senior. 17.5 years old, and he'd thrown away his future, Ira said, all for a single friendship. Never mind that Don Burnham wasn't even part of Jesse's band, and had passed smoothly on to senior year himself. In Ira's version of things, Don's one piece of advice had landed with a ping, and life had never been the same again. Don was some kind of providential instrument, fate's messenger, in Ira's version of things. "Shape up or ship out," Ira told Jesse. "Earn the missing credits in summer school, or otherwise find a job and move to his own apartment." Jesse said he'd had a bellyful of school. He would be glad to get a job, he said, and he couldn't wait to move to his own apartment, where he could come and go as he pleased, with nobody breathing down his neck. Ira said, "Good riddance," and went upstairs without another word. Jesse left the house, tramping across the porch in his motorcycle boots. Maggie started crying. How could Ira imagine Jesse's life? Ira was one of those people who are born competent. Everything came easy to him. There was no way he could fully realize how Jesse used to feel plodding off to school every morning, his shoulders already hunched against defeat, his jacket collar standing up crooked, and his hands shoved deep in his pockets. What it must be like to be Jesse, to have a perfectly behaved younger sister and a father so seamless and infallible. Really, his only saving grace was his mother, his harum-scarum, klutzy mother, Maggie said to herself. She was making one of her wry private jokes, but she meant it all the same, and she wished he'd taken more from her. Her ability to see the best in things, for instance, her knack for accepting, for adapting. But no. Slit-eyed and wary, all his old light-heartedness gone. Jesse prowled the city in search of work. He was hoping for a job in a record store. He didn't even have pocket money. At this point, that band of his still played for free, for the exposure, was how they put it, and was forced to borrow bus fare from Maggie. And each day he came back glummer than the day before, and each evening he and Ira fought.
"If you showed up for your interviews dressed like a normal person,"
Ira told him,
"a place puts that much stock in appearance, I wouldn't want to work there anyhow."
Jesse said,
"Fine. Then you'd better learn how to dig ditches, because that's the only job where they don't put stock in appearance."
Then Jesse would slam out of the house once again. And how flat things seemed after he left. How shallow, how lacking in spirit. Maggie and Ira gazed at each other bleakly across the living room. Maggie blamed Ira. He was too harsh. Ira blamed Maggie. She was too soft. Sometimes, deep down inside, Maggie blamed herself, too. She saw now that there was a single theme to every decision she had made as a parent. The mere fact that her children were children, condemned for years to feel powerless and bewildered and confined, filled her with such pity that to add any further hardship to their lives seemed unthinkable. She could excuse anything in them, forgive them everything. She would have made a better mother, perhaps, if she hadn't remembered so well how it felt to be a child. She dreamed that Jesse was dead, that in fact he had died years ago, back when he was still a sunny, prankish little boy, and she had somehow failed to realize it. She dreamed she was sobbing uncontrollably. There was no way to survive such a loss. Then she saw in the crowd on deck, for she was taking a boat trip all at once, a child who resembled Jesse, standing with his parents, whom she had never seen before. He glanced over at her and looked quickly away, but she could tell that he thought she seemed familiar. She smiled at him. He glanced at her again and then looked away again. She edged a few inches closer, meanwhile pretending to study the horizon. He had come back to life in another family. That was how she explained it to herself. He wasn't hers now, but never mind. She would start over. She would win him to her side. She felt his eyes alight on her once more, and she sensed how puzzled he was, half remembering her and half not. And she knew it meant that underneath, he and she would always love each other. Now, at this point, Daisy was 9 years old, or just about to turn 9. Enough of a child still, you would think, to keep Maggie fully occupied. But the fact was that at that very moment, Daisy took it into her head to start growing away, too. She had always been a bit precocious. In her infancy, Ira had called her Lady Baby, because she was so mature and reserved, her small face a knot of opinion. At 13 months, she had undertaken her own toilet training. In first grade, she had set her alarm for an hour earlier than anyone else in the household and slipped downstairs each morning to sort through the laundered clothes for a proper outfit. She could iron better than Maggie even then, and liked to look neat as a pin and color-coordinated. And now she seemed to have leaped ahead to that stage where the outside world took precedence over family. She had 4 very serious, like-minded friends, including one, Lavinia Murphy, whose mother was perfect. Perfect Mrs. Murphy headed the PTA and the bake sale, and, since she didn't work, was free to drive the little girls to every kind of cultural event, and she hosted wonderful slumber parties with treasure hunts. The spring of '78, Daisy practically lived with the Murphys. Maggie would come home from work and call, "Daisy?" But all she found was a silent house and a note on the front hall bookshelf. Then one afternoon the house wasn't silent after all, but murmury and conspiratorial. She could sense it the moment she entered. And upstairs, Jessie's bedroom door was closed. She knocked. After a startled pause, Jessie called, "Just a second." She heard rustles and whispers. When he came out, he had a girl in tow. Her long blonde hair was rumpled, and her lips had a bruised look. She sidled past Maggie with her eyes downcast and descended the stairs behind Jessie. Maggie heard the front door open. She heard Jessie saying goodbye in a low voice. As soon as he came back upstairs, unashamedly heading straight to Maggie. She told him that the mother of that girl, whoever she was, would be horrified to know her daughter had been alone with a boy in his bedroom. Jessie said, "Oh, no. Her mom lives in Pennsylvania somewhere. Fiona stays with her sister, and her sister doesn't mind." "Well, I do," Maggie said. Jessie didn't argue with that, and the girl stopped coming around. Or at least, she was out of sight when Maggie returned from work each day. Though Maggie had a feeling, she picked up certain clues. She noticed that Jessie was gone more than ever, that he returned abstracted, that his brief spells at home were marked by long private conversations on the upstairs telephone, and it was always the same girl's voice, soft and questioning, when Maggie happened to lift the receiver. He found a job in an envelope factory, finally, something to do with shipping, and started looking for an apartment. The only trouble was, the rents were so high and his paycheck was so puny. "Good," Ira said. Now maybe he would have to face a few hard facts. Maggie wished Ira would just shut up. "Don't worry," she told Jessie. "Something will come along." That was toward the end of June. In July, he was still living at home. And one Wednesday evening in August, he caught Maggie alone in the kitchen and informed her, very calmly and directly, that he seemed to have got this girl he knew in trouble. The air in the room grew oddly still. Maggie wiped her hands on her apron. She said, "Is it that Fiona person?" He nodded. "So now what?" Maggie asked. She was as cool as he was. She surprised herself. This seemed to be happening to someone else. Or maybe she had expected it without knowing. Maybe it was something that had been heading their way all along, like a glacier bearing down on them. "Well," Jessie said, "that's what I needed to discuss with you. I mean, what I want and what she wants are two different things." "What is it you want?" Maggie asked, thinking she knew. "I want her to keep the baby." For a moment, that didn't register. Even the word itself, baby, seemed incongruous on Jessie's lips. It seemed almost, in an awful way, cute. She said, "Keep it?" "I thought I'd start hunting an apartment for the three of us." "You mean get married?" "Right." "But you're not even 18 years old," Maggie said. "And I bet the girl isn't either. You're too young." "My birthday's in 2 weeks, Ma, and Fiona's is not long after, and she doesn't like school anyway. Half the time she skips class and hangs out with me instead. Besides, I've always looked forward to having a kid. It's exactly what I've been needing, something of my own." "Something of your own?" "I'll just have to find a better-paying job, is all." "Jessie, You've got a whole family of your own. What are you talking about?
But it's not the same, Jessie said. I've just never felt... I don't know. So anyhow, I've been looking for a job that pays more money. See, a baby takes a lot of equipment and such. I've written down a list from Dr. Spock.
Maggie stared at him. The only question she could come up with was, where on earth did you get hold of a Dr. Spock?
At the bookstore. Where else?
You went into a bookstore and bought a baby care book?
Sure.
That seemed the biggest surprise of all. She couldn't picture it.
I've learned a lot, he told her. I think Fiona ought to breastfeed.
Jessie,
I found these plans in Home Hobby Journal for building a cradle.
Honey, you don't know how hard it is. You're children yourselves. You can't take on a baby.
I'm asking you, Ma. I'm serious,
Jessie said. And he did have that sharply etched look to his lips that he always got when he felt strongly about something. But just what are you asking me? Maggie said.
I want you to go and talk to Fiona.
What? Talk about what?
Tell her you think she should keep it.
You mean she wants to put it up for adoption? Maggie said. Or else, stop the pregnancy?
Well, that's what she says, but...
Which? Maggie asked.
The second thing.
Ah.
But she doesn't really want that. I know she doesn't, he said. It's just that she's so stubborn. She expects the worst of me, seems like. She takes it for granted I'm going to, ditch her or something. Well, first off, she didn't even tell me about it. Can you believe it? Hid it from me. Went through weeks of worrying and never breathed a hint of it, even though she saw me every day near about. And then when the test came out positive, what does she do? Asks me for the money to get rid of the baby. I say, huh? To do what? Now hold on a sec, I tell her. Aren't you skipping over a few of the usual steps here? Whatever happened to, what do you think, Jessie? And which decision are we two going to settle on? Aren't you going to offer me a chance? I ask her. She says, chance for what? Well, what about marriage? I ask her. What about me taking on my proper responsibilities, for God's sake? She says, don't do me any favors, Jessie Moran. I say, favors? You're talking about my son here. She says, oh, I have no illusions. That's how she talks when she gets on her high horse. I have no illusions, she says. I knew what you were when I first laid eyes on you, footloose and fancy-free. She says, lead singer in a hard rock band. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I felt like I'd been, stenciled or something. I mean, where did she get this picture of me? Not from anything that happened in real life, I can tell you. So I say, no, I will not give you the money. No, sir, no way. And she says, I might have known to expect that. Purposely misunderstanding. I hate when people do that, purposely acting so wronged and martyred. I might have figured, she says, that I couldn't count on you for the simplest little abortion fee. Says the word right out, kind of like she cracked the air with it. I honestly couldn't speak for a second. I say, God damn it, Fiona. And she says, oh, fine, great. Just cuss at me, too, on top of everything else. And I say, Jessie, honey, Maggie said. She rubbed her left temple. She had a sense that she was losing track of some important thread here. I really think that if Fiona has made up her mind, she said. She's got an appointment the first thing Monday morning at this clinic over on Whitside Avenue. Monday is her sister's day off. Her sister's going with her. See there, she doesn't invite me to go with her. And I have talked to her till I'm blue in the face. There's nothing more I can say. So here's what I'm asking.
You be the one. You go to the clinic and stop her. Me? You always get along so well with my girlfriends. You can do it. I know you can. Tell her about my job. I'm quitting at the envelope factory. I've applied at this computer store. Well, they'll train me to fix computers. Pay me while I'm learning. They said I have a good chance of getting hired. And also Dave in the band. His mother owns a house in Waverly near the stadium, and the whole top floor's an apartment that'll be vacant by November. Cheap as dirt, Dave says, with a little room for the baby. You're supposed to let the baby sleep in a separate room from its parents. I've been reading up on that. You'd be amazed how much I know. I've decided I'm for pacifiers. Some people don't like the looks of them, but if you give a baby a pacifier, he won't suck his thumb later on. Also, it is absolutely not true that pacifiers push their front teeth out of line. He hadn't talked so much in months. But the sad part was that the more he talked, the younger he seemed. His hair was tangled where he'd run his fingers through it, and his body was all sharp angles as he tore around the kitchen. Maggie said, "Jesse, honey, I know you're going to make a wonderful father someday, but the fact of the matter is, this really has to be the girl's decision. It's the girl who has to go through the pregnancy." "Not alone, though. I would support her. I would comfort her. I would take care of her. I want to do this, Ma." She didn't know what more to say, and Jesse must have realized that. He stopped his pacing. He stood squarely in front of her. He said, "Look, you're my only hope. All I'm asking is, you let her know how I feel. Then she can decide whichever way she likes. What could be the harm in that?" "But why can't you let her know how you feel?" Maggie said. "Don't you think I've tried? I've talked till I'm blue in the face, but everything I say seems to come out wrong. She takes offense, I take offense. We just get all tangled in knots somehow. But now we're used up. We're worn down into the ground." Well, she certainly knew what that felt like. "Couldn't you just consider it?" he asked. She tilted her head. "Just consider the possibility?" "Oh," she said. "The possibility, maybe." He said, "Yes, that's all I'm asking. Thanks, Ma. Thanks a million. But, Jessie, and you won't tell Dad yet, will you?" "Well, not for the time being," she said lamely. "You can picture what he would say," he said. Then he gave her one of his quick hugs, and he was gone. For the next few days, she felt troubled, indecisive. Examples came to mind of Jesse's fickleness, how, like most boys his age, he kept moving on to new stages and new enthusiasms, leaving the old ones behind. You couldn't leave a wife and baby behind. But then other pictures came too. For instance, the year they'd all got the flu except for Jesse, and he had had to take care of them. She had glimpsed him blurrily through a haze of fever. He had sat on the edge of the bed and fed her a bowl of chicken soup, spoonful by spoonful, and when she fell asleep between swallows, he had waited without complaint until she jerked awake, and then he fed her another spoonful. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Jesse asked now whenever he met up with her. "And you won't go back on your promise, will you?" No, she would say. And then, what promise? What had she let herself in for, exactly? He tucked a slip of paper into her palm one evening, an address on Whitside Avenue. The clinic, she supposed. She dropped it in her skirt pocket. She said, "Now, you realize I can't—" But Jessie had already evaporated. dexterous as a cat burglar. Ira was in a good mood those days, because he'd heard about the computer job. It had come through, as Jessie had foreseen, and he was due to start training in September.
"This is more like it," Ira told Maggie. "This is something with a future. And who knows, maybe after a bit he'll decide to go back to school. I'm sure they'll want him to finish school before they promote him."
Maggie was quiet, thinking. She had to work on Saturday, so that kept her mind off things. But Sunday she sat a long time on the porch. It was a golden hot day, and everyone seemed to be out walking infants. Carriages and strollers wheeled past, and men lunged by with babies in backpacks. Maggie wondered if a backpack was one of the pieces of equipment Jessie considered essential. She would bet it was. She cocked her head toward the house, listening. Ira was watching a ball game on TV, and Daisy was away at Mrs. Perfect's. Jessie was still asleep, having come in late from playing at a dance in Howard County. She'd heard him climb the stairs a little after 3, singing underneath his breath, "Girlie, if I could, I would put you on defrost." "Music is so different now," she had said to Jessie once. "It used to be, 'Love me forever,' and now it's, 'Help me make it through the night.'"
"Ah, Ma,"
he had said, "don't you get it?
"in the old days they just hid it better. It was always, 'Help me make it through the night.'"
A line came to her from a song that was popular back when Jessie was a little boy. "I must think of a way," it went, tactfully, tentatively, "into your heart." When Jessie was a little boy, he liked to tell her stories while she cooked. He seemed to believe she needed entertaining. "Once there was a lady who never fed her children anything but doughnuts," he might begin, or, "Once there was a man who lived on top of a Ferris wheel." All of his stories were whimsical and inventive, and now that she considered, she saw that they had in common the themes of joyousness, of the triumph of sheer fun over practicality. He strung one particular story out for weeks, something about a retarded father who bought an electric organ with the grocery money. The retarded part came from his Aunt Dory, she supposed, but the way he told it, the father's handicap was a kind of virtue. The father said, "What do we need food for anyhow? I like better for my children to hear nice music." Maggie laughed when she repeated the story to Ira, but Ira hadn't seen the humor. He took offense first on Dory's account. He didn't like the word retarded. And then on his own. Why was it the father who was retarded? Why not the mother? Was probably what he meant. Much more realistic, given Maggie's shortcomings. Or maybe he didn't mean that at all, but Maggie imagined he did, and it developed into a quarrel. They had quarreled over Jessie ever since he was born, it seemed now, always taking the same stances. Ira criticized, Maggie excused. Ira claimed that Jessie wouldn't keep a civil tongue in his head, refused to wipe that obstinate expression off his face, acted hopelessly inept when helping out at the shop. He just had to come into his own, Maggie said. For some, it took longer than for others.
"Decades longer?"
Ira asked. She said, "Have a little patience, Ira." A switch. Ira was the one with the patience. Maggie was the rusher in. How was it that she had never realized the power of the young back when she was young herself? She saw it now as a missed opportunity. In her girlhood, she'd been so easily cowed. She hadn't dreamed that children were capable of setting up such storms in a family. She and Ira tried to keep their own storms private, but no doubt Jessie overheard at least a little. Or maybe he just sensed how they felt. For more and more, as he entered his teens, It was to Maggie that he offered his few crumbs of conversation, while he grew steadily more distant from Ira. By the time he told her about the baby, Maggie felt fairly distant from Ira herself. They'd been through too many arguments, rehashed the subject of Jessie too many thousand times. It wasn't merely her promise that kept Maggie from telling Ira about the baby. It was battle fatigue. Ira would hit the roof. And rightly so, of course. But she thought of how Jessie had nudged her lips with the soup spoon, coaxing her to eat. Sometimes, at the height of her fever, she had wakened to hear thin, sad, faraway music emerging from the earphones on his head, and she had been convinced that they were the sounds of his innermost thoughts made clear to her at long last. Monday morning she went to work as usual at 7, but begged off sick at 9:15 and drove to Whitside Avenue. The clinic was a remodeled store of some kind, with a curtained plate-glass window. She spotted it first not by its street number, but by the knot of picketers outside. There were 3 women, several children, and a small, dapper man. "This clinic murders the innocent," one sign said, and another showed a blown-up photo of a beautiful smiling baby with "Give her a chance" printed in white across her mop of black curls. Maggie parked in front of an insurance agency next door. The picketers glanced over at her and then went back to watching the clinic. A car drew up, and a girl in jeans got out, followed by a young boy. The girl bent to say something to the driver, after which she waved, and the car moved on. The couple walked briskly toward the clinic, while the picketers swarmed around them. "God sees what you're about to do," one woman called, and another blocked the girl's path, but she veered away. "Where is your conscience?" the man shouted after her. She and the boy vanished behind the door. The picketers straggled back to their places. They were discussing something heatedly. They appeared to be disagreeing. Maggie had the impression that some of them felt they should have been more forceful. A few minutes later, a woman alighted from a taxi. She was maybe Maggie's age, very well dressed, and all by herself. The picketers seemed to feel they had to make up for past defeats. They circled her. They had so much to say that it came to Maggie's ears as a garble of bee sounds. They pressed pamphlets on her. The largest of the women put an arm around her shoulders. The patient, if that was what she was, cried, "Let go of me!" and jabbed an elbow into the picketer's ribcage. Then she was gone too. The picketer bent over. In pain, Maggie thought at first, but she was merely lifting one of the children. They returned to their original positions. In this heat, they moved so slowly that their indignation looked striven for and counterfeit. Maggie rooted through her purse for a piece of paper to fan herself with. She would have liked to get out of the car, but then where would she stand? Alongside the picketers? Footsteps approached, a double set, and she glanced up to see Fiona and a slightly older girl, who must have been her sister. She had worried she wouldn't recognize Fiona, having caught sight of her only the once. But she knew her right off. The long fair hair, the pale face with nothing yet written upon it. She wore jeans and a bright shrimp-pink t-shirt. As it happened, Maggie had a prejudice against shrimp-pink. She thought it was lower class. Oh, how strange it was to remember now that she had once viewed Fiona as lower class. She had imagined there was something cheap and gimcrack about her. She had mistrusted the bland pallor of her face, and she had suspected that her sister's too heavy makeup concealed the same unhealthy complexion. Pure narrow-mindedness. Maggie could admit that now, having come to see Fiona's good points. At any rate, she got out of the car. She walked over to them and said, "Fiona?" The sister murmured, "Told you they'd try something." She must have thought Maggie was a picketer, and Fiona walked on, eyelids lowered so they were two white crescents. "Fiona, I'm Jessie's mother," Maggie said. Fiona slowed and looked at her. The sister came to a stop. "I won't interfere if you're certain you know what you're doing," Maggie said. "But, Fiona, have you considered every angle?"
"Not all that many to consider," the sister said bluntly. "She's 17 years old."
Fiona allowed herself to be led away then, still gazing at Maggie over her shoulder. "Have you talked about it with Jessie?" Maggie asked. She ran after them. "Jessie wants this baby. He told me so." The sister called back, "Is he going to bear it? Is he going to walk it at night and change its diapers?" "Yes, he is," Maggie said. "Well, not bear it, of course." They had reached the picketers by now. A woman held out one of the pamphlets. On the front was a color photo of an unborn baby who seemed a good deal past the embryo stage, in fact, almost ready to be delivered. Fiona shrank away. "Leave her alone," Maggie told the woman. She said, "Fiona, Jessie really cares about you. You have to believe me."
"I have seen enough of Jessie Moran to last me a lifetime," the sister said. She shoved past a fat woman with 2 toddlers and an infant in a sling. "You're just saying that because you have him cast in this certain role," Maggie told her. "This rock band member who got your little sister pregnant. But it's not so simple. It's not so cut and dried. He bought a Dr. Spock book. Did he mention that, Fiona? He's already researched pacifiers, and he thinks you ought to breastfeed." The fat woman said to Fiona, "All the angels in heaven are crying over you." "Listen," Maggie told the woman, "just because you've got too many children is no reason to wish the same trouble on other people." "The angels call it murder," the woman said. Fiona flinched. Maggie said, "Can't you see you're upsetting her?" They had reached the door of the clinic now, but the dapper little man was barring their way. "Get out of here," Maggie told him. "Fiona, just think it over. That's all I ask of you." The man held his ground, which gave Fiona time to turn to Maggie. She looked a little teary. "Jessie doesn't care," she said. "Of course he cares. He says to me, 'Don't worry, Fiona, I won't let you down.' Like I'm some kind of obligation, some charitable cause." "He didn't mean it that way. You're misreading him. He honestly wants to marry you." "And live on what money?" the sister asked. She had a braying, unpleasant voice, much deeper than Fiona's. "He doesn't even have a decent-paying job." "He's getting one. Computers. Opportunity for advancement," Maggie said. She was forced to speak so telegraphically because Fiona's sister had somehow cleared the door of picketers and was tugging it open. A woman held a postcard in front of Fiona's face, the curly-haired baby again. Maggie batted it aside. "At least come home with me so you and Jessie can talk it over," she told Fiona. "That won't commit you to anything." Fiona hesitated. Her sister said, "For God's sake, Fiona." But Maggie seized her advantage. She took Fiona by the wrist and led her back through the crowd, keeping up a steady stream of encouragement. "He says he's building a cradle. He's already got the plans. It's enough to break your heart. Leave her alone, damn it. Do I have to call the police? Who gave you the right to pester us?" "Who gave you the right to murder her baby?" a woman called. "She has every right in the world. Fiona, this is a natural-born caretaker we're talking about here.
You should have seen him during the Hong Kong flu." "The what?" "Or Bangkok, or Sing Sing, or one of those flus. Anyway, it's nothing to do with charity. He wants this baby more than anything." Fiona peered into her face. She said, "And he's building a cradle. A beautiful one with a hood," Maggie said. If it turned out not to have a hood, she could always say she had been mistaken. Fiona's sister scurried alongside them, her heels clicking busily. She said, "Fiona, if you don't get back in there this instant, I'm washing my hands of this whole affair, I tell you. Fiona, they have scheduled you." And the picketers milled uncertainly a few feet behind. Fiona's wrist was smooth and impossibly thin, like a stalk of bamboo. Maggie released it, reluctantly, in order to open the car door. "Climb in," she said. "Buzz off," she told the picketers. And to the sister she said, "Nice meeting you." The picketers dropped back. One said, "Now, look, We have constitutional permission to do this, I'll have you know," Maggie said. The woman looked confused. "I hunt up a clinic," Fiona's sister said. "I take her to be tested. I make the appointment. I sacrifice a perfectly good day off when I could have gone to Ocean City with my boyfriend." "You could still do that," Maggie said, checking her watch. She hurried around to the driver's side, fearful that Fiona would try to escape. But when she got in, Fiona was sitting there limply with her head tipped back and her eyes closed. Her sister bent in through the open window. "Fiona, just tell me this much," she said. "If Jesse Moran was so hot for this baby, how come it wasn't him who came down here to fetch you?" Fiona raised her lids and looked over at Maggie. "Well, he tried," Maggie told her. "He's been trying for days. You know he has. But somehow you're always at cross purposes." Fiona closed her eyes again. Maggie started the car and drove off. The strange part was that having won, at least temporarily, she didn't feel a bit triumphant, just worn out, and slightly confused, to tell the truth. How was it things had ended up this way, when all along she'd been telling Jesse he was nowhere near old enough? Oh, Lord. What had she gone and done? She glanced secretly at Fiona. Fiona's skin seemed slick, almost glazed. "Are you feeling ill?" Maggie asked her. "I believe I might upchuck," Fiona said, barely moving her lips. "You want me to stop the car?" "Let's just get there." Maggie drove more carefully, as if transporting a basket of eggs. In front of the house, she parked, got out, and came round to help Fiona from her seat. Fiona was a dead weight. She leaned heavily against Maggie, but she had a young smell, fresh ironed cotton and those sugary beginner cosmetics you find in dime stores, and that gave Maggie some reassurance. Oh, this girl wasn't bad at heart. She was barely older than Daisy. She was an ordinary, open-faced child, bewildered by what had happened to her. They crossed the sidewalk slowly and climbed the steps to the porch. Their shoes made a hollow sound on the floorboards. "Sit here," Maggie said, and she helped Fiona into the chair where she herself had sat all yesterday afternoon. "You need the air," she said. "Take deep, deep breaths. I'm going to find Jesse." Fiona closed her eyes. Inside, the rooms were cool and dark. Maggie climbed the stairs to Jesse's room and knocked on his door. She poked her head in. "Jesse?" she said. His window shades were lowered, so she could barely make out the shapes of the furniture. His bed was a tangle of twisted sheets. "Jesse, "I've brought Fiona," she said. "Could you come down to the porch?"
"Huh?"
"Could you come down to the porch and talk with Fiona?" He stirred a little and raised his head, so she knew she could leave him. She went back downstairs and into the kitchen, where she poured a glass of iced tea from a pitcher in the refrigerator. She put the glass on a china plate, encircled it with saltine crackers, and carried it out to Fiona. "Here," she said. "Take little bites of these saltines. Take tiny sips of tea." Fiona was already looking better, sitting upright now in her chair, and she said, "Thank you," when Maggie laid the plate on her knees. She nibbled at a corner of a cracker. Maggie settled in a rocker next to her. "When I was expecting Daisy," Maggie said, "I lived on tea and saltines for 2 solid months. It's a wonder we didn't both get malnutrition. I was so sick with Daisy I thought I would die, but with Jessie I never had a moment's discomfort. Isn't that funny? You'd think it would have been the other way around." Fiona set down her cracker. "I should have stayed at the clinic," she said. "Oh, honey," Maggie said. She felt suddenly depressed. She had an instantaneous, chillingly clear vision of how Ira's face would look when he learned what she had done. "Fiona, it's not too late," she said. "You're only here to discuss it, all right? You're not committed to a thing." Although even as she spoke, she saw the clinic receding steadily. This was something like rushing toward a jump rope, she imagined. Miss that split second where entry is possible and you've flubbed up everything. She reached out and touched Fiona's arm. "And after all," she said, "you do love each other, don't you? Don't you love each other?" "Yes, but maybe if we got married he would start to hold it against me," Fiona said. "I mean, he's a lead singer. He'll probably want to go to England or Australia or some such after he gets famous. And meanwhile, his band has just barely started earning any money. Where would we live? How would we work this?" "At first you could live here with us," Maggie said. "Then in November you can move to an apartment Jessie knows about in Waverley. Jessie has it all figured out." Fiona stared toward the street. "If I had stayed on at the clinic, everything would be over by now," she said after a minute. "Oh, Fiona, please. Oh, tell me I didn't do wrong," Maggie said. She looked around for Jessie. What was keeping him? It shouldn't be up to her to carry on this courtship. "Wait here," she said. She got up and hurried into the house. "Jessie!" she cried. But he didn't answer, and she heard the shower running. That boy would insist on showering first if the house were on fire, she thought. She ran upstairs and pounded on the bathroom door. "Jessie, are you coming?" she called. He cut the water off. "What?" he said. "Come out, I tell you." No answer, but she heard the shower curtain screech across the rod. She went into his bedroom and snapped up both window shades. She wanted to find his Dr. Spock book. It would serve as a kind of selling point till he came downstairs, or at least it would provide a topic of conversation. But she couldn't find it. Just dirty clothes, French fry cartons, records left out of their jackets. She looked for the cradle plans, then. What would they be? Blueprints? Not a sign of them. Well, of course, he'd have taken them to the basement, where Ira kept his tools. She tore back down the stairs, calling toward the porch as she passed. "He's on his way." She could picture Fiona getting up and leaving. Through the kitchen, down a set of narrow wooden steps, over to Ira's workbench. No plans there, either. Ira's tools hung neatly on the backboard, each matching its own painted outline, a sure sign Jessie hadn't been near them. On the workbench itself were 2 squares of sandpaper and a sheaf of doweling rods, still bound together by rubber bands, part of a drying rack that Ira had promised to build into a corner of the back porch. She seized the doweling rods and raced back up the basement steps. "Look," she told Fiona, slamming out the screen door. "Jessie's cradle." Fiona lowered her glass. She accepted the rods and gazed at them. "Cradle?" she said doubtfully. "It's going to have spindles. That's what they are," Maggie said. "Antique style." You would think those rods could be read, the way Fiona studied them. Then Jessie came out, bringing with him the fragrance of shampoo. His hair was wet and tousled, and his skin was radiant. He said, "Fiona, you didn't go through with it?" And she lifted her face, still holding the rods like a kind of scepter, and said, "Well, all right, Jessie, if you want. I guess we could get married if you want." Then Jessie wrapped his arms around her and dropped his head to her shoulder, and something about that picture, his dark head next to her blonde one, reminded Maggie of the way she used to envision marriage before she was married herself. She had thought of it as more different than it really was, somehow. More of an alteration in people's lives. 2 opposites drawn together with a dramatic crashing sound. She had supposed that when she was married, all her old problems would fall away. Something like when you go on vacation and leave a few naughty tasks incomplete, as if you'd never have to come back and face them. And of course, she had been wrong. But watching Jessie and Fiona, she could almost believe that that early vision was the right one. She slipped into the house, shutting the screen door very softly behind her, and she decided everything was going to work out after all. They were married in Cartwheel, in Mrs. Stuckey's living room. Just family attended. Ira was grim-faced and silent. Maggie's mother sat stiff with outrage, and Maggie's father seemed befuddled. Only Mrs. Stuckey showed the proper festive attitude. She wore a fuchsia corduroy pantsuit and a corsage as big as her head, and before the ceremony she told everybody that her one regret was that Mr. Stuckey hadn't lived to see this day. Although maybe, she said, he was here in spirit. And then she went on at some length about her personal theory of ghosts. They were the completions of the dead's intended gestures, their unfinished plans still hanging in the air. Something like when you can't remember what it was you went to the kitchen for, and so you pantomime the motion. A twist of the wrist, perhaps, and that reminds you you had come out to turn the dripping faucet off. So wasn't there a chance that Mr. Stuckey was right here in the living room, having dreamed of walking both his precious daughters down the aisle some day? Then she said that to her mind, marriage was just as educational as high school, and maybe more so. "I mean, I dropped out of school myself," she said, "and have never once regretted it." Fiona's sister rolled her eyes. But it was a good thing Mrs. Stuckey felt that way, since Fiona wouldn't turn 18 till January and required parental permission for a marriage license. Fiona herself wore a beige, loose-waisted dress that she and Maggie had gone shopping for together, and Jessie looked very distinguished in a suit and tie. He looked like a grown-up, in fact. Daisy acted shy around him, and kept hanging on to Maggie's arm and looking over at him. "What's the matter with you? Straighten up," Maggie told her. She was feeling very irritable for some reason. She worried that Ira was going to be angry at her forever. He seemed to be holding her solely accountable for this entire situation. After the wedding, Jessie and Fiona went to Ocean City for a week. Then they came home to Jessie's room, where Maggie had moved in an extra bureau and exchanged his old bunks for a double bed from J.C. Penney. The house grew more crowded, of course, but it was a pleasant sort of crowdedness, cheerful and expectant. Fiona seemed to fit right in. She was so agreeable, so ready to let Maggie take charge, more so than Maggie's own children had ever been. Jessie set off happily every morning for his computer job and returned every evening with some new baby care gadget, a pack of bunny-shaped diaper pins or an ingenious spouted training cup. He was reading up on childbirth and kept embracing different theories, each more peculiar than the last. For instance, at one point he proposed that the delivery take place underwater, but he couldn't find a doctor who would agree to it. Daisy and her friends forgot Mrs. Perfect entirely and camped in Maggie's living room. 5 dumbstruck, enchanted little girls reverently eyeing Fiona's stomach. And Fiona played up to them, sometimes inviting them to her room to admire her growing layette, after which she might seat them one by one at the mirror and experiment with their hair. Her sister was a beautician and had taught Fiona everything she knew, Fiona said. Then in the evening, if Jessie's band had an engagement somewhere, he and Fiona would go out together and not return till 2 or 3 a.m. And Maggie, half waking, would hear their whispers on the stairs. The lock on their bedroom door would click stealthily, and Maggie would sink back into sleep, contented. Even Ira seemed resigned, after he'd got over the shock. Oh, at first he was so disgusted that Maggie had feared he would walk out of the house forever. For days he had not spoken, and when Jessie entered the room, he would leave. But gradually he came around. He was most comfortable, Maggie thought, when he could act tolerant and long-suffering, and surely he had the opportunity for that now. Here all his apprehensions had been confirmed. His son had got a girl in trouble, and his wife had meddled unforgivably, and now the girl was living in Jessie's bedroom among the Iggy Pop posters. He could sigh and say, "Didn't I tell you? Didn't I always warn you?" Or at least he could give that impression, not that he said it aloud. Fiona drifted past him into the bathroom every morning, wearing her fluffy pink robe and her big pink powder puff slippers, and carrying her tortoise-shell soapbox. And Ira flattened himself against the wall as if she were twice as big as she was. But he treated her with unfailing courtesy. He even taught her his complicated brand of solitaire, when the boredom of sitting at home got to be too much for her, and he lent her his Mariner's Library books, a whole row of memoirs by people who had sailed alone around the world and such. He had been trying to press them on his children for years. "As far as I'm concerned," Fiona told Maggie, "those books are just more of that how I took root so-and-so that men always think is so fascinating." But she didn't let on to Ira. And by November, when the Waverly apartment was supposed to become available, Ira didn't ask why they weren't moving out. Nor did Maggie. She carefully avoided the subject. In fact, for all she knew, the apartment had fallen through somehow. Maybe the current tenants had changed their plans. At any rate, Jessie and Fiona said nothing about leaving. Fiona followed Maggie around now the way the children had followed her when they were tiny. She trailed her from room to room, asking fractious questions. "Why do I feel so logy?" she asked, and then, "Am I ever going to have ankle bones again?" She had started attending childbirth classes and wanted Maggie to go with her to the labor room. Jessie, she said, might pass out or something. Maggie said, "Why, Jessie's dying to go with you." But Fiona said, "I don't want him to see me like that. He isn't even kin." Nor was Maggie, Maggie could have said, although it seemed she really was, in some ways. In Jessie's company, Fiona began to take on an aggrieved and nagging tone. She complained about the unfairness, how Jessie got to go off to work every day while she sat home growing fatter. She should have stayed in school after all, she said, at least through fall semester. But no, Jessie had to have things his way. Homebody wife, the little mother act. When she spoke like this, there was something old ladyish in her voice, and Jessie, when he answered, sounded sullen. "Have you heard one word I've been saying?" Fiona would ask, and Jessie would say, I heard. What was it that struck Maggie as so familiar? It was a tune, almost. It was the tune of the arguments Jessie used to have with his parents. That was it. Jessie and Fiona were more like a boy and his mother than husband and wife. But Fiona wasn't feeling well. No wonder she was snappish. That early pregnancy sleepiness never left her, even in her 7th and 8th months, when most women were bundles of energy. Jessie would say, "Put on your clothes. We're booked at the Granite Tavern tonight, and they're paying us real money." And she would say, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll let you go on without me." "Without you?" he would ask. "You mean alone?" And his face would get all hurt and surprised. But he would go. Once, he didn't even eat supper. Just left the minute she told him she wasn't coming with him, although it was barely 6 p.m. Then Fiona didn't eat either, but sat there at the table playing with her food, a tear slipping down her cheek from time to time, and afterward she put on the hooded windbreaker that didn't button over her stomach anymore, and she went for a long, long walk. Or she might have gone to visit her sister. Maggie had no idea. At 8 or so, Jessie phoned, and Maggie had to tell him she was out someplace. "What do you mean, out?" he asked. "Just out, Jessie. I'm sure she'll be coming back soon." "She said she was too tired to go out. She couldn't come to the Granite Tavern because she was too tired." "Oh, maybe she—" But he had already hung up. A metallic clunk in her ear. Well, these things happened. Didn't Maggie know they happened? And the next morning Jessie and Fiona were fine, had reconciled at some point and acted more loving than ever. Maggie had been anxious for no reason, it turned out. The baby was due in early March, but on February 1st, Fiona woke up with a backache. Maggie was excited the instant she heard. "This is it, I bet," she told Fiona. "It can't be," Fiona said. "I'm not ready." "Of course you're ready. You've got your layette, your suitcase is packed. But Jessie hasn't built the cradle yet." It was true. Whatever other equipment he'd laid in, that cradle had not materialized. Maggie said, "Never mind. He can do it while you're in the hospital." "This is a plain old backache, anyhow," Fiona said. "I've had this feeling often, before I was pregnant, even." At noon, though, when Maggie phoned from work, Fiona sounded less certain. "I'm getting these cramps, like in my stomach," she said. "Can you please come home early?" "I'll be there," Maggie told her. "Have you called Jessie yet?" "Jessie? No." "Why don't you call him?" "Okay, but promise you'll come home? Start right now." "I'm on my way." She arrived to find Jessie timing Fiona's contractions, using an official-looking stopwatch he'd bought especially for this occasion. He was jubilant. "We're moving right along," he told Maggie. Fiona looked scared. She kept giving little moans, not during the contractions, but between them. "Hun, I don't think you're breathing right," Jessie told her. Fiona said, "Lay off about my breathing. I'll breathe any way I choose.
Well, I just want you to be comfortable. Are you comfortable? Is the baby moving?
I don't know.
Is he moving or isn't he? Fiona, you must have some idea.
I don't know, I tell you. No, he's not.
The baby isn't moving,
Jessie told Maggie. Don't worry. He's just getting ready, Maggie said.
Something must be wrong.
Nothing's wrong, Jessie. Believe me. But he didn't believe her, which is why they ended up leaving for the hospital far too early. Maggie drove. Jessie said he might crash the car if he drove, but then he spent the whole trip protesting every move Maggie made. What possessed you to get behind a bus? Switch lanes. Not now, for God's sake. Check your rearview mirror. Oh, God, we'll all be killed, and they'll have to cut the baby out of her stomach in the middle of Franklin Street. Fiona shrieked at this, which so unnerved Maggie that she slammed on the brakes and threw all three of them against the windshield. Jessie said, "Let us out. Better we go by foot. Let her give birth on the sidewalk." "Fine," Maggie said. "Get out of the car." Fiona said, "What?"
"Now, Ma, just cool it," Jessie said. "No need to get hysterical. Depend on Ma to fall apart in any little emergency," he told Fiona.
They rode the rest of the way in silence, and Maggie left them at the hospital entrance and went off to park. When she located them in admissions, Fiona was just settling into a wheelchair. "I want my mother-in-law to come with me," she told the nurse. "Only Daddy can come with you," the nurse said. "Grandma has to stay in the waiting room." "Grandma? I don't want Daddy. I want Grandma," Fiona cried, sounding about 6 years old. "Here we go now," the nurse said. She wheeled her away. Jessie followed, wearing that hurt, undefended expression Maggie had seen so often lately. Maggie went to the waiting room, which was the size of a football field. A vast expanse of beige carpeting was broken up by clustered arrangements of beige vinyl couches and chairs. She settled on an empty couch and chose a ruffle-edged magazine from the beige wooden end table. How to Keep the Zing in Your Marriage, the first article was called. It instructed her to be unpredictable. Greet her husband after work wearing nothing but a black lace apron. Ira would think she had lost her mind. Not to mention Jessie and Fiona and the 5 enchanted little girls. She wished she had thought to bring her knitting. She wasn't that much of a knitter. Her stitches had a way of galloping along for a few inches and then squinching up in tight little puckers, reminding her of a car that bucks and stalls. But lately she had thrown herself into a purple football jersey for the baby. It was going to be a boy. Everybody assumed so, and only boys' names had been considered. She set the magazine aside and went over to the flank of payphones that lined one wall. First, she dialed the number at home. When no one answered, not even Daisy, who was usually back from school by 3, she checked her watch and discovered it was barely 2 o'clock. She had thought it was much later. She dialed Ira's work number. "Sam's frame shop," he answered. "Ira?" she said. "Guess what? I'm at the hospital." "You are? What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. Fiona's having her baby." "Oh," he said. "I thought you'd crashed the car or something." "You want to come wait with me? It's going to be a while yet." "Well, maybe I should go home to watch Daisy," Ira said. Maggie sighed. "Daisy's at school," she told him. "And anyhow, she hasn't needed watching in years." "You'll want someone to put supper on, though." She gave up on him. Lord forbid her deathbed should be in a hospital. He would probably not attend it. She said, "Well, suit yourself, Ira, but I would think you'd want to see your own grandchild." "I'll see him soon enough, won't I?" Ira asked. Maggie glimpsed Jessie across the waiting room. "I have to go now," she said, and she hung up. "Jessie?" she said, hurrying toward him. "What's the news?" "Everything's fine, or so they claim." "How's Fiona?" "She's scared," he said, "and I try to calm her down, but those hospital people keep shooing me out. Anytime someone official comes, they ask me to leave." So much for modern developments, Maggie thought. Men were still being shielded from everything truly important. Jessie went back to Fiona, but kept Maggie posted, reappearing every half hour or so to speak knowingly of stages and centimeters. "It's going pretty fast now," he said once, and another time, "Many people believe that an 8-month baby is more at risk than a 7-month baby, but that's an old wives' tale. It's just a superstition." His hair stood up in thick tufts, like wind-tossed grass. Maggie restrained herself from reaching out to smooth it. Unexpectedly, he reminded her of Ira. However different the two might be in other ways, they both had this notion that reading up on something, getting equipped for something, would put them in control. She considered going home for a while. It was nearly 5 o'clock, but she knew she would only fret and pace, so she stayed where she was and kept in touch by telephone. Daisy reported that Ira was fixing a pancake supper. "No green vegetable?" Maggie asked. "Where's the green vegetable?" Ira got on the phone to assure her that he was serving spiced crab-apple rings on the side. "Spiced crab-apple rings are not green, Ira," Maggie said. She felt herself growing weepy. She ought to be at home supervising her family's nutrition. She ought to be storming the labor room to comfort Fiona. She ought to take Jessie in her arms and rock him because he was nothing but a child still, much too young for what was happening to him. But here she stood, clutching a salty-smelling receiver in a public phone hutch. Her stomach felt all knotted and tight. It hadn't been so long since she was a patient in the labor room herself, and her muscles recalled it exactly. She told Ira goodbye and went through the doors where Jessie kept disappearing. She traveled down a corridor, hoping for, at least a nursery full of newborns to cheer her up. She passed another, smaller waiting room, perhaps leading to some lab or private office. An elderly couple sat there on 2 molded plastic chairs, and across from them sat a burly man in paint-spattered coveralls. As Maggie slowed to glance in, a nurse called, "Mr. Plum?" And the elderly man rose and went toward a back room, leaving behind a brand-new magazine. Maggie breezed in as if she had a perfect right to be there and scooped up the magazine, at the same time performing a clumsy half-curtsy to show the old woman she meant no intrusion. She settled beside the man in coveralls. Never mind that this was just another ladies' magazine. At least the pages still gave off a shellacked, unused smell, and the movie stars, spilling their secrets, were wearing up-to-date hairdos. She skimmed an article about a new kind of diet. You picked one favorite food and ate all you wanted, 3 times a day, nothing else besides. Maggie would have chosen beef and bean burritos from Lexington Market. In the back room, the nurse said, "Now, Mr. Plum, I'm giving you this jar for urine." "My what?" "Urine." "How's that?" "It's for urine." "Speak up, I can't hear you." "Urine," I said. "You take this jar home, you collect all your urine. For 24 hours. You bring the jar back." In the chair across from Maggie, the wife gave an embarrassed titter. "He's deaf as a doorknob," she told Maggie. "Has to have everything shouted out for all and sundry to hear." Maggie smiled and shook her head, not knowing how else to respond. Then the man in coveralls stirred. He placed his great furry fists on his knees.
He cleared his throat. "You know," he said, "it's the funniest thing. I can catch that nurse's voice all right, but I don't understand a single word she's saying." Maggie's eyes filled with tears. She dropped her magazine and groped in her purse for a Kleenex, and the man said, "Lady, you okay?" She couldn't tell him it was his kindness that had undone her. Such delicacy in such an unlikely-looking person. And so she said, "It's my son. He's having a baby. I mean, my son's wife is." The man and the old woman waited, their faces prepared to take on the proper look of shock and pity as soon as they heard the bad part. And she couldn't tell them, "It's all my fault. I set everything pell-mell in motion, not once considering the consequences." So instead, she said, "It's months and months too early. It's nowhere near her due date." The man clicked his tongue, his forehead furrowed upon itself like cloth. The old woman said, "Oh, my stars, you must be worried sick. But don't you give up hope, because my nephew Brady's wife, Angela—" And that was why, when Jesse passed down the corridor from the delivery room a few minutes later, he found his mother in a little side cubicle surrounded by a huddle of strangers. They were patting her and murmuring consolations. An old woman, a workman of some sort, a nurse with a clipboard, and a stooped old man clutching a gigantic empty jar. "Ma?" Jessie said, stepping inside. "The baby's here, and both of them are fine." "Praise Jesus!" the old woman shouted, flinging her hands toward the ceiling. "The only trouble is," Jessie said, eyeing the woman dubiously, "it's a girl. I wasn't counting on a girl, somehow." "You would let a thing like that bother you?" the old woman demanded. "At a moment such as this? That child was snatched from the jaws of death." "From—" Jessie said. Then he said, "No, it's just a superstition that an 8 months—" "Let's get out of here," Maggie said. And she fought her way free of the huddle to grab his arm and steer him away. How that baby took over the house. Her cries of fury and her mourning dove coos. Her mingled smells of powder and ammonia. Her wheeling arms and legs. She had Fiona's coloring, but Jesse's spirit and his feistiness. No lady baby this time. Her small, fine features were scrunched very close together, low down in her face, so when Fiona combed her bit of hair into a sprout on top of her head, she resembled a Cupid doll. And like a doll, she was trundled everywhere by the enchanted little girls, who would have cut school, if permitted, just to lug her about by the armpits and shake her rattle too close to her eyes and hang over her, breathing heavily, while Maggie bathed her. Even Ira showed some interest, although he pretended not to. "Let me know when she's big enough to play baseball," he said. But as early as the second week, Maggie caught him taking sidelong peeks into the bureau drawer where Leroy slept, and by the time she had learned to sit up, the two of them were deep in those exclusive conversations of theirs. And Jesse? He was devoted, always offering to help out, sometimes making a nuisance of himself, to hear Fiona tell it. He walked Leroy during her fussy spells, and he left his warm bed to burp her and then carry her back to Maggie's room after the 2:00 feeding. And once, when Maggie took Fiona shopping, he spent a whole Saturday morning solely in charge, returning Leroy none the worse for wear, although the careful way he had dressed her, with her overall straps mistakenly clamping down her collar, severely mashing the double row of ruffles, made Maggie feel sad for some reason. He claimed that he had never wanted a boy at all, or if he had,
He couldn't remember why.
"Girls are perfect," he said. "Leroy is perfect. Except, you know."
"Except?" Maggie asked.
"Well, it's just that... Shoot, before she was born I had this sort of, anticipation. And now I've got nothing to anticipate, you know?"
"Oh, that'll pass," Maggie said. "Don't worry." But later, to Ira, she said, "I never heard of a father getting postpartum blues." Maybe if the mother didn't, the father did. Was that the way it worked? For Fiona herself was cheerful and oblivious. Often, as she flitted around the baby, she seemed more like one of the enchanted little girls than like a mother. She paid too much heed to Leroy's appurtenances, Maggie felt, to her frilly clothes, her ribboned sprout of hair. Or maybe it just seemed so. Maybe Maggie was jealous. It was true that she hated to relinquish the baby when she went off to work every morning. "How can I leave her?" she wailed to Ira. "Fiona doesn't know the first little bit about childcare."
"Well, only one way she's ever going to learn,"
Ira said. And so Maggie left, hanging back internally, and called home several times a day to see how things were going. But they were always going fine. In the nursing home one afternoon, she heard a middle-aged visitor talking to his mother, a vacant, slack-jawed woman in a wheelchair. He told her how his wife was, how the kids were. His mother smoothed her lap robe. He told her how his job was. His mother plucked at a bit of lint and flicked it onto the floor. He told her about a postcard that had come for her at the house. The church was holding an Easter bazaar, and they wanted her to check off which task she would volunteer for. This struck the son as comical, in view of his mother's disabilities.
"They offered you your choice," he said, chuckling. "You could clerk at the needlework booth, or you could tend the babies."
His mother's hands grew still. She raised her head. Her face lit up and flowered. "Oh," she cried softly, "I'll tend the babies." Maggie knew just how she felt. Leroy was a long, thin infant, and Fiona worried she was outgrowing the bureau drawer she slept in. "When are you going to get started on that cradle?" she asked Jessie, and Jessie said, "Any day now." Maggie said, "Maybe we should just buy a crib. A cradle's for a newborn. She wouldn't fit it for long." But Fiona said, "No, I set my heart on a cradle." She told Jessie, "You promised."
"I don't remember promising."
"Well, you did," she said.
"All right, I'll get to it. Didn't I tell you I would?"
"You don't have to shout at me," she said.
"I'm not shouting."
"Yes, you are."
"Am not."
"Are too." "Children, children," Maggie said, pretending she was joking, but only pretending. Once, Fiona spent the night at her sister's, snatching up the baby and stomping out after a fight. Or not a fight exactly, but a little misunderstanding. The band was playing at a club in downtown Baltimore, and Fiona planned to come along, as usual, till Jessie worried aloud that Leroy had a cold and shouldn't be left. Fiona said Maggie would tend to her just fine, and Jessie said a baby with a cold needed her mother, and then Fiona said it was amazing how he was so considerate of that baby, but so inconsiderate of his wife, and then Jessie said, well. Fiona left, and didn't come back until morning. Maggie feared she was gone for good, endangering that poor sick baby who needed much more nursing than Fiona could provide. She must have been planning to desert them all along, in fact. Why, just look at her soapbox. Wasn't it odd that for almost a year now she had borne off to the bathroom twice daily a tortoiseshell soapbox, a tube of AIM toothpaste, not the Moran's brand, and a toothbrush in a plastic cylinder, and that her toilet supplies were continually stored in a clear vinyl travel case on the bureau? She might as well be a guest. She had never meant to settle in permanently. Go after her, Maggie told Jessie.
But Jessie asked, "Why should I? She's the one who walked out."
He was at work when Fiona returned the next day, wan and puffy-eyed. Strands of her uncombed hair mingled with the fake fur trim of her windbreaker hood, and Leroy was wrapped clumsily in a garish daisy-square afghan that must have belonged to the sister. What Maggie's mother said was true. The generations were sliding downhill in this family. They were descending in every respect, not just in their professions and their educations, but in the way they reared their children and the way they ran their households. "How have you let things get so common?" Maggie heard again in her memory. Mrs. Daly stood over the sleeping Leroy and pleated her lips in disapproval. They would put an infant in a bureau drawer? They would let her stay in here with you and Ira? What can they be thinking of? It must be that Fiona person. Really, Maggie, that Fiona is so... Why, she isn't even a Baltimore girl. Anyone who would pronounce Wicomico as Wicomiko. And what is that racket I'm hearing? Maggie tilted her head to listen. It's canned heat, she decided. Candide? I'm not asking the name of it. I mean, why is it playing? When you children were small, I played Beethoven and Brahms. I played all of Wagner's operas. Yes, and Maggie could still recall her itch of boredom as Wagner's grandiose weight crashed through the house, and her frustration when, beginning some important story with "Me and Emma went to," she had been cut short by her mother. "Emma and I, if you please." She had sworn never to do that to her own children, preferring to hear what it was they had to say and let the grammar take care of itself. Not that it had done so, at least not in Jessie's case. Maybe her own downhill slide was deliberate. If so, she owed Jessie an apology. Maybe he was just carrying out her secret scheme for revolution and would otherwise, who knows, have gone on to be a lawyer like Mrs. Daly's father. Well, too late now. Leroy learned to crawl, and she crawled right out of her bureau drawer, and the next day Ira came home with a crib. He assembled it, without comment, in his and Maggie's bedroom. Without comment, Fiona watched from the doorway. The skin beneath her eyes had a sallow, soiled look. On a Saturday in September, they celebrated Ira's father's birthday. Maggie had made it a tradition to spend his birthday at the Pimlico racetrack, all of them together, even though it meant closing the frame shop. They would take a huge picnic lunch and a $10 bill for each person to bet with. In times past, the whole family had squeezed into Ira's car, but of course that was no longer possible. This year they had Jessie and Fiona, who had been away on their honeymoon the year before, and Leroy, too, and even Ira's sister Junie decided she might brave the trip. So Jessie borrowed the van that his band used to transport their instruments. "Spin the Cat" was lettered across its side, the S and the C striped like tigers' tails. They loaded the back with picnic hampers and baby supplies, and then they drove to the shop to pick up Ira's father and sisters. Junie wore her usual going-out costume, everything cut on the bias, and carried a parasol that wouldn't collapse, which caused some trouble when she climbed in. And Dory was hugging her Hutzler's coat box, which caused even more trouble. But everyone acted good-natured about it, even Ira's father, who always said he was way too old to make a fuss over birthdays. It was a beautiful day, the kind that starts out cool until sunlight gently warms your outer layers and then your inner layers. Daisy was trying to get them to sing Camptown Races, and Ira's father wore a grudging, self-conscious smile. This was how families ought to be, Maggie thought. And in the bus that carried them in from the parking lot, a bus they half filled, if you counted the picnic hampers balanced on empty seats and the diaper bag and folded stroller blocking the aisle. She felt sorry for their fellow passengers who sat alone or in pairs. Most of them had a workaday attitude. They wore sensible clothes and stern, purposeful expressions, and they were here to win. The Morans were here to celebrate. They spread out over one whole row of bleachers, parking Leroy alongside in her stroller. Then Mr. Moran, who prided himself on his knowledge of horseflesh, went off to the paddocks to size things up, and Ira went too to keep him company. Jesse found a couple he knew, a man in motorcycle gear and a slip of a girl in fringed buckskin pants, and disappeared with them. He wasn't much of a gambler. The women settled down to select their horses by the ring of their names, which was a method that seemed to work about as well as any other. Maggie favored one called Infinite Mercy, but Junie disagreed. She said that it didn't sound to her like a horse with enough fight to it. Because of the baby, who was teething or something and acted a little fretful, they staggered their trips to the betting window. Fiona went first with Ira's sisters, while Maggie stayed behind with Leroy and Daisy. Then the others came back, and Maggie and Daisy went. Daisy bristling with good advice. "What you do," she said, "is put $2 to show. That's safest." But Maggie said, "If I'd wanted safe, I'd be sitting at home," and bet all $10 on number 4 to win. In the past, she'd argued for the family to pool every bit of their money and head straight for the $50 minimum window, a dangerous and exciting spot she'd never so much as approached, but she knew by now not to bother trying. Along the way, they ran into Ira and his father, who were discussing statistics. The jockeys' weights, their previous records, the horses' fastest times, and what kind of turf they did best on. There was plenty to consider, if you cared. Maggie bet her $10 and left, while Daisy joined the men, and the three of them stood deliberating. "This kid is wearing me out," Fiona said when Maggie got back. Leroy evidently didn't want to be carried, and she kept straining toward the ground, which was littered with beer can tabs and cigarette butts. Dory, who was supposed to be helping, had opened her coat box instead and was laying an orderly row of marshmallows from one end of the bleacher to the other. Maggie said, "Here, I'll take her, poor lamb." And she bore Leroy off to the railing to admire the horses, which were assembling at the starting gate with skittery, mincing steps. "What do horses say?" Maggie asked. "Nicker, nicker, nicker," she supplied. Ira and his father returned, still arguing. Their subject now was the sheet of racing tips that Mr. Moran had purchased from a man with no teeth. "Which ones did you vote for?" Maggie asked them. "You don't vote, Maggie," Ira told her. The horses took off, looking somehow quaint and toy-like. They galloped past with a sound that reminded her of a flag ruffling in the wind. Then, just like that, the race was finished. "So soon," Maggie lamented. She could never get over how quickly it all happened. There was hardly anything to watch. "Really, baseball gives a better sense of time," she told the baby. The results lit up the electric billboard. Number 4 was nowhere to be seen. That struck Maggie as a relief, in a way. She wouldn't need to make any more choices. In fact, the only person who came out ahead was Mr. Moran. He had won $6 on number 8, a horse his tip sheet had recommended. "See there?" he asked Ira. Daisy hadn't bet at all. She was saving for a race she felt surer of. Maggie gave the baby to Daisy and started unpacking their lunch. "There's ham on rye, turkey on white, roast beef on whole wheat," she announced. "There's chicken salad, deviled eggs, potato salad and coleslaw, peaches, fresh strawberries, and melon balls. Don't forget to save room for the birthday cake." The people nearby were munching on junk food, bought right there at the track. They stared curiously at the hampers, each one of which Daisy had lined with a starched, checkered cloth, tucked into little pleats around the edges. Maggie passed out napkins. "Where's Jessie?" she asked, searching the crowd. "I have no idea," Fiona said. Somehow she had ended up with Leroy again. She jiggled her sharply against her shoulder, while Leroy screwed up her face and made fussing noises. Well, Maggie could have predicted as much. You don't use such a rapid rhythm with a baby. Shouldn't Fiona have learned that by now? Wouldn't simple instinct have informed her? Maggie felt an edgy little poke of irritation in the small of her back. To be fair, it wasn't Fiona who annoyed her so much as the fussing. Leroy's jagged If Maggie weren't loading paper plates, she could have taken over herself, but as it was, all she could do was make suggestions. "Try putting her in the stroller, Fiona. Maybe she'll fall asleep." "She won't fall asleep. She'll just climb out again," Fiona said. "Oh, where is Jessie?" "Daisy, go look for your brother," Maggie commanded. "I can't. I'm eating." "Go anyway. For goodness sake, I can't do everything." "Is it my fault he went off with his dumb friend somewhere?" Daisy asked. "I just got started on my sandwich." "Now listen, young lady. Ira?" But Ira and his father had left again for the betting windows. Maggie said, "Oh, Dory, could you please go and hunt Jessie for me?" "Well, but I'm dealing out these here marshmallows," Dory said. The marshmallows traveled in a perfect, unbroken row the length of their bleacher, like a dotted line. As a result, none of them could sit down. People kept pausing at the far end, meaning to take a seat, but then they saw the marshmallows and moved on. Maggie sighed. Behind her back, a bugle call floated on the clear, still air, but Maggie, facing the bleachers, went on searching the crowd for Jessie. Then Junie nudged a few of Dory's marshmallows out of line and sat down very suddenly, clutching her parasol with both hands. "Maggie," she murmured, "I'm feeling just so, I don't know, all at once." "Take a deep breath," Maggie said briskly. "This happened from time to time. Remind yourself you're here as someone else." "I believe I'm going to faint," Junie said, and without warning, she swung her spike-heeled sandals up and lay down flat upon the bleacher. The parasol remained in both her hands, rising from her chest as if planted there. Dory rushed distractedly around her, trying to retrieve as many marshmallows as possible. "Daisy, is that your brother up there with those people?" Maggie asked. Daisy said, "Where?" But Fiona was quicker. She wheeled and said, "It most certainly is." Then she shrieked, "Jessie Moran, you get your ass on down here." Her voice was that stringy, piercing kind. Everybody stared. Maggie said, "Oh, well, I wouldn't—" "You hear me?" Fiona shrieked. And Leroy started crying in earnest. "There's no need to shout, Fiona," Maggie said. Fiona said, "What?" She glared at Maggie, ignoring the squalling baby. It was one of those moments when Maggie just wanted to back up and start over. She had always felt paralyzed in the presence of an angry woman. Meanwhile, Jessie, who couldn't have missed hearing his name, began to thread his way toward them. Maggie said, "Oh, here he comes. You're telling me not to shout at my own husband?" Fiona asked. She was shouting even now. She had to, over the cries of the baby. Leroy's face was red, and spikes of damp hair were plastered to her forehead. She looked sort of homely, to be frank. Maggie felt an urge to walk off from this group, pretend they had nothing to do with her. But instead, she made her voice go light, and she said, "No, I only meant he wasn't that far from us, you see?" "You meant nothing of the sort," Fiona said, squeezing the baby too tightly. You're trying to run us, just like always, trying to run our lives. No, really, Fiona.
What's up? Jessie asked, breezily, arriving among them.
Ma and Fiona are having a fight, Daisy said. She took a dainty nibble from her sandwich. We are not, Maggie cried. I merely suggested.
A fight? Ira said. What?
He and Mr. Moran were all at once standing in the aisle behind Jessie.
What's going on here?
He asked above Leroy's cries. Maggie told him, Nothing's going on. For Lord's sake, all I said was,
Can't you folks be left to your own devices for even a minute? Ira asked. And why is Junie lying down like that? How do these things happen so fast?
Unfair. Unfair. To hear him talk, you would think they had such scenes every day. You would think that Ira himself was in line for the Nobel Peace Prize. For your information, Maggie told him, I was just standing here minding my own business. You have never once in all the time I've known you managed to mind your own business, Fiona said.
Now cool it, Fiona,
Jessie said. And you, Fiona screeched, turning on him. You think this baby is just mine? How come I always get stuck with her while you go off with your buddies? Answer me that.
Those weren't my buddies. They were only...
He was drinking with them, too, Daisy murmured, with her eyes on her sandwich.
Well, big deal, Jessie told her.
Drinking from this silver flat kind of bottle that belonged to that girl.
So what if I was Miss Goody-Goody? Now listen, Ira said. Let's just all sit down a minute and get a hold of ourselves. We're blocking people's view.
He sat, setting an example. Then he looked behind him. My marshmallows, Dory squawked.
You can't leave your marshmallows here, Dory. No one has room to sit.
You messed up my marshmallows. I believe I'm going to be ill, Junie said, speaking upward into the spokes of her parasol. Leroy's crying had reached the stage where she had to fight for each breath. Ira stood up again, dusting off the seat of his pants. He said,
Now, listen, folks.
Will you stop calling us folks? Fiona demanded. Ira halted, looking startled. Maggie felt a tug on her sleeve and turned. It was Mr. Moran, who had at some point worked around behind her. He held up a ticket. What? She asked.
I won.
Won what?
I won that last race. My horse came in first.
Oh, the race, she said. Well, isn't that... But her attention veered toward Fiona, who was reeling off a list of wrongs that she seemed to have been saving up for Jessie all these months. Knew from the start I'd be a fool to marry you. Didn't I say so? But you were so gung-ho, you and your pacifiers and your Dr. Spock. The people in the bleachers behind them were gazing pointedly in different directions, but they sent each other meaningful glances and small, secret smiles. The Morans had turned into spectacles. Maggie couldn't bear it. She said, Please, can't we just sit down? You and your famous cradle, Fiona told Jessie, that you didn't build one stick of after you promised. You swore to me.
I never swore to you.
Where do you keep coming up with this cradle business from? You swore on the Bible, Fiona told him.
Well, good God Almighty. I mean, maybe it crossed my mind once to build one, but I'd have had to be crazy to go through with it. I can see it now. Dad standing there criticizing every little hammer blow, letting me know what a hopeless clod I am. And you'd be agreeing with him just like always, I bet, by the time I was finished. No way would I let myself in for that.
Well, you bought the wood, didn't you?
What wood?
You bought those long wooden rods.
Rods? For a cradle? I never bought any rods.
Your mother told me.
How would I use rods to build a cradle?
Spindles, she told me. They both looked at Maggie. Coincidentally, The baby paused just then for a deep, hiccuping breath. A bass voice rumbled over the loudspeaker, announcing that misappropriation had been scratched. Ira cleared his throat and said, "Are you talking about dowling rods? Those were mine."
"Ira, no!"
Maggie wailed, because there was still a chance they could smooth things over, if only he wouldn't insist on spelling out every boring little fact. "They were the spindles for your cradle," she told Jessie. "You already had the blueprints, right?"
"What blueprints? All I said was—" "If I remember correctly," Ira interrupted in his stuffy way, "those rods were purchased for the drying rack I built on the back porch. You've all seen that drying rack."
"Drying rack," Fiona said. She continued looking at Maggie. "Oh, well," Maggie said. "This cradle business is so silly, isn't it? I mean, it's like the dime store necklace that relatives start quarreling over after the funeral. It's just a... And besides, Leroy couldn't even use a cradle anymore. She's got that nice crib Ira bought." Leroy remained quiet, still hiccuping, gazing at Maggie intently. "I married you for that cradle," Fiona told Jessie. "Well, that's plain ridiculous," Maggie said. "For a cradle. I never heard such a—"
"Maggie, enough,"
Ira said. She stopped,
with her mouth open. "If you married Jessie for a cradle," Ira told Fiona, "you were sadly mistaken."
"Oh, Ira," Maggie cried.
"Shut up, Maggie. She had no business telling you that," Ira said to Fiona. "That's Maggie's weakness. She believes it's all right to alter people's lives. She thinks the people she loves are better than they really are, and so then she starts changing things around to suit her view of them."
"That's not one bit true," Maggie said.
"But the fact is," Ira told Fiona calmly, "Jessie is not capable of following through with anything, not even a simple cradle. He's got some lack. I know he's my son, but he's got some lack, and you might as well face up to it. He's not the persevering kind of person. He lost that job of his a month ago, and he hangs out every day with his pals instead of looking for work."
Maggie and Fiona, together, said, "What?"
"They found out he wasn't a high school graduate,"
Ira told them, and then, as an afterthought,
"he's seeing another girl, too."
Jessie said,
"What are you talking about? That girl is just a friend." "I don't know her name," Ira said, "but she belongs to a rock group called Babies in Trouble."
"We're just good friends, I tell you. That girl is Dave's girl." Fiona seemed to be made of china. Her face was dead white and still. Her pupils were black pinpoints. "If you knew this all along," Maggie demanded of Ira, "why didn't you say something?"
"I didn't feel right about it. I, for one, don't hold with changing people's worlds around,"
Ira said. And then, just as Maggie was getting ready to hate him, his face sagged, and he dropped wearily onto the bleacher.
"I shouldn't have done it now, either," he said.
He had dislodged a whole section of marshmallows, but Dory, who could be sensitive to atmospheres, merely bent in silence to collect them. Fiona held out her palm. "Give me the keys," she told Jessie.
"Huh?"
"The keys to the van. Hand them over."
"Where are you going?"
Jessie asked her. "I don't know. How would I know? I just have to get out of here."
"Fiona, I only ever talked to that girl because she didn't think I was some kind of clod like everyone else seems to do. You've got to believe me, Fiona."
"The keys," Fiona said.
Ira said, "Let her have them, Jessie."
"But—"
"We'll take a bus."
Jessie reached into the rear pocket of his jeans. He brought out a cluster of keys attached to a miniature black rubber gym shoe.
So will you be at the house, or what? He said.
I have no idea, Fiona told him, and she snapped the keys out of his grasp.
Well, where will you be? At your sister's?
Anywhere. None of your business. I don't know where. I just want to get on with my life, she said. And she hoisted the baby higher on her hip and stalked off, leaving behind the diaper bag and the stroller and her paper plate of lunch, with the potato salad turning a pathetic shade of ivory. She'll come around, Maggie told Jessie. Then she said, I will never forgive you for this, Ira Moran. She felt another tug on her sleeve, and she turned. Ira's father was still holding up his ticket.
I was right to buy that tip sheet, he said. What does Ira know about tip sheets?
Nothing, Maggie said furiously, and she started rewrapping Fiona's sandwich. All around her she heard murmuring, like ripples widening across a pond. What did he say? Tip sheet. What did she say? Nothing. She did say something. I saw her lips move. She said nothing. But I thought I saw... Maggie straightened and faced the rows of people on the bleachers. I said nothing is what I said, she called out clearly. Somebody sucked in a breath. They all looked elsewhere. It was amazing, Ira often said, how people fooled themselves into believing what they wanted to. How Maggie fooled herself, he meant. He said it when Maggie threatened to sue the police department that time they charged Jessie with drunk and disorderly. He said it when she swore that Spin the Cat sounded better than the Beatles. He said it again when she refused to accept that Fiona was gone for good. That evening after the races, Maggie sat up late with Jessie, pretending to be knitting, although she ripped out as much as she added. Jessie drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. Can't you sit still for once? Maggie asked him, and then she said, Maybe you should try calling her sister again. I already tried 3 times, for God's sake. They must be just letting it ring. Maybe you should go in person. That would be worse, Jessie said, pounding on the door while they hid inside and listened. I bet they'd be laughing and looking over at each other and making these goggly eyes. They wouldn't do that. I guess I'll take the van back to Dave, Jessie said. He rose to leave. Maggie didn't try to stop him, because she figured he was secretly going to the sister's place after all. The van had been parked out front when they returned from Pimlico. For one relieved moment, everyone assumed Fiona was in the house, and the keys were on top of the bookcase just inside the door, where the family always left keys and stray gloves and notes saying when they'd be back. But there wasn't any note from Fiona. In the room she shared with Jessie, the unmade bed had a frozen look. Every hillock of the sheets appeared to have hardened. In Maggie's and Ira's room, the crib was empty and desolate. However, this couldn't be a permanent absence. Nothing was packed. Nothing was missing. Even Fiona's toilet articles still sat on the bureau in their travel case. See there? Maggie told Jessie, because he was worried too, she could tell, and she pointed to the travel case. Oh, right, he said, reassured. She crossed the hall to the bathroom and found the usual fleet of rubber ducks and tugboats. You people, she said happily. Emerging, passing Jessie's room once more, she found him standing in front of the bureau with his eyes half shut and his nose buried deep in Fiona's soapbox. She understood him perfectly. Smells could bring a person back clearer than pictures, even. Didn't she know that? When the night stretched on and Jessie didn't return, she told herself that he must have found Fiona. They must be having a nice long talk. She ripped out all her garbled rows of knitting and rewound her ball of yarn and went to bed. In the dark, Ira mumbled, "Jessie back yet?"
"No, nor Fiona. Either one," she said.
"Oh, well, Fiona," he said. "Fiona's gone for good." There was a sudden clarity to his voice. It was the voice of someone talking in his sleep, which made his words seem oracular and final. Maggie felt a clean jolt of anger. Easy for him to say. He could toss off people without a thought. It struck her as very significant that Ira's idea of entertainment was those interminable books about men who sailed the Atlantic absolutely alone. He was right, though. In the morning, Fiona was still missing. Jessie came down to breakfast with that same stunned expression on his face. Maggie hated to ask, but finally she said, "Honey, you didn't find her?" "Nope," he said shortly, and then he requested the marmalade in a way that shut off all further questions. Not till that afternoon did the notion of foul play occur to her. How could they have missed it? Of course, no one traveling with an infant would leave behind all Fiona had left. The diaper bag, the stroller, the pink plastic training cup Leroy liked to drink her juice from. Someone must have kidnapped them. Or worse, shot them during a street crime. The police would have to be notified this instant. She said as much to Ira, who was reading the Sunday paper in the living room. Ira didn't even look up. "Spare yourself the embarrassment, Maggie," he said quietly. "Embarrassment?" "She's walked out of her own free will. Don't bother the police with this." "Ira, young mothers do not walk out with just their purses. They pack. They have to." "Think," she said. "Remember all she took with her on a simple trip to Pimlico? You know what I suspect. I suspect she came back here, parked the van, carried Leroy to the grocery store for teething biscuits. I heard her say yesterday morning she was low on teething biscuits, and stepped smack into a hold-up scene. You've read how robbers always choose women and children for hostages. It's more effective that way. It gets results." Ira regarded her almost absently over the top of his paper, as if he found her just marginally interesting. "Why, she's even left behind her soap, her toothbrush," she told Ira. "Her travel case," Ira pointed out. "Yes. And if she'd gone of her own free will—" "Her travel case, Maggie. Like she'd use in a hotel. But now she's back at, I don't know, her sister's or her mother's, where her real belongings are, and she doesn't need a travel case." "Oh, that's nonsense," Maggie said. "And just look at her closet. It's full of clothes." "Are you sure of that?" "Of course. It's the first thing I checked." "Are you sure there's nothing missing? Her favorite sweater? That jacket she's so keen on?" Maggie considered a moment. Then she stood up and went down the hall to Jessie's room. Jessie lay on the bed, fully dressed, with his arms folded behind his head. He glanced over at her as she entered. "Excuse me a moment," she told him, and she opened the door of his closet. Fiona's clothes hung inside, all right, but not her windbreaker, or that big striped duster she liked to wear around the house. There were only 2 or 3 skirts. She hardly ever wore skirts. A few blouses, and a ruffled dress that she'd always claimed made her look fat. Maggie spun around and went to Fiona's bureau. Jessie watched from the bed. She jerked open a drawer and found a single pair of blue jeans, artificially whitened with bleach, a process that was no longer stylish. And below them 2 turtlenecks from last winter, and below those a pair of maternity slacks with an elastic panel in front. It was like the layers in an archaeological dig. Maggie had the fleeting fantasy that if she delved farther, she would find cheerleader sweaters, then grade school pinafores, then Fiona's baby clothes. She smoothed the layers down again and shut the drawer. "But where would she be?" she asked Jessie. It seemed for a long while that he wasn't going to answer. Finally, though, he said, "I guess her sister's." "You said you didn't find her there." "I didn't go there." She thought that over. Then she said, "Oh, Jessie." "I'll be damned if I make a fool of myself." "Jessie, honey." "If I have to beg her, then I'd sooner not have her," he said. And he turned over with his face to the wall, ending the conversation. It was 2 or 3 days afterward that Fiona's sister called. She said, "Mrs. Moran?" in that braying voice that Maggie instantly recognized. "This is Crystal Stuckey," she said. "Fiona's sister?" "Oh, yes." "And I want to know if you'll be home for the next little bit so we can come by and pick up her things." "Yes, of course, come right away," Maggie said. Because Jessie was home too, as it happened, lying on his bed again. She went to find him as soon as she hung up. "That was Fiona's sister," she said. "Christina?" He slid his eyes toward her. "Crystal," he said. "Crystal. They're coming to get her things." He sat up slowly and swung his boots over the side of the bed. "I'll go out and do some shopping," Maggie told him. "What? No, wait." "You'll have the place to yourselves." "Wait, don't go. How will I—" "Maybe we'll need you." "Need me? What for?" "I don't want to say the wrong thing to her," he said. "Honey, I'm sure you won't say the wrong thing." "Ma, please," he said. So she stayed, but she went to her own room, out of the way. Her room was at the front of the house, which was why, when a car drove up, she was able to draw aside the curtain and see who was coming. It was Crystal and a beefy young man, no doubt the famous boyfriend Fiona was always referring to. That was whom Crystal had meant by "we." Fiona was nowhere in evidence. Maggie dropped the curtain. She heard the doorbell ring. She heard Jessie shout, "Coming!" and clatter down the stairs 2 at a time. Then after a pause, she heard a brief mumble. The door slammed shut again. Had he kicked them out, or what? She lifted the curtain once more and peered down, but it was Jessie she saw, not the guests. Jessie tearing off down the sidewalk, shrugging himself into his black leather jacket as he went. In the downstairs hall, Crystal called, "Mrs. Moran?" Her voice less braying now, more tentative. "Just a minute," Maggie said. Crystal and her boyfriend had brought cartons from the liquor store, and Maggie helped fill them. Or tried to help. She slid a blouse from a hanger and folded it slowly, regretfully, but Crystal said, "You can just give those blouses to the veterans. Don't bother with nothing synthetic, Fiona told me. She's living back at home now and she hasn't got much closet room." Maggie said, "Ah," and laid the blouse aside. She felt a twinge of envy. Wouldn't it be wonderful to save only what was first class and genuine and pure, and walk out on everything else? When Crystal and the boyfriend drove off, all they left behind was the chaff. Then Jessie found a job at a record store and stopped lying around on his bed so much of the time, and Daisy and the enchanted little girls returned to Mrs. Perfect. Maggie was on her own again. Just like that, she was deprived of all the gossip and eventfulness and the peeks into other households that children can provide. It was then she started making her spy trips to Cartwheel. Not that those were ever very satisfying. Or sometimes after work she would choose to walk to the frame shop rather than continue sitting in an empty house. But then she would wonder why she had come. For Ira was usually too busy to talk to her, and anyhow, he said, he'd be home in just a couple of hours, wouldn't he? What was it she was hanging about for? So she would climb the stairs to his family's apartment, and she'd pass a bit of time listening to his sisters recount the latest soap opera, or his father list his aches and pains. In addition to his so-called weak heart, Mr. Moran suffered from arthritis, and his vision was failing. He was over 80, after all. The men in that family had traditionally fathered their children so late in life that when Mr. Moran talked about his great-grandfather, he was referring to a man who'd been born in the 1700s. That had never struck Maggie before, but now it seemed positively creepy. What an elderly, faltering atmosphere she lived in. Her mornings at the nursing home, her afternoons at the Morans, her evenings with Ira's solitaire games. She drew her sweater more tightly around her and clucked at news of her father-in-law's indigestion.
"Used to be I could eat anything," he told her. "What has happened here?"
He peered at her with his glintless eyes, as if expecting an answer. Lately his upper lids had developed heavy, pouched folds. His Cherokee grandmother emerged more clearly, year by year.
"Rona never had the remotest inkling,"
he told Maggie. Rona was Ira's mother.
"She died before she went through all this," he said. "Wrinkles and gnarls and creaky joints and heartburn. She missed out on it."
"Well, but she had other pains," Maggie reminded him. "Maybe worse ones."
"It's like she didn't live a real life," he said, not listening. "I mean, all of life, the whole messy kit and caboodle that comes at the end."
He sounded peevish. He seemed to think his wife had got away with something. Maggie clucked again and patted his hand. It felt the way she imagined an eagle's foot would feel. Eventually she would go back downstairs to Ira, coax him to close shop a few minutes early, and walk her home. He would slouch along in a kind of dark fog. Something inward turned in his gaze. When they passed the Larkin sisters' house, Maggie always glanced toward it, and then looked quickly away. In the old days, wheeling Leroy homeward in her stroller, they would find a rocking horse waiting hopefully on the Larkins' front porch. It would have appeared by magic at the top of the steps, where earlier there'd been nothing. A tiny, faded wooden animal with a bashful smile and long black lowered lashes. But now there was no sign of it. Even those two ancient ladies knew somehow that the Morans hadn't managed to keep their family together. Oh, how would Fiona summon the constant vigilance that child required? It wasn't merely a matter of feeding her and changing her. Leroy was one of those dauntless babies who fling themselves brazenly off stair landings and chair edges, trusting someone will be there to catch them. Fiona was nowhere near alert enough, and she had hardly any sense of smell, Maggie had noticed. Why, Maggie could scent a fire before it started, almost. Maggie could walk through a mall and unerringly detect the smell of foods improperly handled. A musty, etherish sharpness, not unlike the smell of a child with a fever. Everybody else would be oblivious, but "Stop!" Maggie would call, holding up a palm as the others drifted toward a sandwich stand. "Not there! Anywhere but there!" She had so much to offer. If only someone would take it. It seemed pointless to cook a real supper now. Jessie was always out, and Daisy most often ate at Mrs. Perfect's, or if forced to eat at home, would sulk so that it wasn't worth having her around. So Maggie just heated a couple of frozen dinners or a can of soup. Sometimes she didn't even do that. One evening, when she had sat 2 hours at the kitchen table staring into space instead of making the trip to the frame shop, Ira walked in and said, "What's for supper?" And she said, "I can't deal with supper. I mean, look at this." And she waved at the can of soup in front of her. 2 3/4 servings, she read out. What do they expect? I have 2 3/4 people to feed? Or 3, and I'll just give one of them less? Or maybe I'm supposed to save the rest for another meal. But do you know how long it would take me to come out even? First, I'd have an extra 3/4 of a serving, and then 6/4, and then 9. I'd have to open 4 cans of soup before I had leftovers that weren't in fractions. 4 cans, I tell you, 4 cans of the same single flavor. She started crying, letting the tears roll down her cheeks luxuriously. She felt the way she had felt as a child when she knew she was behaving unreasonably, knew she was shocking the grown-ups and acting like a perfect horror, but all at once wanted to behave unreasonably and even took some pleasure in it. Ira might have turned on his heel and walked out. She was half expecting that. Instead, he sank into a chair across from her. He put his elbows on the table and lowered his head into his hands. Maggie stopped crying. She said, "Ira?" He didn't answer. "Ira, what is it?" she asked him. She rose and bent over him and hugged him. She squatted next to him and tried to peer up into his face. Had something happened to his father? To one of his sisters? Was he just so disgusted with Maggie that he couldn't endure it? What was it? The answer seemed to arrive through his back, through the ripple of knobby vertebrae down his C-shaped, warm, thin back. Her fingers felt the answer first. He was just as sad as Maggie was, and for just the same reasons. He was lonely and tired and lacking in hope, and his son hadn't turned out well, and his daughter didn't think much of him, and he still couldn't figure where he had gone wrong. He let his head fall against her shoulder. His hair was thick and rough, strung through with threads of gray that she had never noticed before, that pierced her heart in a way that her own few gray hairs never had. She hugged him tightly and nuzzled her face against his cheekbone. She said, "It will be all right. It will be all right." And it was, eventually. Don't ask her why. Well, for one thing, Jesse really liked his new job, and he seemed bit by bit to recover some of his old spirit. And then Daisy announced at last that Mrs. Perfect was too Tennessee, and returned to her place in the family. And Maggie gave up her spy trips, as if Leroy and Fiona had been put to rest in her mind somehow. But none of those reasons was the most important one. It was more to do with Ira, she believed. That moment with Ira in the kitchen, although they never referred to it afterward, and Ira didn't act any different, and life continued just the same as always. She straightened in her seat and peered through the windshield, looking for the others. They should be about ready by now. Yes, here came Leroy, just backing out of the house with a suitcase bigger than she was. Ira thudded among things in the trunk and whistled a cheerful tune. King of the Road. That's what he was whistling. Maggie got out to open the rear door. It seemed to her now that, unknowingly, she'd been aiming ever since she woke up this morning toward this single purpose: bringing Leroy and Fiona home at last. Chapter 3. The way Mrs. Stuckey's car was parked behind theirs, they had just enough room to maneuver around it. Or so Ira claimed. Maggie thought he was wrong. "You could manage if the mailbox wasn't there," she said. "But it is there, and you're going to hit it when you veer out."
"Only if I were deaf, dumb, and blind,"
Ira said. In the back seat, Fiona gave a small sigh.
"Look," Ira told Maggie, "you go stand beside the mailbox. Let me know when I come close. All I have to do is swing into the yard a few feet, take a sharp right back onto the driveway."
"I'm not going to be responsible for that. You'll hit the mailbox and blame me." "Maybe we should just ask Mom to move the Maverick," Fiona suggested. Maggie said, "Oh, well."
And Ira said, "No, I'm sure we can make it." Neither one of them wanted Mrs. Stuckey marching out all put upon. "All right, then you get behind the wheel," Ira told Maggie, "and I'll direct you."
"Then I'll be the one to hit the mailbox, and I'll still get blamed."
"Maggie, there's a good 10 feet between the mailbox and the Maverick. So once you're past the Maverick, you just nip back onto the driveway and you're free and clear. I'll tell you when."
Maggie thought that over. She said, "Promise you won't yell if I hit the mailbox?"
"You won't hit the mailbox."
"Promise, Ira."
"Lord above, fine, I promise."
"And you won't look up at the heavens or make that hissing noise through your teeth." "Maybe I should just go get Mom," Fiona said.
No, this is a cinch," Ira told her. "Any imbecile could handle it, believe me." Maggie didn't like the sound of that. Ira climbed out of the car and went to stand by the mailbox. Maggie slid over on the seat. She gripped the steering wheel with both hands and checked the rearview mirror. It was angled wrong, set for Ira's height instead of hers, and she reached up to adjust it. The top of Leroy's head flashed toward her, gleaming dully like the back of a watch case, followed by Ira's lean figure with his elbows cocked and his hands jammed into his rear pockets. The mailbox was a little Quonset hut beside him. The driver's seat had been set for Ira also, way too far back, but Maggie figured it wouldn't matter for such a short distance. She shifted into reverse. Ira called, "Okay, bring her hard to your left." How come he always referred to difficult tasks as feminine? This car wasn't a she until it had to perform some complicated maneuver. It was the same for stubborn screws and tight jar lids, and for bulky pieces of furniture as they were being moved. She swung onto the packed dirt yard and around the Maverick, proceeding perhaps a bit too fast, but still in control. Then she reached with her foot for the brake. There wasn't one. Or there was, but it was positioned wrong. Closer than she had expected, considering that the seat was moved back. Her foot hit the shaft instead of the pedal, and the car raced on unimpeded. Ira shouted, "What the?" Maggie, with her gaze still fixed on the rearview mirror, saw the blur as she drove for cover. "Whap!" the mailbox said when she hit it. Leroy said, "Golly," in an odd tone of voice. Maggie shifted into park and poked her head out the window. Ira was hauling himself up from the dirt. He dusted off his hands. He said, "You just had to prove you were right about that mailbox, Maggie, didn't you?" "You promised, Ira." "Left taillight is smashed all to hell," he said, bending to examine it. He prodded something. There was a clinking sound. Maggie pulled her head in and faced forward. "He promised he wouldn't say a word," she told Fiona and Leroy. "Watch how he goes back on that." Fiona absently patted Leroy's bare knee. "Smashed to smithereens," Ira called. "You promised you wouldn't make a fuss." He grunted. She saw that he was righting the mailbox. From here, it didn't even look dented.
I don't suppose we need to tell your mother about this, Maggie said to Fiona. She already knows, Leroy said. She's watching from the house. It was true. There was a suspicious slant to one of the Venetian blind slats. Maggie said, "Oh, this day has seemed just so, I don't know." And she slid down in her seat till she was more or less sitting on her shoulder blades. Then Ira appeared in the window. "Try your lights," he told her. "Your lights. I want to see if she works or not." There he went with that she again. Maggie reached out wearily, not bothering to sit up straight, and pulled the knob. "Just as I thought," Ira called from the rear. "No left taillight." "I don't want to hear about it," Maggie told the ceiling. Ira reappeared at the window and motioned for her to move over. "We'll be ticketed for this. What do you bet?" he said, opening the door and getting in. "I really couldn't care less," she said. "Late as we're running now," he said, another reproach. "It'll be dark before we're halfway home, and the state police are going to nail us for driving without a taillight." "Stop off and get it fixed, then," Maggie said. "Oh, well, you know those highway service stations," Ira told her. He shifted gears, pulled forward a little, and then backed smoothly out of the driveway. It didn't seem to cause him any difficulty whatsoever. "They charge an arm and a leg for something I could pick up almost free at Rudy's Auto Supply," he said. "I'm going to take my chances." "You could always explain that your wife was a blithering idiot." He didn't argue with that. As they started down the road, Maggie glanced at the mailbox, which was standing at a slight tilt, but otherwise seemed fine. She twisted in her seat till she was looking at Fiona and Leroy, their pale, staring faces unsettlingly alike. "You two all right?" she asked them. "Sure," Leroy answered for both of them. She was hugging her baseball glove to her chest. Ira said, "Bet you didn't expect us to have a wreck before we'd left your driveway, did you?" "Didn't expect you to go asking for a wreck either," Fiona told him. Ira glanced over at Maggie with his eyebrows raised. By now, the sun had dropped out of sight and the sky had lost its color. All the pastures were turning up their undersides in a sudden breeze. Leroy said, "How long is this trip going to take us anyhow?" "Just an hour or so," Fiona told her. "You remember how far it is to Baltimore?" Maggie said, "Leroy remembers Baltimore?" "From visiting my sister." "Oh, of course," Maggie said. She watched the scenery for a while. Something about the fading light gave the little houses a meek, defeated look. Finally, she forced herself to ask, "How is your sister, Fiona?" "She's fine, considering," Fiona said. "You knew she lost her husband." "I didn't realize she was married, even." "Well, no, I guess you wouldn't," Fiona said. "She married her boyfriend, Avery, and he died not 6 weeks later in a construction accident." "Oh, poor Crystal," Maggie said. "What is happening here? Everyone's losing their husbands. Did I tell you we've just come from Max Gill's funeral?" "Yes, but I don't think I knew him," Fiona said. "You must have known him. He was married to my friend Serena that I went to school with. The Gills. I'm positive you met them." "Well, those people were old, though," Fiona said. "Or not old, maybe, but you know. Crystal and Avery, they were barely back from their honeymoon. When you've been married only 6 weeks, everything is still perfect." "And later it is not," was her implication, which Maggie couldn't argue with. Still, it saddened her to realize they all took such a thing for granted. A stop sign loomed ahead, and Ira slowed and then turned onto Route 1. After the country roads they had been traveling, Route 1 seemed more impressive. Trucks were streaming toward them, a few with their headlights already on. Someone had set a hand-lettered signboard on the porch of a little cafe. Supper now being served. Good farm food, no doubt. Corn on the cob and biscuits. Maggie said, "I suppose we should stop for groceries on the way home. Leroy, are you starved?" Leroy nodded emphatically. "I haven't had a thing but chips and pretzels since morning," Maggie said.
"That and a beer in broad daylight,"
Ira reminded her. Maggie pretended not to hear him. "Leroy," she said, "tell me what your favorite food is." Leroy said, "Oh, I don't know. There must be something." Leroy poked a fist into the palm of her baseball glove. "Hamburgers? Hot dogs?" Maggie asked. "Charcoaled steaks? Or how about crabs?" Leroy said, "Crabs in their shells, you mean? Ick." Maggie felt suddenly at a loss. "She's partial to fried chicken," Fiona said. "She asks Mom to fix that all the time. Don't you, Leroy?" "Fried chicken. Perfect," Maggie said. "We'll pick up the makings on our way into town. Won't that be nice?" Leroy remained silent, and no wonder. Maggie knew how chirpy and artificial she sounded. An old person trying too hard. If only Leroy could see that Maggie was still young underneath, just peering out from behind an older face mask. Now, all at once, Ira cleared his throat. Maggie tensed. Ira said,
Fiona, Leroy, you heard we're taking Daisy to college tomorrow."
"Yes, Maggie told me," Fiona said. "I can't believe it. Ain't see little Daisy."
"I mean, we two are going to be driving her. We're starting early in the morning."
"Not that early," Maggie said quickly.
"Well, 8 or 9 o'clock, Maggie."
"What's your point?" Fiona asked Ira. "You don't think we ought to be visiting?" Maggie said, "Good heavens, no. He didn't mean that at all." "Well, it sounded to me like he did," Fiona said.
Ira said, "I just wanted to be sure you knew what you were getting into. That it would have to be such a short stay, I mean."
"That's no problem, Ira," Maggie told him. "If she wants, she can go on over to her sister's in the morning."
"Well, fine then. But it's getting dark and we're not even halfway home. I would think—"
"Maybe we better just stop right here and go back where we came from," Fiona said. "Oh, no, Fiona," Maggie cried. "We had this all settled." "I can't remember now why I said we'd come in the first place," Fiona said. "Lord, what must I have been thinking of?" Maggie unbuckled her seatbelt and twisted around so she was facing Fiona. "Fiona, please," she said. "It's only for a little while, and it's been so long since we've seen Leroy. I've got all these things I want to show her. I want her to meet Daisy, and I was planning to take her by the Larkin sisters. They won't believe how she's grown." "Who are the Larkin sisters?" Leroy asked. "These two old ladies. They used to set out their rocking horse for you to ride on." Fiona said, "I don't remember that." "We'd pass by their porch, and it would be empty, and then when we turned around to come home, the horse would be sitting there waiting." "I don't remember a thing about it," Fiona said. Leroy said, "Me neither." "Well, of course you wouldn't," Fiona told her. "You were just a baby. You didn't live there hardly any time at all." This struck Maggie as unfair. She said, "Well, goodness, she was nearly a year old when you left, Fiona." "She was not. She was barely 7 months." "That's not right. She had to have been, 8 months at least. If you left in September—"
7 months, 8 months, what's the difference?" Ira asked. "Why make a federal case of it?" He found Leroy's face in the mirror and said, "I bet you don't remember how your grandma tried to teach you to say Daddy, either."
"I did?" Maggie asked.
"It was going to be a surprise for his birthday,"
Ira told Leroy.
She would clap her hands, and you were supposed to say Daddy on cue. But when she clapped her hands, all you'd do was laugh. You thought it was some kind of game.
Maggie tried to picture that. Why did her memories never coincide with Ira's? Instead, they seemed to dovetail. One moment his to recall, and the next hers, as if they had agreed to split their joint life between them. Illogically, she always worried about whether she had behaved right during those moments she had forgotten. "So did it work or not?" Leroy was asking Ira.
"Work?
"Did I learn to say Daddy?"
"Well, no, actually," Ira said. "You were way too little to be talking yet."
"Oh."
Leroy seemed to be digesting that. Then she sat forward, so she was practically nose to nose with Maggie. Her eyes had darker blue specks in them, as if even they were freckled.
"I am going to get to see him, aren't I?" she said. "He's not giving a concert or anything, is he?"
"Who?" Maggie asked, although of course she knew.
"My Jesse."
"Well, certainly you are. You'll see him at supper after he gets off work. He loves fried chicken, just like you. It must be genetic." "The thing of it is," Ira began. Maggie said, "What do you like for dessert, Leroy?" "The thing of it is," Ira said, "this is Saturday night. What if Jesse has other plans and he can't make supper?"
"But he can make supper, Ira. I already told you that."
"Or if he has to leave right after. I mean, what are we doing here, Maggie? We don't have any toys anymore or any sports equipment, and our TV is on the blink. We don't have anything to keep a child occupied. And would you please face forward and fasten your seatbelt? You're making me nervous."
"I'm just trying to figure out what to buy for dessert," Maggie said. But she turned around and reached for her seatbelt. "Your daddy's favorite dessert is mint chocolate chip ice cream," she told Leroy.
"Oh, mine too," Leroy said.
Fiona said, "What are you talking about? You hate mint chocolate chip." "I love it," Leroy told her.
"You absolutely do not."
"Yes, I do, Ma. It was only when I was little I didn't like it."
"Well, you must have been little just last week then, Missy."
Maggie said hastily, "What other flavors do you like, Leroy?" "Well, fudge ripple, for instance," Leroy said. "Oh, what a coincidence. Jessie is crazy about fudge ripple." Fiona rolled her eyes. Leroy said, "Really? I think fudge ripple is just excellent."
"I have seen you go without any dessert whatsoever if the only choice was mint chocolate chip ice cream,"
Fiona told Leroy. "You don't know every little thing about me," Leroy cried. Fiona said, "Geez, Leroy," and slumped down low in her seat with her arms tightly folded. They were in Maryland now, and Maggie imagined that the country here looked different, more luxurious. The hillsides, emptied of livestock, had turned a deep, perfect green, and in the faded light the long white fences gave off a moony glimmer. Ira was whistling Sleepy Time Gal. Maggie couldn't think why for a second. Did it signify he was tired, or what? But then she realized he must still have his mind on Leroy's baby days. That was the song they used to sing her to sleep with, he and Maggie, harmonizing. Maggie leaned her head against the back of the seat and silently followed the lyrics as he whistled. "When you're a stay-at-home, play-at-home, 8 o'clock, sleepy time gal." All at once, she looked down at her wrist and saw that she wore 2 watches. One was her regular watch, a little Timex, and the other was a big, old, chunky man's watch with a wide leather band. In fact, it belonged to her father, but it had been lost or broken years ago. The face was a rectangle, pinkish, and the numerals were a pale blue that would glow in the dark. She cupped her hand over her wrist and bent close, making a little cave of darkness so she could see the numbers light up. Her fingers smelled of bubble gum. Beside her, Serena said, "Just another 5 minutes, that's all I ask. If nothing happens by then, I promise we can go." Maggie raised her head and stared through the leaves at the 2 stone lions across the street. Between them lay a white sidewalk, curving across an immaculate lawn and arriving finally at a stately brick colonial house, and within the house lived the man who was Serena's father. The front door was the kind without a window, without even those tiny glass panes that are placed too high to be useful. Maggie wondered how Serena could stare so intently at something so blank and ungiving. They were crouched uncomfortably among the twisted branches of a rhododendron bush. Maggie said, "That's what you told me half an hour ago. No one's going to come." Serena laid a hand on her arm, hushing her. The door was swinging open. Mr. Barrett stepped out and then turned back to say something. His wife appeared, tugging at her gloves. She wore a slim brown dress with long sleeves, and Mr. Barrett's suit was almost the same shade of brown. Neither Maggie nor Serena had even seen him in anything but a suit, not even on weekends. He was like a dollhouse doll, Maggie thought, one of those jointed plastic figures with the clothes painted on, non-removable, and a clean-cut, anonymous face. He shut the door and took his wife's elbow, and they moved down the sidewalk, their heels gritty-sounding. When they passed between the stone lions, they seemed to be looking directly at Maggie and Serena. Maggie could see the needles of silver in Mr. Barrett's crew-cut. But his expression told her nothing, and neither did his wife's. They turned sharply to their left and headed toward a long blue Cadillac parked at the curb. Serena let her breath out. Maggie felt a sense of frustration that was almost suffocating. How sealed off these people were. You could study them all day and still not know them. Or any other married couple either, maybe. There were moments, the first time they had made love, say, or say a conversation they'd once had when one of them woke up frightened in the middle of the night, that nobody else in the world had any inkling of. Maggie turned to Serena and said, "Oh, Serena, I'm so sorry for your loss." Serena wore her red funeral dress, and she was blotting her tears on the fringe of her black shawl. "Dear heart, I am so sorry," Maggie said. And when she woke up, she was crying too. She thought she was home in bed and Ira was asleep beside her, his breath as steady as tires hissing past on a pavement and his warm bare arm supporting her head. But that was the back of the car seat, she felt. She sat up and brushed at her eyes with her fingertips. The light had slipped yet another notch downward into dusk, and they had reached that long, tangled commercial stretch just above Baltimore. Blazing signs streaked by, High Q Plumbing Supplies, and Cecil's Grill, and Eat, Eat, Eat. Ira was just a gray profile, and when Maggie turned to see Leroy and Fiona, she found all the color washed out of them, except for what flashed across their faces from the neon. "I must have been asleep," she told them, and they nodded. She asked Ira, "How much further?" "Oh, another 15 minutes or so. We're already inside the Beltway." "Don't forget we need to stop at a grocery store." She was cross at herself for missing out on part of the conversation, or hadn't there been any? That would be worse. Her head felt cottony, and nothing seemed completely real. They passed a house with a lighted, glassed-in porch on which drum sets were displayed, smaller drums stacked on top of larger, some gold-spangled, like a woman's lamé evening gown, and all of them glittering with chrome, and she wondered if she were dreaming again. She turned to follow the house with her eyes. The drums grew smaller, but stayed eerily bright, like fish in an aquarium. "I had the weirdest dream," she said after a moment. "Was I in it?" Leroy wanted to know. "Not that I can remember, but you might have been." "Last week my friend Valerie dreamed I had died." Leroy said, "Oh, don't even say such a thing." "She dreamed I got run over by a tractor-trailer," Leroy said with satisfaction. Maggie swiveled to catch Fiona's eye. She wanted to assure her that such a dream meant nothing. Or maybe she wanted the assurance for herself. But Fiona wasn't listening. She was gazing at the clutter of convenience stores and pizza parlors. "Mighty Value Supermarket," Ira said. He flicked his left-turn signal on. Maggie said, "Mighty what? I never heard of it." "It's handy, is what counts," Ira told her. He was delayed by a stream of oncoming traffic, but finally he found an opening and darted across the street and into a lot littered with abandoned shopping carts. He parked beside a panel truck and switched off the engine. Leroy said she wanted to come too. Maggie said, "Well, of course." And then Ira, who had just started to slouch down behind the wheel, straightened and opened his door as if he'd been planning to go with them all along. This made Maggie smile. "Don't try and tell her he didn't care about his grandchild." Fiona said, "Well, I certainly don't want to sit here by myself," and she stepped out of the car to follow them. She had never been fond of grocery shopping, as Maggie recalled. The Mighty Value turned out to be one of those vast, cold, white, shiny places with rank upon rank of checkout counters, most of them closed. Some syrupy love song was playing over the loudspeaker. Against her will, Maggie slowed down, keeping time with the music. She drifted past the fruits and vegetables, dreamily swinging her pocketbook, while the others went ahead. Leroy took a run with an empty cart and then hopped on the back and coasted until she caught up with Ira, who had already reached the poultry counter. He turned and smiled at her. From Maggie's angle, his profile looked sharp and wolfish. Hungry, really. It was something about the way he jutted his face toward Leroy. Maggie bypassed Fiona and arrived next to him. She slipped her arm through his and lightly brushed her cheek against his shoulder. "Dark meat or white?" Ira was asking Leroy. "Dark," Leroy said promptly. "Me and Ma like drumsticks." "Us too," Ira told her, and he picked out a pack and dropped it into her cart. "And sometimes me and Ma eat thighs, but we don't think wings are worth the bother," Leroy said. Me and Ma this, me and Ma that. How long had it been since Maggie herself was so central to anyone's world? And this Ma was only Fiona, fragile-boned Fiona, sashaying up the aisle in her cut-off shorts. Humming along with the loudspeaker music, Ira placed a pack of thighs on top of the drumsticks in the cart. "Now for the ice cream," he said. Leroy coasted away on the cart, and Maggie and Ira followed. Maggie still had her arm linked through Ira's. Fiona trailed behind. In the freezer section, they had no trouble deciding on fudge ripple. But then there were so many different fudge ripples to choose from. Mighty Value's house brand, and the standard brands, and then the fancy, foreign-sounding brands that Ira called designer desserts. He was opposed to designer desserts on principle. He wanted to get the Mighty Value. Fiona, who had discovered the hair care section, offered no opinion. But Leroy said that she and Ma had always favored Breyers. And Maggie voted to go all out and choose something foreign. They could have discussed it forever, except that by now the loudspeaker was playing "Tonight You Belong to Me." And halfway through the song, Ira began muttering along with it. "Way down," he rumbled absently, by the stream." So then Maggie couldn't resist chiming in on that airy little soprano part, "How sweet it will seem." It started as a spoof, but it developed into a real production. "Once more, just to dream in the moonlight." Their voices braided together on the chorus and then sailed apart, only to reunite and twine around each other once again. Fiona forgot the box of hair dye she was studying. Leroy clasped her hands admiringly under her chin. An old woman paused in the aisle to smile at them. It was the old woman who brought Maggie back to earth. All at once, she imagined some deception in this scene, some lie that she and Ira were collaborating in with their compliant harmonizing and the romantic gaze they trained upon each other. She broke off in the middle of a solo line. "Patience and prudence," she informed Leroy briskly. 1957. 56, Ira said. Maggie said, "Whatever." They turned their attention back to the ice cream. In the end, they decided on Breyers, with chocolate sauce from the shelf above the freezer. "Hershey's chocolate sauce or Nestle's?" Ira asked. "I'll leave it up to you two." "Or here's a Mighty Value brand. What do you say we go for that?" "Just not brown cow," Leroy told him. "I can't abide brown cow." "Definitely not brown cow," Ira said. "Brown cow smells like candle wax," Leroy told Maggie. Maggie said, "Ah." She looked down at Leroy's pointy little face and smiled. Fiona asked Maggie, "Have you ever considered using a mousse?" "A what?" "A styling mousse, on your hair." "Oh, on my hair," Maggie said. She had thought they were talking about some kind of ice cream sauce. "Why, no, I don't believe I have. A lot of our beauticians recommend it." Was Fiona recommending it to Maggie? Or maybe she was only speaking generally. "Just what would it do for a person?" Maggie asked. "Well, in your case, it would give your hair a little, I don't know, a little shape or something. It would kind of organize it." "I'll buy some," Maggie decided. She picked up a silvery container, along with a bottle of Affinity shampoo, since she still had that coupon. "Brings back that fullness that time has taken away," a display card promised. Then they all went to the express lane, rushed along by Maggie because it was after 6, according to her watch, and she had told Jessie 6:30. Ira said, "Do you have enough money? I could go get the car while you're paying." She nodded, and he left them. Leroy laid their purchases neatly on the counter. The customer in front of them was buying nothing but breads. Rye bread, white bread, biscuits, whole wheat rolls. Maybe he was trying to fatten up his wife. Say he was the jealous type, and his wife was very thin and beautiful. The customer departed, taking his breads with him. Leroy said, "Double bags, please," in a bossy, experienced voice. The boy at the cash register grunted without looking. He was muscular and good-looking, deeply tanned, and he wore a gold razor blade on a chain inside the open collar of his shirt. What on earth could that mean? He rang up their items swiftly, his fingers stabbing the keys. Last came the shampoo. Maggie dug through her purse for the coupon and handed it to him. "Here," she said, "this is for you." He took it up and turned it over. He read it narrowly, not quite moving his lips. Then he gave it back to her. He said, "Well, thanks." And then, "That'll be $16.43. Maggie felt confused, but she counted out the money and picked up the bag. As they left the register, she asked Fiona, "Does Mighty Value not accept coupons or what?" "Coupons? I wouldn't know," Fiona said. "Maybe it's expired," Maggie said. She shifted her grocery bag in order to peer at the expiration date. but the print was covered over at right angles by Durwood Clegg's heavy blue script. Hold me close, hold me tight, make me thrill with delight. Maggie's face grew hot. She said, "Well, of all the conceit." "Pardon?" Fiona asked, but Maggie didn't answer. She screwed up the coupon and dropped it into the grocery bag. Outside, it was much darker now. The air was a deep, transparent blue, and insects were flitting around the lights high above the parking lot. Ira leaned against the car by the curb. "You want to put the groceries in the trunk?" he asked Maggie, but she said, "No, I'll just hold them." She suddenly felt old and weary. It seemed they would never reach home. She got into the car and sat down hard, with the grocery bag slumped any which way on her knees. St. Michael the Archangel, Charlie's Fine Liquors, used car dealers, one after the other. Gatch Memorial Church, Dead Man's Fingers Crab House. Happy hour nightly, with red and blue neon bubbles fizzing above a neon cocktail glass. Cemeteries and shabby frame houses and fast food restaurants and empty playgrounds. They took a right off Bel Air Road, finally leaving Route 1, and headed down their own street. The frame houses grew more numerous. Their windows were squares of yellow light, some gauzy with curtains and some fully exposed, revealing ornate decorative lamps or china figurines meticulously centered on the sills. For no good reason, Maggie was reminded of rides she had taken with Ira during their courtship, driving past houses where every other couple in the world, it seemed, had a space to be alone in. What she would have given, back then, for even the smallest of those houses, even just 4 walls and a bed. She felt a sweet, sad fullness in her chest now, remembering that long-ago ache. They passed the Seeing Eye Palmistry parlor, really just a private home with a sign propped in the living room window. A girl was sitting out on the steps, maybe waiting her turn. She had a small, heart-shaped face, and she was dressed all in black, except for her purple suede shoes, which showed up clearly in the light from the porch. A man trudged down the sidewalk, with a little girl riding his shoulders and clutching 2 handfuls of his hair. It seemed the scenery had grown more intimate, more specific. Maggie turned toward Leroy and said, "I don't suppose any of this is familiar." "Oh, I've seen it," Leroy said. "You have?" "Only in passing." Fiona corrected her quickly. "When was that?" Leroy looked at Fiona, who said, "We might have driven by here once or twice." Maggie said, "Is that so?" In front of their house, Ira parked. It was one of those houses that appear to be mostly front porch, at least from the street. Squat and low-browed, not at all impressive, as Maggie was the first to admit. She wished at least the lights were on. That would have made it seem more welcoming. But every window was dark. "Well," she said, too heartily. She opened her door and got out of the car, clutching the groceries. "Come on in, everyone." There was something befuddled about the way they milled around on the sidewalk. They had been traveling for too long. When Ira started up the steps, he accidentally banged Fiona's suitcase against the railing, and he fumbled a while with the key before he got the door unlocked. They entered the musty, close darkness of the front hallway. Ira flipped on the light. Maggie called, "Daisy?" without a hope that Daisy would answer. Clearly, the house was deserted. She shifted the grocery bag to her left hip and picked up the notepad that lay on top of the bookcase. "Gone to say goodbye to Lavinia." Daisy's precise italics read. She's at Mrs. Perfect's, Maggie told Ira. Well, she'll be back. How long can it take to say goodbye? She'll be back in no time. This was all for Leroy's benefit, to show that Daisy really existed, that there was more to this house than old people. Leroy was circling the hallway, with her baseball glove tucked under one arm. She was squinting up at the photographs that covered the walls. "Who's that?" she asked, pointing to one. Ira, as a young father, stood in dappled sunlight, awkwardly holding a baby. "That's your grandpa, holding your daddy," Maggie told her. Leroy said, "Oh," and moved on at once. Probably she had hoped it was Jessie holding Leroy. Maggie cast her eyes around the room to see if she could locate such a picture. You could hardly make out the wallpaper pattern for all the photos that hung here, each framed professionally by Ira, and each matte and molding different, like a sample of something. There was Jessie as a toddler, as a little boy on a scooter, as a thumbtack-sized face among rows of other faces in 5th grade. But no picture of Jessie as a grown-up, Maggie realized. Not even as a teenager. And certainly not as a father. They had run out of wall space by then. Besides, Maggie's mother was always saying how trashy it was to display one's family photographs anywhere but a bedroom. Fiona was pushing her suitcase toward the stairs, leaving 2 long, thin scratches on the floorboards behind her. "Oh, don't bother with that," Maggie told her. "Ira will carry it up for you later." How must Fiona feel, returning after so long, walking across the porch where she'd decided to keep her baby, passing through the front door that she had so often slammed out of in a huff? She looked drawn and dispirited. The sudden light had crumpled the skin around her eyes. She abandoned her suitcase and pointed to a photo high on the wall. "There I happen to be," she told Leroy, "in case you're interested." She meant her bridal photo. Maggie had forgotten that. A wedding present from Crystal, who had brought a camera to the ceremony. It showed a coltish young girl in a wrinkled dress. The frame was a black plastic diploma frame that must have come from Woolworth's. Leroy studied the photo without expression. Then she moved into the living room, where Ira was switching on lamps. Maggie took the groceries out to the kitchen, with Fiona close behind. "So where is he?" Fiona asked in a low voice. "Well, he's probably," Maggie said. She flicked on the overhead light and glanced at the clock. "I told him we'd eat at 6:30, and it's barely that now, and you know how he loses track of time, so don't worry." Fiona said, "I'm not worried." "Who says I'm worried? I don't care if he comes or he doesn't." "No, of course not," Maggie said soothingly. "I just brought Leroy to visit you two. I don't care if he comes." "Well, of course you don't." Fiona sat down heavily in a kitchen chair and threw her purse on the table. Like the most formal of guests, she was carrying that purse with her from room to room. Some things never changed. Maggie sighed and began unpacking the groceries. She put the ice cream in the freezer, and then she slit open both packs of chicken and dumped them into a bowl. "What kind of vegetables does Leroy like?" she asked. Fiona said, Vegetables?" She didn't seem to have her mind on the question. She was gazing at the wall calendar, which still showed the month of August. Oh, this wasn't a very organized house. Not that Fiona had any right to complain. The counters seemed to collect stray objects on their own. The cupboards were filled with dusty spice bottles and cereal boxes and mismatched dishes. Drawers sagged open, exposing a jumble of belongings. One drawer caught Maggie's eye, and she went over to riffle through the layers of papers stuffed inside. "Now, somewhere here," she said. I could almost swear. She came across a PTA announcement, a torn-out recipe for something called Amazin' Raisin Pie, a packet of get-well cards that she'd been hunting since the day she bought them. And then, aha, she said, holding up a flyer. What is it? Picture of Jessie as a grown-up, for Leroy. She brought it over to Fiona, a darkly photocopied photo of the band. Lorimer was sitting in front with his drums, and Jessie stood behind, his arms draped loosely around the necks of the other two, Dave and what's-his-name. All wore black. Jessie had his eyebrows knitted in a deliberate scowl. Spin the Cat was printed in furry, tiger-striped letters beneath their picture, and a blank space at the bottom allowed for a specific time and place to be written in by hand. Of course, it doesn't do him justice, Maggie said. These rock groups always try to look so, I don't know, so surly. Have you noticed? Maybe I should just show her the snapshot I carry in my wallet. He isn't smiling there either, but at least he's not frowning. Fiona took the flyer to study it more closely. How funny, she said. Everyone's just the same. Same? I mean, they were always going to be going somewhere. Didn't you always think so? They had such high and mighty plans, and they used to keep changing their views of music. Why, one time Leroy asked me just what kind of songs her daddy played. New wave or punk or heavy metal or what, exactly. I think she wanted to impress her friends. And I said, Lordy, by now it could be anything. I wouldn't have the foggiest notion. But just look at them. Well, so? Maggie said. What's to look at? Lorimer's still got his hair fixed in that silly shag haircut with the tail down the back of his neck that I was always dying to chop off, Fiona said. They're still wearing the same style of clothes, even. Same old-fashioned Hell's Angels style of clothing. Old-fashioned? Maggie asked. You could picture how they'll get to be 40 and still playing together on weekends when their wives will let them, playing for Rotary Club get-togethers and such. It bothered Maggie to hear this, but she didn't let on. She turned back to her bowl of chicken. Fiona said, Who was it he brought to dinner? Pardon? You said he brought this woman to dinner one time. Maggie glanced over at her. Fiona was still holding the photo, gazing at it with a bemused expression. Nobody important, Maggie said. Well, who? Just some woman he'd met someplace. We've been through a lot of those. Nobody long-term. Fiona set the photo down on the table, but she went on looking at it. Out in the living room, ragged music started thrumming forth from the hi-fi. Evidently, Leroy had found one of Jessie's cast-offs. Maggie heard Hey, Hey and Every Day, and a familiar twanging of strings, although she couldn't say who was playing. She took a carton of buttermilk from the refrigerator and poured it over the chicken. A headache was tightening the skin of her forehead. Now that she thought of it, she realized it had been nagging at her for some time. I'm going to call Jessie, she told Fiona suddenly. She went over to the wall telephone and lifted the receiver. There wasn't any dial tone. Instead, she heard a ringing at the other end. Ira must be using the extension, she said, and she hung up again. Well, so anyhow, vegetables. Which vegetables will Leroy eat? She likes tossed salad, Fiona said. Oh, dear, I should have bought lettuce. Maggie, Ira said, entering the kitchen. What did you do to my answering machine? Me? I didn't do anything. You most certainly did. I did not. I already told you about that little mishap last evening, but then I put a new message on. He crooked his finger, beckoning her to the telephone. Try it, he told her. What for?
Try dialing the shop.
She shrugged and came over to the phone. After she dialed, the phone at the other end rang 3 times. Something clicked. "Well, here goes," Maggie's own voice said, far away and tinny. "Let's see. Press button A. Wait for the red... Oh, shoot." Maggie blinked. "I must be doing something wrong," her voice continued. Then, in the falsetto she often used when she was clowning around with her children, "Who, me? Do something wrong? Little old perfect me? I'm shocked at the very suggestion." There was a ribbony shriek, like a tape on fast forward, followed by a beep. Maggie hung up. She said, "Well,
God knows what my customers thought,"
Ira told her. "Maybe no one called," she said hopefully.
"I don't even know how you managed it. That machine is supposed to be foolproof."
"Well, it only goes to show you can't trust the simplest product nowadays," she told him. She lifted the receiver again and started dialing Jesse's number. While his telephone rang and rang, she twined the cord nervously between her fingers. She was conscious of Fiona watching them, seated at the table with her chin resting on her cupped hand.
"Who are you calling?"
Ira asked. She pretended not to hear.
"Who's she calling, Fiona?"
"Well, Jesse, I think," Fiona told him.
"Did you forget his phone won't ring?"
Maggie looked up at him. "Oh," she said. She replaced the receiver and then gazed at it regretfully. "Oh, well," Fiona said. "Maybe he's on his way. It's Saturday night, after all. How late does he work?"
"Not late at all,"
Ira told her. "Where does he work, come to think of it?"
"Chick's cycle shop. He sells motorcycles."
"Wouldn't they be closed by now?"
"Of course they're closed. They close at 5.
"Then why bother calling?"
No, she was calling his apartment,"
Ira said. Fiona said, "His..." Maggie went back to the bowl of chicken. She stirred it around in the buttermilk. She took a flattened brown paper bag from one of the drawers and poured some flour into it. "Jesse has an apartment?" Fiona asked Ira.
"Why, yes."
Maggie measured in baking powder, salt, and pepper. "An apartment away from here?"
"Up on Calvert Street."
Fiona thought that over. Maggie said, "Here's something I always wanted to ask you, Fiona." Her voice had somehow taken on that chirpy tone again. "Remember just a few months after you left," she asked, "when Jesse phoned you and said you'd phoned him first and you said you hadn't? Well, had you or hadn't you? Was it you who phoned our house and I said, 'Fiona,' and you hung up?" "Oh, goodness," Fiona said vaguely. "I mean, it had to be. Or why else would the person hang up when I said your name?" "I really don't recollect," Fiona said, and then she reached for her purse and rose, walking in an airy, aimless way, as if she hardly noticed she was leaving. She wandered out of the kitchen, calling, "Leroy, where'd you get to?" "See there?" Maggie told Ira. "It was her. I knew it all along."
"She didn't say it was."
"Oh, Ira, you are so obtuse sometimes," she said. She closed the brown paper bag and shook it, mixing the seasonings. "You can't have things both ways," she should have told Fiona. "You can't laugh at him for staying the same and also object when he changes. Why, of course he had moved. Did Fiona imagine he had sat here waiting for her all these years?" And yet Maggie knew how she felt, somehow. You have this picture of a person. You have him tucked away in your mind in this certain fixed position. She looked again at the band photo on the table. They had all been so enthusiastic once, she thought. So much energy had been invested. She remembered those early rehearsals in Lorimer's parents' garage, and the months and months when they'd been thrilled to perform for free, even, and the night that Jesse had come home triumphantly waving a $10 bill, his share of their first paycheck.
"Is that Daisy?" Ira asked.
"What?"
"I thought I heard the front door."
"Oh," Maggie said. "Maybe it's Jesse."
"Don't count on it," he told her.
But only Jesse would sling the door back against the bookcase that way. Maggie dusted off her hands. "Jesse?" she called.
"Here I am."
She hurried out to the hall, and Ira followed more slowly. Jesse stood just inside the door. He was looking toward the living room, where Leroy was poised like some startled small animal, with her hands pressed together in front of her and one foot drawn up behind her. Jesse said,
"Well, hi."
"Hi," Leroy said.
"How are you doing?"
"I'm okay." He looked over at Maggie. Maggie said, "Hasn't she grown?" His long black eyes returned to Leroy. Now Maggie moved toward him, willing him further into the house. He always seemed on the verge of leaving. She took his arm and said, "I'm frying up some chicken. It'll be a few more minutes. You two can sit in here and get acquainted." But he had never been easily led. He was wearing a knitted jersey, and beneath the thin cloth she felt his resistance, the steely muscle above his elbow. His boots remained rooted to the floor. He was going to take his own sweet time at this.
"So what are you listening to?"
he asked Leroy. "Oh, just some record."
"You a Dead fan?"
"Dead? Sure."
"You want some better album, then," he said. "This one here is too popular with the masses."
"Oh, yeah, well," she said, "I was just thinking that myself." He glanced at Maggie again. He was holding his face in a way that caused his chin to lengthen, just as Ira always did when he was trying to keep back a smile. "She's athletic, too," Maggie told him. "Brought along her baseball glove."
"That so?"
he asked Leroy. She nodded. The toe of her raised foot pointed daintily downward, ballet style. Then something clattered upstairs, and Fiona called, "Maggie, where—" She arrived on the landing. They all looked up at her. "Oh," she said, and she began to descend the stairs very smoothly and quietly, with one hand trailing along the banister. The only sound was the slapping of her sandals against her bare heels. Jesse said,
"Good to see you, Fiona."
She reached the hall and looked up at him. "It's good to see you, too," she said.
"Done something new to your hair, haven't you?"
She lifted a hand, with her eyes still on his face, and touched the ends of her hair. "Oh, maybe so," she told him. Maggie said, "Well, I guess I'd better get back to—" And Ira said,
"Need help in the kitchen, Maggie?"
"Yes, please," she sang out happily. Fiona told Jesse, "I was just upstairs hunting my soapbox." Maggie hesitated. "Soapbox?" Jesse asked. "I tried your bureau drawer, but it's empty. All I found was mothballs. Did you take my soapbox with you when you moved to your apartment?"
"What soapbox are you talking about?"
"My tortoiseshell soapbox, the one you kept." Jesse looked over at Maggie. Maggie said, "You remember her soapbox?"
Well, no, I can't say as I do, Jesse said, and he grabbed hold of his forelock the way he always did when he was puzzled.
You kept it after she left, Maggie told him. I saw you with it. There was a bar of soap inside, remember? That clear kind of soap you can see through.
Oh, yes, Jesse said, letting go of his forelock.
You remember it?
Sure.
Maggie relaxed. She flashed a bracing smile at Leroy, who had lowered her foot to the floor now and was looking uncertain.
So where is it? Fiona asked.
Where's my soapbox, Jesse?
Well, didn't your sister take it?
No.
I thought she packed it up along with your other things.
No, Fiona said. You had it in your bureau.
Jesse said, Gosh, Fiona, in that case, maybe it's thrown out by now. But look, if it means so much to you, then I'd be glad to.
But you kept it because it reminded you of me, Fiona told him. It smelled like me. You closed your eyes and held my soapbox to your nose. Jesse's gaze swiveled to Maggie again. He said,
Ma, is that what you told her?
You mean it's not true? Fiona asked him.
You said I went around sniffing soapboxes, Ma?
You did, Maggie said, although she hated having to repeat it to his face. She had never meant to shame him. She turned to Ira, who was wearing exactly the shocked, reproachful expression she had expected, and said, He kept it in his top drawer.
Your treasure drawer,
Fiona told Jesse. Do you suppose I'd come all the way down here like any ordinary groupie if your mother hadn't told me that? I didn't have to come. I was getting along just fine. But your mother says you hung on to my soapbox and wouldn't let Crystal pack it. You closed your eyes and took this big whiff. You've kept it to this day, she said. You've never let it go. You sleep with it under your pillow at night. Maggie cried, I never said...
What do you think I am? Some kind of loser?
Jesse asked Fiona.
Now, listen,
Ira said. Everyone seemed glad to turn to him.
Let me get this straight, he said. You're talking about a plastic soapbox.
My plastic soapbox, Fiona told him, that Jesse sleeps every night with.
Well, there seems to be some mistake,
Ira said.
How would Maggie even know such a thing? Jesse has his own apartment now. All he sleeps with that I've ever heard of is an auto greeter.
A what?
Oh, never mind.
What's an auto greeter?
There was a pause. Then Ira said, You know, the person who stands at the door when you go in to buy a car. She makes you give your name and address before she'll call a salesman.
She? You mean a woman?
Right.
Jesse sleeps with a woman?
Right.
Maggie said, You just had to spoil things, Ira, didn't you?
No, Ira told her. It's the simple truth that spoiled things, Maggie. And the truth is, Jesse's involved with somebody else now.
But that woman's no one important. I mean, they're not engaged or married or anything. She's no one he really cares about. She looked to Jesse to back her up, but he was studiously examining the toe of his left boot.
Oh, Maggie, admit it, Ira said. This is the way things are. This is how he's going to be. He never was fit husband material. He passes from girlfriend to girlfriend, and he can't seem to hold the same job for longer than a few months. And every job he loses, it's somebody else's fault. The boss is a jerk, or the customers are jerks, or the other workers are...
Now hold on, Jesse began, while Maggie said, "Oh, why do you always exaggerate, Ira? He worked in the record shop a full year. Have you forgotten that?"
"Everyone in Jesse's acquaintance," Ira finished calmly, "by some magical coincidence, ends up being a jerk." Jesse turned and walked out of the house. It made things more disturbing, somehow, that he didn't slam the door, but let it click shut very gently behind him. Maggie said, "He'll be back." She was speaking to Fiona, but when Fiona didn't respond, her face was almost wooden. She was staring after Jesse. She told Leroy instead, "You saw how glad he was to see you, didn't you?" Leroy just gaped. "He's upset at what Ira said about him is all," Maggie told her, and then she said, "Ira, I will never forgive you for this." "Me?" Ira said. Fiona said, "Stop it." They turned. "Just stop, both of you," she said. "I'm tired to death of it. I'm tired of Jesse Moran, and I'm tired of the two of you repeating your same dumb arguments and niggling and bickering. Ira forever so righteous, and Maggie so willing to be wrong." "Why, Fiona?" Maggie said. Her feelings were hurt. Maybe it was silly of her, but she had always secretly believed that outsiders regarded her marriage with envy. "We're not bickering. We're just discussing," she said. "We're compiling our two views of things." Fiona said, "Oh, forget it. I don't know why I thought anything would be any different here." And she stepped into the living room and hugged Leroy, whose eyes were wide and startled. She said, There, honey." And she buried her face in the crook of Leroy's neck. Plainly, Fiona herself was the one who needed consoling. Maggie glanced at Ira. She looked elsewhere. "Soapbox?" Ira asked. "How could you invent such a story?" She didn't answer. Anything she said might look like bickering. Instead, she walked away from him. She headed toward the kitchen in what she hoped was a dignified silence. But Ira followed, saying, "Look here, Maggie, you can't keep engineering other people's lives this way. Face facts. Wake up and smell the coffee." Ann Landers's favorite expression, "wake up and smell the coffee." She hated it when he quoted Ann Landers. She went over to the counter and started dropping chicken parts into the paper bag. "Soapbox," Ira marveled to himself. "You want peas with your chicken?" she asked, "or green beans?" But Ira said, "I'm going to wash up." And he left. So here she was alone. Well. She brushed a tear from her lashes. She was in trouble with everybody in this house. And she deserved to be. As usual, she had acted pushy and meddlesome. And yet it hadn't seemed like meddling while she was doing it. She had simply felt as if the world were the tiniest bit out of focus, the colors not quite within the lines, something like a poorly printed newspaper ad. And if she made the smallest adjustment, then everything would settle perfectly into place. "Stupid," she told herself, rattling the chicken parts in the bag. "Stupid old nosy bones." She slammed a skillet onto the stove and poured in too much oil. She twisted a knob savagely and then stood back and waited for the burner to heat. Now look. Droplets of oil were dotted across the front of her best dress, over the mound of her stomach. She was clumsy and fat-stomached, and she didn't even have the sense to wear an apron while she was cooking. Also, she had paid way too much for this dress, $64 at Hecht's, which would scandalize Ira if he knew. How could she have been so greedy?
She dabbed at her nose with the back of her hand, took a deep breath. Well, anyhow. The oil wasn't hot enough yet, but she started adding the chicken. Unfortunately, there was quite a lot of it. Too much, it appeared now, unless they could coax Jessie back before supper time. She had to push the pieces too close together in order to fit in the last few drumsticks. Peas or green beans? That still hadn't been settled. She wiped her hands on a dish towel and went out to the living room to check. "Leroy," she said, "what would—" But the living room was empty. Leroy's record had a worn sound now, as if it were playing for the second or third time. "Truckin', got my chips cashed in," an assortment of men sang doggedly. No one sat on the sofa, or in either of the armchairs. Maggie crossed the hallway to the front porch and called, "Leroy? Fiona?" No answer. 4 vacant rockers faced out toward the streetlight. "Ira?"
"Upstairs,"
he called, his voice muffled-sounding. She turned away from the door. Fiona's suitcase, thank goodness, still stood at the foot of the stairs, so she couldn't have gone far. "Ira, is Leroy with you?" Maggie called. He appeared on the landing with a towel draped around his neck. Still drying his face, he looked down at her. "I can't find her," she told him. "I can't find either one of them."
"Did you look on the porch?"
"Yes." He came downstairs, carrying the towel.
"Well, maybe they went out back," he said.
She followed him through the front door and around the side of the house. The night air was warm and humid. A gnat or a mosquito whined in her ear, and she waved it away. Who would want to be out here at this hour? Not Leroy or Fiona, evidently. The backyard, when they reached it, was a small, empty square of darkness.
"They've gone,"
Ira told her. "Gone? You mean for good?"
"They must have."
"But their suitcase is still in the hall."
"Well, it was pretty heavy,"
he said, and he took her arm and steered her up the back porch steps.
"If they were traveling on foot, they most likely didn't want to carry it."
"On foot," she said. In the kitchen, the chicken was crackling away. Maggie paid no attention, but Ira turned the burner down. "If they're on foot, we can catch them," Maggie said.
"Wait, Maggie."
Too late. She was off. She sped through the hall again, out the door, down the steps to the street. Fiona's sister lived somewhere west of here, near Broadway. They would have turned left, therefore. Shading her eyes beneath the glare of the streetlight, Maggie peered up the stretch of deserted sidewalk. She saw a white cat walking alone in that high-bottomed, hesitant manner that cats take on in unfamiliar surroundings. A moment later, a girl with long dark hair flew out of an alley and scooped it up, crying, "Turkey, there you are!" She vanished with a flounce of her skirt. A car passed, leaving behind a scrap of a ball game.
"No outs, and the bases loaded, and it's hot times on 33rd Street tonight, folks."
The sky glowed a grayish pink over the industrial park. Ira came up and set a hand on her shoulder.
"Maggie, honey," he said.
But she shook him off and started back toward the house. When she was upset, she lost all sense of direction, and she concentrated now on her path like a blind man, reaching out falteringly to touch the little boxwood hedge by the walk, stumbling twice as she climbed the steps to the porch.
"Sweetheart,"
Ira said behind her. She crossed the hallway to the foot of the stairs. She laid Fiona's suitcase flat and knelt to unfasten the latches. Inside, she found a pink cotton nightgown and a pair of child's pajamas and some lacy bikini underpants. None of these folded, but scrunched instead like wrung-out dishcloths. And beneath those, a zippered cosmetics case, 2 stacks of tattered comic books, half a dozen beauty magazines, a box of dominoes, and a giant, faded volume of horse stories. All objects Fiona and Leroy could easily do without. What they couldn't do without, Fiona's purse and Leroy's baseball glove, had gone with them. Sifting through these layers of belongings, while Ira stood mute behind her, Maggie had a sudden view of her life as circular. It forever repeated itself, and it was entirely lacking in hope. Chapter 4. There was an old man in Maggie's nursing home who believed that once he reached heaven, all he had lost in his lifetime would be given back to him. "Oh, yes, what a good idea," Maggie had said when he told her about it. She had assumed he meant intangibles, youthful energy, for instance, or that ability young people have to get swept away and impassioned. But then, as he went on talking, she saw that he had something more concrete in mind. At the pearly gates, he said, St. Peter would hand everything to him in a gunny sack. The little red sweater his mother had knit him just before she died, that he had left on a bus in 4th grade and missed with all his heart ever since. The special pocket knife his older brother had flung into a cornfield out of spite. The diamond ring his first sweetheart had failed to return to him when she broke off their engagement and ran away with the minister's son. Then Maggie thought of what she might find in her own gunny sack. The misplaced compacts, single earrings, and umbrellas, some of which she hadn't noticed losing at the time, but recollected weeks or months afterward. "Didn't I used to have whatever became of my objects freely given up, even, which later she wished back again. For example, those 1950s skirts she had donated to Goodwill, now that lower hemlines were once more in fashion. And she had said, "Oh, yes," again, but a shade less certainly, for it didn't seem that she had suffered losses quite as bitter as the old man's. Now, though, sorting leftover fried chicken into plastic containers for Ira's lunches, she reconsidered that gunny sack, and this time it bulged much fuller. She remembered a green dress that her brother Josh's wife, Natalie, had admired one day. Maggie had said, "Take it, it matches your eyes," for it truly did, and she had been glad for Natalie to have it. She had loved her like a sister. But then Josh and Natalie had divorced, and Natalie moved away and didn't keep in touch anymore, as if she'd divorced Maggie as well. And now Maggie wanted that dress returned. It used to move so fluidly when she walked. It was one of those dresses that go anywhere, that feel right for every occasion. And she would like that funny little kitten, Thistledown, who'd been Ira's very first present to her in their courting days. She was a jokey, mischievous creature, forever battling imaginary enemies with her needle teeth and soft gray paws, and Maggie and Ira used to spend hours playing with her. But then Maggie had unintentionally murdered the poor thing by running her mother's dryer without checking inside first. And when she'd gone to pull the clothes out, there was Thistle, as limp and frowsy and boneless as her namesake, and Maggie had cried and cried. After that, there had been a whole string of other cats, Lucy and Chester and Pumpkin, but now, all at once, Maggie wanted Thistle back again. Surely St. Peter allowed animals in that gunny sack, didn't he? Would he allow all the lean, unassuming dogs of Mulraney Street, those part this, part that's, whose distant voices had barked her to sleep every night of her childhood? Would he allow the children's little gerbil, tirelessly plodding the years away on his wire treadmill till Maggie set him free out of pity, and Pumpkin caught him and ate him? And that corny keychain she used to have, a metal disc that rotated on an axle, with "loves me" on one side and "loves me not" on the other. Boris Drum had given her that, and when Jesse got his license, she had sentimentally passed it on to him. She had dropped it into his palm after chauffeuring him home from his driver's test, but unfortunately the car was still in gear, and it had started rolling as she climbed out. "Oh, great going, Ma," Jesse had said, reaching for the brake, and something about his lofty amusement had made her see him for the first time as a man. But now he carried his keys in a little leather case. Snakeskin, she believed. She would like that keychain back again. She could actually feel it between her fingers. The lightweight, cheap metal, and the raised lettering. The absent-minded spin she used to give it as she stood talking with Boris. "Loves me not." And once again she saw Boris rising up before her car as she practiced braking. Why, all he'd been trying to say was, "Here I am. Pay me some notice." Also, her clear brown bead necklace that looked something like dark amber. Antique plastic, the girl at the thrift shop had called it. A contradiction in terms, you would think, but Maggie had loved that necklace. So had Daisy, who in her childhood often borrowed it, along with a pair of Maggie's high-heeled shoes, and finally lost it in the alley out back of the house. She had worn it jumping rope on a summer evening and come home in tears because it had vanished. Definitely that would be in the gunny sack. And the summer evening as well. Why not? The children smelling of sweat and fireflies, the warm porch floorboards sticking slightly to your chair rockers, the voices ringing back from the alley. "Call that a strike?" And "Miss Mary Mac, 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 dressed all in black, black, black." She stowed the containers of chicken at the front of the refrigerator, where Ira couldn't overlook them, and she pictured St. Peter's astonishment as he watched what spilled forth. A bottle of wind, a box of fresh snow, and one of those looming moonlit clouds that used to float overhead like dirigibles as Ira walked her home from choir practice. The dishes in the draining rack were dry by now, and she stacked them and put them in the cupboard. Then she fixed herself a big bowl of ice cream. She wished they had bought mint chocolate chip. Fudge Ripple was too white-tasting. She climbed the stairs, digging her spoon in. At the door to Daisy's room, she paused. Daisy was kneeling on the floor, fitting books into a carton. "Want some ice cream?" Maggie asked her. Daisy glanced up and said, "No, thanks." "All you had for supper was a drumstick." "I'm not hungry," Daisy said, and she pushed a lock of hair off her forehead. She was wearing clothes that she wouldn't be taking with her, baggy jeans and a blouse with a torn buttonhole. Her room already seemed uninhabited. The knickknacks that usually sat on her shelves had been packed for weeks. "Where are your stuffed animals?" Maggie said. "In my suitcase." "I thought you were leaving them home." "I was, but I changed my mind," Daisy said. She had been quiet all through supper. Maggie could tell she was anxious about tomorrow. It was like her not to talk about it, though. You had to read the signs. Her lack of appetite and her decision to bring her stuffed animals after all. Maggie said, "Well, honey, you let me know if you want any help." "Thanks, Mom." Maggie went on down the hall to the bedroom she shared with Ira. Ira was sitting tailor fashion on the bed, laying out a game of solitaire. He had taken off his shoes and rolled his shirt sleeves up. "Care for some ice cream?" Maggie asked him.
"No, thanks."
"I shouldn't have any either," she said, "but travel is such a strain somehow. I feel I've burned 1,000,000 calories just sitting in that car." In the mirror above the bureau, though, she was positively obese. She set her ice cream on the dresser scarf and leaned forward to study her face, sucking in her cheeks to give herself a hollow look. It didn't work. She sighed and moved away. She went into the bathroom for her nightgown. "Ira," she called, her voice echoing off the tiles. "Do you suppose Serena is still mad at us?" She had to peer around the door to catch his answer. A shrug. "I was thinking I might phone to see how she's doing," she told him, "but I'd hate for her to hang up on me." She unbuttoned her dress and pulled it over her head and tossed it onto the toilet lid. Then she stepped out of her shoes. "Remember when I helped her put her mother in the nursing home?" she asked. "That time she didn't speak for months, and whenever I tried to call, she'd bang the receiver down. I hated when she did that. That thunk on the other end of the line. It made me feel so small. Made me feel we were back in 3rd grade.
"That's because she was behaving like a 3rd grader,"
Ira said. Maggie came out in her slip to take another spoonful of ice cream. "And I don't even know why she got so upset," she told Ira's reflection in the mirror. "It was a perfectly honest mistake. I had the best intentions in the world. I said to her mother, 'Listen,' I said, 'you want to make a hit with the other residents? Want to show the staff right off that you're not just another bland old lady? I mean, this was Anita, who used to wear the red Toreador pants. I couldn't have them underestimating her, could I? That's why I told Serena we shouldn't take her in till Sunday evening, Halloween. And that's why I sewed that clown suit on my own machine and went all the way out Eastern Avenue to a what-do-you-call-it? What's it called?"
"Theatrical supply house,"
Ira said, dealing out another row of cards. "Theatrical supply house for white grease paint. How was I to know they'd throw the costume party on Saturday that year?" She brought her ice cream over to the bed and settled down, propping her pillow against the headboard. Ira was frowning at his layout. "You would think I had deliberately plotted to make her a laughingstock," Maggie told him, "the way Serena carried on." Whom she was picturing in her mind, though, wasn't Serena just then, but Anita, her painted face, her red yarn hair, the triangles Maggie had lipsticked beneath her eyes, which made them seem unnaturally bright or even teary, just like a real circus clown's. And then her chin quivering and denting inward as she sat in her wheelchair, watching Maggie leave. "I was a coward," Maggie said suddenly, setting down her bowl. "I should have stayed and helped Serena get her changed. But I felt so foolish. I felt I'd made such a mess of things. I just said, 'Bye now,' and walked out. And the last I saw of her, she was sitting there in a fright wig like somebody inappropriate and senile and pathetic, with everyone around her dressed in normal clothing."
"Oh, honey, she adjusted to the place just fine in the end," Ira said. "Why make such a big deal of it?"
"Because you didn't see how she looked, Ira. And also she was wearing one of those posies, you know? One of those posy restraining devices because she couldn't sit upright on her own anymore. A clown suit and a posy. I was dumb, I tell you." She was hoping Ira would continue contradicting her, but all he did was lay a jack of clubs on a queen. "I don't know why I kid myself that I'm going to heaven," Maggie told him. Silence. "So shall I call her or not?"
"Call who?"
Serena, Ira. Who have we been talking about here?
Sure, if you like, he said.
But suppose she hangs up on me.
Then think of all you'll save on the phone bill.
She made a face at him. She took the telephone from the nightstand and set it in her lap, pondered it for a moment, lifted the receiver. Tactfully, Ira bent lower over his cards and started whistling. He was so polite about privacy, although, as Maggie knew from experience, you could overhear quite a lot while pretending to be absorbed in your song. She punched in Serena's number very slowly and deliberately, as if that would help their conversation. Serena's telephone gave 2 short rings instead of 1 long. Maggie thought of that as rural and slightly backward. "Breep, breep," it said. "Breep, breep." Serena said, "Hello? Serena?" "Yes, it's me." "Oh, hi." Maybe she hadn't realized yet who me was. Maggie cleared her throat. She said, "It's Maggie." "Hi, Maggie." Maggie relaxed against her pillow and stretched her legs out. She said, "I called to see how you were doing." "Just fine," Serena said. "Or, well, I don't know. Not so hot, to tell the truth. I keep walking up and down, walking from one room to another. Can't seem to stay in one place." "Isn't Linda there?" "I sent her away." "What for?" "She got on my nerves." "On your nerves? How?" "Oh, this way and that. I forget. They took me out to dinner, and I admit it was partly my fault. I was acting sort of contrary. I didn't like the restaurant, and I couldn't stand the people who were eating there. I kept thinking how good it would feel to be alone, to have the house to myself. But now here I am, and it's so quiet. It's like I'm wrapped in cotton or something. I was thrilled to hear the phone ring." "I wish you lived closer," Maggie said. Serena said, "I don't have anyone to tell about the trivia, what the plumbing's up to, and how the red ants have come back in the kitchen." "You can tell me," Maggie said. "Well, but they're not your red ants, too, don't you see? I mean, you and I aren't in this together." "Oh," Maggie said. There was a pause. What was it Ira was whistling? Something from that record Leroy had played this evening. The lyrics were on the tip of Maggie's tongue. He scooped up a run of diamonds and shifted them to a king. "You know," Serena said, "whenever Max went on a business trip, we'd have so much to tell each other when he came home. He would talk and talk, and I would talk, and then, you know what we'd do?" "What?" "We'd have a great big horrible fight." Maggie laughed. "And then we'd patch it up, and then we'd go to bed together," Serena said. "Crazy, wasn't it? And now I keep thinking, if Max were resurrected this minute, hale and hearty, would we still have our horrible fight just the same?" "Well, I guess you would," Maggie said. She wondered how it would feel to know she had seen Ira for the very last time on this earth. She supposed she would have trouble believing it. For several months, maybe, she would half expect him to come sauntering in again, just as he had sauntered into choir practice that first spring evening 30 years ago. Also, Serena," she said, "I want to apologize for what happened after the funeral." "Oh, forget it." "No, really. Both of us feel just terrible." She hoped Serena couldn't hear Ira in the background. It made her apology seem insincere. "Lately it occurs to me," he was whistling cheerily, "what a long, strange trip it's been." "Forget it. I flew off the handle," Serena told her. "Widow's nerves or something. Pure silliness. I'm past the stage now where I can discard old friends without a thought. I can't afford it." "Oh, don't say that." "What? You want me to discard you?" No, no. Just joking, Serena told her. Maggie, thanks for calling. I mean it. It was good to hear your voice. Any time, Maggie said. Bye. Bye. Serena hung up. A moment later, so did Maggie. This ice cream wasn't even edible anymore. She had let it turn to soup. Also, she was feeling overstuffed. She looked down at herself, at the bodice of her slip stretched tight across her breasts. I'm an elephant, she told Ira. He said, Not again. Seriously. He tapped his upper lip with a forefinger and studied his cards. Well. She rose and went into the bathroom, stripping as she walked, and took her nightgown from its hook. When she dropped it over her head, it shook itself out around her, loose and cool and weightless. Phew, she said. She washed her face and brushed her teeth. A trail of underclothes led from bedroom to bathroom. She picked them up and stuffed them into the hamper. Sometimes, after an especially trying day, she felt an urge to burn everything she had worn. Then, while she was arranging her dress on a hanger, she was struck by a thought. She looked over at Ira. She looked away. She hung the dress in her closet, next to her one silk blouse. Goodness, she said, turning toward him again. Wasn't Cartwheel dinky? I'd forgotten how dinky, she said. I bet their school is dinky, too. No response. Do you suppose the Cartwheel School offers a good education? I really couldn't say, Ira said. She closed the closet door firmly. Well, I can say, she told him. It must be a full year behind the schools in Baltimore. Maybe 2. And naturally, Baltimore's schools are superb, Ira said. Well, at least they're better than Cartwheel's. He raised an eyebrow at her. I mean, most likely, Maggie said. He picked up a card, moved it onto another, then changed his mind and moved it back again. Here's what we could do, Maggie said. Write and ask Fiona if she's given any thought to Leroy's education. Offer to enroll her down here in Baltimore and let Leroy live with us 9 months of the year. No, Ira said. Or even 12 months, if it works out that way. You know how attached children get to their classmates and such. She might not want to leave. Maggie, look at me. She faced him, hands on her hips. No, he said. There were a lot of arguments she could have mentioned. All kinds of arguments. But she didn't, somehow. She dropped her hands and wandered over to the window. It was a warm, deep, quiet night, with just enough breeze to set the shade pull swinging. She raised the shade higher and leaned out, pressing her forehead against the gritty screen. The air smelled of rubber tires and grass. Snatches of adventure music drifted up from the Locke's TV next door. Across the street, the Simmonses were climbing their front steps, the husband jingling his house keys. They wouldn't be going to bed yet. No chance of that. They were one of those happily childless young couples with eyes for only each other, and no doubt they were returning from dinner in a restaurant, and now would... do what? Put on some romantic music? Maybe something with violins? And sit conversing graciously on their spotless white love seat, each raising a wine glass made of that thin, extra breakable crystal that doesn't even have a lip around the rim. Or maybe they would dance. She had seen them dancing on their front porch once, the wife in spike heels, with her hair swept up in an igloo shape, the husband holding her slightly apart in a formal, admiring way. Maggie spun around and returned to the bed. "Oh, Ira," she said, dropping down beside him. "What are we two going to live for, all the rest of our lives?" She had dislodged a stack of his cards, but he kindly refrained from straightening them and instead reached out one arm and drew her in. "There now, sweetheart," he said, and he settled her next to him. Still holding her close, he transferred a 4 of spades to a 5, and Maggie rested her head against his chest and watched. He had arrived at the interesting part of the game by now, she saw. He had passed that early, superficial stage when any number of moves seemed possible, and now his choices were narrower, and he had to show real skill and judgment. She felt a little stir of something that came over her like a flush, a sort of inner buoyancy. And she lifted her face to kiss the warm blade of his cheekbone. Then she slipped free and moved to her side of the bed. Because tomorrow they had a long car trip to make, and she knew she would need a good night's sleep before they started. The end. This is Elisa Bresnahan. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Breathing Lessons by Anne Tyler. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.